What was supposed to be a simple hunt turns into pure chaos when Yuan and his squad face a terrifying general-level armored lizard hidden beneath the ground. The moment the monster strikes, everything explodes into motion, skills are unleashed, and a single mistake could mean instant death. Even with perfect coordination and critical hits, the beast barely takes damage, revealing an overwhelming defense. Just when defeat seems inevitable, something completely unexpected shifts the battle's flow, triggering a power no one thought would appear. In that moment, Yuan realizes this fight isn't just about survival, it's the beginning of a legend. Our story begins with monsters chasing people who run in desperation, crying for help and claiming that even a weak beast is extremely terrifying. Some of them end up at the edge of a cliff, saying there is no escape and that they need to hide as quickly as possible. They hide behind a rock as the monster draws closer. A girl is hiding there, trembling, praying with all her strength not to be found and not to be followed in any way, until an aura approaches and the beast notices her in that spot. The girl begins to beg the creature not to do it, but the monster, without thinking twice, devours her. A boy hidden nearby, injured, wonders whether that really is Ghost Star and thinks that this beginner test is far too difficult. It is said that after using the class change materials, one only needs to survive on Ghost Star for 5 minutes for the change to be completed automatically, but an ordinary person there would probably struggle to survive even for a single minute. The name of this boy is Jiang Kai, and he is currently undergoing the beginner test period on this planet called Ghost Star. Ghost Star is a gigantic celestial body that suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Earth 50 years ago. However, its appearance did not cause any catastrophic disaster capable of knocking Earth out of its orbit. But after Ghost Star emerged, the planet's flora and fauna underwent sudden mutations, transforming into monsters called beast gods and causing widespread destruction across the world. The beast gods are beyond the reach of human technology, and their emergence pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. Even so, during this desperate period, to the survivors' surprise, countless magical portals appeared on Earth. By passing through them, humans could teleport to Ghost Star in digital form. Upon arriving there, they discovered a surreal world that seemed digital, where they could take on various professions. Everyone possessed attributes, equipment, and skills, could level up like game characters and obtain increasingly powerful attributes. They also discovered that by leveling up to a certain point on Ghost Star, this surreal power could be brought back to Earth and used in the real world. In this way, people could become as strong as they were on Ghost Star and even to fight the beast gods with their own physical bodies. In short, if humanity wanted to break free from this terrible situation and survive, it had to obtain power from Ghost Star. People who went to Ghost Star one after another came to be collectively called explorers, and the protagonist, still hidden, thinks that he is the only survivor left there. However, now there is no way to escape. The beast approaches the rock behind which he is hiding, and Jiang wonders if he came to Ghost Star after losing all his belongings just to wait for his own death. Kai then remembers his sister saying that if he wanted to go to Ghost Star, he could go ahead, because she herself and their older brother would work hard to raise the necessary funds. The protagonist's sister, for the sake of this journey, has endured hardships since a young age, while the older brother suffers from kidney failure but continues to work without stopping, because if they cannot gather the money for the surgery within 2 months, the situation will become critical. However, now, he has not even finished his class change and is already there, wasting the family's savings while waiting for it to be completed. When the beast launches its attack, Jiang observes the situation and starts running, thinking that instead of standing still and waiting for death, he would rather bet everything for his family. The monster gets closer and closer and strikes him on the shoulder. Kai thinks that he will gamble on the only chance to survive. He throws himself off the cliff while the beast merely watches the protagonist plummet, until a light appears in the air. The system appears, stating that his behavior perfectly aligns with that of a compulsive gambler, and congratulates him for triggering the reaction, obtaining the possibility of acquiring a secret profession, as well as congratulating him for successfully completing the career transition and becoming a glorious and little-known profession, gambler. On the ground, Jiang coughs and feels confused. Upon opening his eyes, he wonders what is happening and why he was not injured after falling off the cliff, and also notices that the injuries he had before have disappeared as well. Immediately after, he receives another system notification informing him that he has successfully completed the foundation change within the time limit, that his basic attributes have been restored, which is equivalent to a complete recovery of health. Kai then asks whether this is a central artificial intelligence that coexists with Ghost Star, and the system replies that it could be said to be so, congratulating him once again for completing the job transition, and informing him that next it will present the talents of the player class. Dual talent: any rewards or punishments received from the system trigger double effects, with a 1% chance to trigger a super double effect. When super double is activated, rewards and punishments are multiplied by 10. As he activates the dual talent simultaneously upon obtaining it, the number of class talents doubles. and he also receives the gambler's second talent. The protagonist is surprised and wonders how this is possible, since others only acquire one talent after changing jobs while he receives two. The system confirms that this is the effect, and presents the current statistics of the second talent, super critical, in which critical damage is modified to 200 times, and the initial critical hit rate is set at 0.1%. Jiang remarks that after a job change, the total attributes of an ordinary person usually remain around 20 points, and wonders how he reached 36. New notifications inform him that this is because the dual talent can also double the attribute points granted after a profession change, and Kai wonders whether this can also be duplicated. He then thinks that if that is the case, when leveling up on Ghost Star in the future, an ordinary person gains 10 attribute points per level, while he would gain 20, which would mean evolving twice as fast as others. The system notifies again that his critical damage is modified by 200 times, and that the initial critical hit rate is 0.1%. And the protagonist realizes that, in addition to this, he also possesses the second talent, super critical. While other people's critical hits only deal about twice the damage, his deal 200 times more. Although his current critical hit rate is only 1 in 1,000, if he manages to increase it, his future damage will be terrifying. Jiang wonders whether this was the weapon that the facial beast had used earlier, and thinks that, before this, he only wanted to complete the job change as quickly as possible to earn money for his older brother's surgery, since even the most humble professions on Ghost Star earn more than on Earth. However, he did not expect to unexpectedly trigger a new job change evaluation and become the hidden and powerful profession of player. Thinking this way, he might be able to quickly gather the money needed for his older brother's medical expenses and allow his family to have a better life. Even so, completing the job change during the beginner test period is only the first step, because the next objective is to complete the main test mission. Reach the end of the test area, the City of Sacred Radiance, within 7 days. However, reaching this destination is extremely difficult, since the test area is infested with monsters. If he loses his life, the test fails and he is teleported back to Earth. Although losing one's life on Ghost Star does not harm the physical body on Earth, and it is possible to connect again, this seemingly mild completion penalty is something only the rich can afford. After all, entering Ghost Star requires a great deal of money. The rich have countless chances to make mistakes, but for someone poor like him, he must succeed on the very first attempt with no second chances. Just then, Jiang notices something. A very loud noise is rapidly approaching. Kai hides behind a tree and thinks that it is an extremely familiar scream. The monster opens its enormous mouth as a desperate young man cries out for help, and he immediately recognizes that voice as belonging to his longtime friend, Yuan Zhu. The protagonist realizes that he is surrounded by earth snakes and thinks that these creatures are extremely venomous, since a single bite is enough to kill someone, and there are 3 of them there. He shouts to Yuan not to be afraid, saying that he is already coming, and Jiang charges forward with his spear. Yuan asks what he is doing there and tells him not to worry about him, that he can run away because these snakes have high attributes and deadly poison, and they, still at level 1, have no chance of defeating them. Kai keeps advancing and kills one of the snakes with a single attack. Zhu is shocked and asks if he really managed to kill a snake. The protagonist, still in motion, thinks that using his partner to draw the snake's attention and then attacking from behind was extremely effective, but now he himself becomes the target as the others continue to close in. Yuan says that everything is over, claiming that these snakes are very agile. Jiang manages to dodge the attack of one of them, and Zhu becomes even more surprised, asking if he really escaped that. Kai thinks that after the class change, his attributes doubled, and that, even at level 1, his agility is already comparable to that of someone at level 2, so the agility of these level 1 earth snakes does not even come close to his. He shouts for Yuan to keep drawing their attention. Then the weapon moves swiftly, and the remaining snakes are eliminated one after another. Yuan remains incredulous and says that he was only serving as bait, while it was Jiang who killed them all. The protagonist feels relieved and thinks that his profession is clearly focused on agility, with little strength, but with enough damage to instantly eliminate level 1 monsters. He concludes that the steel spike obtained from the face beast can be good equipment to increase strength in the beginner zone, since in Ghost Star, strength directly equals attack power. Zhu comments that he always heard that beginners usually only lose their lives to monsters, and asks how a beginner can manage to kill them, also questioning how Jiang did it. Jiang replies that he was lucky with his profession and became a gambler, but makes it clear that this cannot be told to anyone else. Yuan asks what a gambler is and says that although he does not really understand the meaning, his own profession is not bad since he became a warrior. Kai replies that it is no wonder he managed to survive for so long facing 3 snakes, since warrior is one of the top 5 professions in the Kingdom of Sacred Radiance. He explains that the first thing all explorers do upon entering Ghost Star is change their profession, and that this change normally depends on the transition materials purchased before entry. Rich people usually spend tens of millions to acquire efficient materials, allowing them to directly change into powerful professions as soon as they arrive on Ghost Star, such as warrior, soldier, and executioner. Poor people, on the other hand, can only afford the cheapest materials, which are extremely crude, and there is also the possibility that the class change occurs randomly. The protagonist comments that a class change material for warrior costs 50 million and asks whether Yuen borrowed money from loan sharks. Ju replies that this was not possible and says that it is a long story, promising to explain later. Jiang confirms if he is serious and says that they need to quickly collect the snake's corpses because he heard that even monster bodies can be sold for money. He thinks that in Ghost Star, many obtained items can be exchanged for money and that he also needs to earn resources there to help his family. Items such as bodies and equipment from Ghost Star turn into cards after being dropped, making collection and sale easier. From the battle that just occurred, the player profession seems much stronger than the warrior profession. At that moment, someone approaches, and the two are startled. It is a woman who introduces herself as Su Nuanuan, saying that it is extremely difficult to pass the trial alone and asking if she can form a team with them. The protagonist apologizes and says that they can barely take care of themselves, and that bringing her along could be dangerous. Su interrupts him and asks them not to leave her alone, explaining that her profession is medic, that she can heal them and also extract venom from snakes like those to enhance weapon attacks. Ju comments that the ability to cure poison is really useful, and Jiang thinks that this is also one of the top 10 advanced professions. Healing is extremely necessary during the beginner test period after all. If he had not taken advantage of the class change to restore his health earlier, he probably would have already lost his life. He then formally introduces himself and proposes that they join forces to proceed together to the destination, and Nuan thanks him. Yuen teases, saying that he only changed his mind because he's a pervert, and Kai replies that he wants to beat him up. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the city of Jiangzhong, in the Kingdom of Sacred Radiance, at the base of Ghost Star login portal number 18, inside the Data Research Laboratory, an analyst comments that the current wristwatches are truly amazing, as they can accurately locate explorers on Ghost Star. Someone approaches and states that this is natural, since most watches sold on the market today can detect various Ghost Star data, and the more advanced the watch, the richer its functions. It is Su Lanlin, instructor of the beginner test, who asks how the newcomers are doing and how her sister is. The analyst replies that based on the current positioning of beginner wristwatches, many novices have already been finalized and that her sister seems to have joined 2 people. Lan asks if she is shy and looking for someone to form a team, and comments that she should repeatedly warn her that newcomers should avoid grouping up, because the more people participate in the beginner test, the greater the risk. Meanwhile, in the forest, the 3 move forward together until beasts appear, and it is not just one. 3 minutes later, the analyst confirms that 2 face beasts have been detected near her sister. Lan states that a single face beast is already enough to massacre novices, and that facing 2, her sister has practically no chance of survival. She comments that finalization in Ghost Star, although similar to characters losing their lives in a game and causing no physical damage to the body on Earth, generates an extremely realistic experience capable of causing severe psychological impacts, and says that she will take her to undergo psychological therapy. The analyst asks her to wait, saying that her sister does not yet seem to have been finalized, which leaves Lan surprised. Then he states that those 2 face beasts appear to have both been finalized, and Lan, extremely shocked, asks how this is possible. Returning to 3 minutes earlier, the beasts advance. Ju runs in fear, asking what that is, and Nuan, also running, replies that it seems to be a face beast. The protagonist runs along, looks back, and thinks that the others are not as agile as he is and will certainly end up being caught, until Jiang stops running and orders them to keep going forward. Yuen becomes worried, but Kai insists that they continue, while thinking that if they keep fleeing like that, all 3 will end up being finalized. Only he can stay behind to try to face the face beast. The protagonist advances, attacks the creature with his spear, and keeps striking until one of the beast's hands hits him and violently throws him against a rock. Jiang thinks that the face beast's health is extremely high and that he still cannot defeat it with just 1 blow. The 2 beasts approach, and Kai wonders if he will lose his life there, thinking that his beginner test has come to an end. Su, crying, says that he is in danger and that they need to go back to save him, while Ju remains paralyzed by fear. On Earth, still in the city of Jiangzhong, in a residential area, an elderly woman asks if he is the benefactor who provided the materials for Ju the warrior's job change, and says that she does not understand why he has such a positive evaluation of Ju since he seems strong and tall, but is actually quite timid. She comments that if he encountered a monster on Ghost Star, he probably would not even have the courage to fight. Then the man in the hat says that her son, when facing danger, is even more cowardly than an ordinary person. However, he observes that sometimes, no matter how frightened he is, whenever he sees someone in need of help, the boy never retreats or runs away. Back in the forest, Ju attacks the 2 beasts with a powerful blow, forcing them to retreat. He then asks his partner if he was treated like a stranger, saying that he was protected because he was timid, and states that they are brothers, and that brothers exist to face everything together. The protagonist looks on in shock, stands up, and Yuan clenches his fist and charges again at the enemy, causing an intense impact. Jiang, surprised, wonders if his partner can really face a face beast head-on, and, although the damage is not high, realizes that this constant control is precisely the characteristic of a true warrior. Kai begins to recover and realizes that it is Su using her skill on him. The protagonist asks what she is doing there and comments that she is not a combat profession. Nuon replies that she will not leave, because when a medic encounters someone injured, no matter how scared she is, she cannot simply run away. She thinks that her father in the past sacrificed himself fighting against the monstrous tide precisely due to a lack of medical support, and now her companions need that support, so there is no way to abandon them and escape. Jiang realizes that his injury is already healed and comments that she really is not afraid of being finalized. He thinks that even with the three of them together, their damage is still not enough to eliminate a face beast, until Kai asks them to wait. He remembers Su mentioning that if they encountered venomous snakes like those, she could also extract the venom to increase a weapon's attack power. The protagonist asks whether she said earlier that she could extract snake venom, and Nuon replies that yes, she did. Jiang then summons a snake and asks if she can heal Zhu while enchanting his weapon with the creature's venom. Nuon says she does not know if she can manage both at the same time, but that she will try her best. She begins extracting the venom and applying it to the weapon, and Kai thinks that this is their only way out because, if he's not mistaken, this method can really work. At the moment, they cannot withstand the direct damage of a face beast, but he can endure it, and although his attack is still not enough to kill it alone, her healing can make up for that gap. Seen this way, the three of them clearly form a standard team of tank, healer, and damage dealer, exactly like in a game. The venom enchantment is completed, and Jiang wonders what is wrong with newcomers being weak. He tells his partner to hold one of the face beasts under control by himself. Zhu clenches his fist, mana enveloping his entire body, and charges forward, thinking that as long as the three of them form a team and each fulfills their role properly, there is still hope. The protagonist advances immediately after, thinking that even though they are called novice killers, face beasts can still be fought. An explosion occurs, and one of the beasts is finalized, making Jiang instinctively smile. He thinks that they did it, that it worked, but then realizes that there is still one beast left alive. Kai notices that teamwork is truly effective, and even facing another enemy, they continue advancing together. While the protagonist and Yuan attack the monster head-on, Nuon continuously releases her healing abilities on the two of them. After that, in the laboratory, Lan asks whether, according to the bracelet data, they really eliminated two face beasts, commenting that just one would already be enough to massacre an entire group of newcomers, and questioning how the three managed to achieve such a feat. The analyst replies that, according to the data, Nuon has no offensive capability at all, and the warrior on the team also deals little damage, so considering this information, the one responsible for the kills can only be someone named Jiang. However, the strange thing is that they cannot identify his profession. Lan asks how they cannot track his profession and how that is possible, questioning who someone capable of eliminating two face beasts without their class appearing in the records could be. At that moment, the system notifies that the player Kai collected the face beast's corpse. The three lie down on the ground, exhausted but relieved to have survived. Zhu comments that he did not expect his partner to be so resourceful in a crisis, and says that it was truly impressive. Nuon states that now that they already have the strength to face beasts, they should be able to reach the end of the trial without much difficulty. Yuan agrees and says they can head straight for the end and complete the test. The protagonist asks them to stay calm and not rush, explaining that there is still plenty of time to reach the final destination, Shangyao City, and that they should not act recklessly. He explains that after passing the test, points will be calculated, and if they manage to rank among the top 3, the military will reward them with equipment. It is said that the equipment provided by the military is of excellent quality and greatly helps novices develop on Ghost Star. Now that they already have enough strength to defeat monsters, killing them yields points. And with enough points, there is a real chance of placing in the top 3. He then asks why not defeat monsters first to accumulate points, and only afterwards seek the military rewards. The two are surprised and at the same time confused by the proposal. A few hours later, it is already dark, and a voice asks whether this method really earns points. Zhu comments that although he is not afraid, he is constantly being used as bait to attract so many earth snakes, and asks whether he will not end up losing his life first. The protagonist tells him to have courage after all. He is a warrior, and his specialty is precisely attack and defense. Moreover, Nuon can heal them at any time. The snakes advance from behind Yuan, and at that very moment, Jiang leaps and cuts them down with precision, eliminating 3 earth snakes at once. The rules of Ghost Star state that only the one who performs the kill receives the praise experience. And since at the moment only he has the real capacity to eliminate monsters quickly, everyone decides to let him take the experience alone for now. More snakes appear, emitting strange sounds, and Kai moves swiftly, executes precise strikes, and eliminates them one after another, thinking that this strengthens the team and ensures everyone's safety. One day later, the system congratulates the explorer Jiang, informing him that his experience has reached 100, his level rises to 2, and the double effect is activated, granting doubled attribute points upon leveling up. Kai finds this incredible because, after eliminating earth snakes all day long, he finally reaches level 2. Su congratulates him on his advancement, and Yuan also becomes excited, asking him to say what his attributes are after leveling up. The protagonist replies that he added 20 attribute points upon leveling up, and that currently at level 2, his total attributes amount to 56 points, which he considers acceptable. The two are shocked. Ju comments that he knows leveling up only increases strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, but that normal people only gain 10 attribute points per level, so he asks whether Jiang really gained 20. Nuan observes that with a total of 56 attribute points at level 2, this is already comparable to someone at level 4, which is frighteningly strong. Jiang replies that it is nothing special, just a characteristic of his profession, which can double rewards such as leveling up, but that if there are penalties, they can also be doubled, asking them to keep this secret. Su says that she does not understand it very well, but that this profession seems truly powerful, while Yuan comments that, compared to that, his warrior profession no longer seems so impressive. At that moment, the system sends another notification, informing that upon reaching level 2, players receive a professional skill, but due to the activation of the doubling talent of the gambler profession, he receives 2 skills. The protagonist wonders whether professional skills obtained by leveling up can also be duplicated and concludes that he now possesses 2 professional skills. Yuan is surprised and asks whether his own skills could also be doubled, while Su comments that this is truly strong. The system then notifies that the first professional skill is Ghost Hand Card Throw, in which when throwing items, the penetration effect increases by 20%, and when throwing card-type items except item cards, the penetration effect increases by 200%. However, spirit consumption increases by 100%, and it is a skill that can be upgraded. The second professional skill is Ghost Eye Focus, also called Ghost Eye Fire, which increases visual range and ocular tracking capability by 50%, with a 100% increase in spirit consumption while in use, and it can also be upgraded. Jiang comments that both seem to be skills oriented toward long-range attacks, saying that he does not yet know exactly how to use them, but that this indicates the gambler is a long-range damage profession, which pleases him greatly. Now that he is stronger, the group can hunt monsters that grant more experience points. 2 days later in the laboratory, the analyst comments that more than 2 days have already passed, and that he did not expect her sister to still be alive. Lan says that newcomers being able to survive as a team indicates that Jiang possesses some special ability. At that moment, someone approaches and informs those responsible for the novice zone that the beginner test is in imminent danger, ordering that alert levels be raised immediately. The two are surprised, and a voice explains that the higher-ups have detected that another country has once again sent infiltrators to invade the novice zone, constituting a large-scale infiltration, something extremely rare, and that they need to prepare immediately. It is the supreme commander of the city, Wei Ying. Lan asks whether the large-scale infiltration of clandestines is real. Wei sighs and replies that if it were a lie, he would not be there. Lan thinks that the situation is grave, because clandestines are special professionals from other countries, specialized in massacring foreign immigrants and preventing their development. Since the rules of the Ghost Star beginner test determine that high-level players cannot enter the test zone to help novices, everyone must complete the test on their own. However, the exclusive clandestine profession is different, because it allows them to use their characteristics to infiltrate novice zones of other countries, without this being preventable. In addition, clandestines use cruel methods to massacre newcomers, inflicting extremely terrifying finalization experiences, with the goal of traumatizing novices so that they become afraid to enter Ghost Star again, drastically reducing the number of new players in other countries. Lan slams her hand on the table and comments that her sister has a very low tolerance, especially when facing those beasts. Ying sighs and says to prepare psychological follow-up for the newcomers because, since a rare large-scale invasion of clandestines has occurred, they must consider the possibility that, in this beginner test, there may be no survivors. Meanwhile, inside the forest, the three continue walking together until the protagonist senses something strange. Yuan asks what is wrong, and Jiang replies that there is something there. Ju questions what he is doing, saying that they have just passed through that place, while Su states that there is nothing there. Kai answers that no, it is farther over there. The protagonist throws his spear, causing a heavy impact accompanied by a loud noise, then says that he understands and asks them to go check it out. Yuan comments that there is nothing to see and asks what could have been hit, wondering if he has gone crazy. Shortly after, still inside the forest, the system notifies that Jiang has eliminated a wild boar. Zhu is surprised and asks if he has water eyes, if he managed to see a boar from such a great distance, while Su comments that he could even eliminate a level 2 boar. Kai retrieves his spear and says there is nothing surprising about it, explaining that this is thanks to his new abilities. More notifications appear informing the collection of the corpse of a short-spined wild boar and 19 short boar spines, which can be used as weapons. The protagonist thinks that his current professional skill, Phantom Hand Card Throw, increases the damage of thrown projectiles, and that Phantom Ocular Focus works as if adding a telescope combined with a slow-motion effect, allowing his attacks to reach longer distances with greater precision. This means that he can now take down enemies from afar before low-level creatures can even detect him. Jiang comments that he is close to reaching level 3 and says they should go hunt monsters elsewhere. Zhu sighs and replies that he is still stuck at level 1. At that moment, a voice comments that the team is really very lucky. Someone watches Kai and his team pass by and says that he did not expect to find such a surprise so soon after arriving, stating that now they can have some fun. The protagonist asks who they are. A young man steps forward and tells them not to be afraid, saying that they are not bad people, they just want to open their chests, hang them up and let them bleed until they dry, or maybe skin them and attract face beasts to lick them slowly until the finalization. Several men surround the three. Then someone emerges from the water and comments that he is summarizing, because this time, the bosses have only one objective. Jiang does not understand what he means. The person who comes out of the water smiles and introduces himself as a clandestine passenger, captain of the second team, stating that he is there to ensure that no newcomer from Sheng manages to pass the test. Su says that she knows this type of person, clandestines specialized in massacring newcomers. The two are frightened, and Nuan adds that she also noticed that all of them are level 3 or above, with even someone at level 5. The protagonist thinks that these numbers are not just words, wonders if level 5 explorers really exist, and concludes that with his current attributes, he can at most compete with someone at level 4. The clandestines begin to approach. Jiang moves quickly and realizes that he has no choice but to act. He tells the two to stay together, that they will split up and run for now. They start running. The captain sneers, asking whether getting into trouble and scattering so quickly is the behavior of cowards, and whether all people from Sheng act this way. He orders 2 people to eliminate that coward who ran off alone, leaving the others to the main force, which will be responsible for slowly torturing the rest. Deeper in the forest, Kai keeps running without stopping while 2 men chase him, commenting that he is fast but will soon be caught. Suddenly, they look ahead and no longer see him, becoming confused, searching around and asking if he's playing hide and seek, saying that this makes everything more exciting and that when they find him, they will cut off his feet first. At that moment, a weapon is thrown. One of the men catches it and asks if that child still intends to resist, stating that he can easily defend against the attacks of any novice. In the next instant, he is struck head-on and thrown far away. His partner looks on in shock until an explosion occurs. The villain asks why he was thrown so far and whether he is all right. When he realizes what happened, his companion has already been finalized and he asks how this is possible. The protagonist, still hidden, comments that he lost his life with just 1 strike and asks if this is how a clandestine behaves, saying that they are not as strong as he imagined. The villain, seized by panic, asks if he is not a novice from Sheng and how he managed to eliminate a level 3 teammate. The clandestine checks his attributes and becomes even more frightened, saying that his total attributes at level 3 are only 45 points. He asks whether that novice has around 60 total attribute points, questioning how that is possible. Jiang throws him away and finalizes him in an instant. He thinks that he succeeded, that his total attributes, comparable to those of a level 4 explorer, were enough to eliminate a level 3 clandestine. He had suggested splitting up precisely to lure some clandestines and eliminate them. There is still a bit of experience missing to reach level 3, and according to what he learned on Earth, eliminating explorers grants a lot of experience. The system notifies that he has successfully eliminated an explorer, informing that he can take the defeated player's bracelet and, before the corpse dissipates, choose whether he wants to loot the experience. He eliminated 2 level 3 explorers and can collect 100 experience points from each. For every point looted, he will receive double that experience. Kai thinks that in this way he can freely accumulate experience and that eliminating explorers yields far more than eliminating monsters. He decides to loot 100 experience points from each. The system congratulates him on reaching level 3, and his total attributes now add up to 76 points, while level 5 clandestines probably have only around 60. Jiang takes the watch of the finalized clandestine and moves forward, thinking that he finally has enough strength to go back and save Zhu and the others. Elsewhere in the forest, Yuan and Su are injured, surrounded by clandestines. They comment that one is a martial artist and the other a medic, saying that they did not expect to encounter two high-level professions from Sheng so early on, professions of such quality. They state that they should torture them to the end. Even injured, Nuwon continues healing Ju. She comments that their partner is being chased by two clandestines and wonders whether he will really come back. Yuen replies that he certainly will because, although his brother usually runs away when it comes to chasing girls, when friends or family are in danger, no matter how desperate the situation is, the clandestine states that the foreplay is over and that now they will skin them alive. At that moment, the protagonist approaches enveloped in an overwhelming aura, causing the clandestines to start coughing as they are struck by invisible spikes. Ju says that he knew he would come back. The clandestine captain asks who is there, whether it is the one who fled earlier, and orders him to come out and face him. He thinks that he cannot see him and has no idea where he is, even wondering whether Sheng has developed a new profession capable of entering the beginner zone. Faced with this, he decides that they need to retreat. The clandestine starts to flee and Su warns that he is trying to escape. Jiang approaches and asks whether, after torturing his brother, he now intends to simply leave. Kai releases his weapon, which pierces the enemy's body, and Ju drops to his knees. The protagonist says that all the clandestines have been eliminated and asks how they are. Su replies that he finally came back, but says that her brother is seriously injured and that she can no longer heal him. Yuen coughs and says that he knew Kai would return, but adds that this time he thinks he cannot go on. He adds that no matter what happens, their adventures together are his most precious memories, and that from now on, each of them must carry their own responsibility and strive to pass the trial. Nuwon starts crying, and Jiang lowers his head, asking what the hell he is even complaining about. He explains that he deliberately only finalized two clandestines, and that if they finish them off quickly and collect experience to level up, they will then be able to recover with full health. Su agrees, saying that on Ghost Star it is possible to gain experience and level up by eliminating explorers. Yuen comments that then he was not pretending for nothing. Kai says that he already knew this and sums it up by saying that since that group of clandestines just tortured them, while they eliminate them, they can repay them in kind and show what divine retribution means. A clandestine asks whether that is not a bit excessive. The protagonist asks if it really is and replies that in Sheng this is called repaying favors, a traditional virtue. Ju comments that if this is a virtue, then they should demonstrate it to the fullest. The clandestine wonders what kind of demons these people are. At that moment, in the Data Research Institute of the Clandestine Passenger Department of another country, some voices comment that this is far too terrifying because a newcomer from Sheng has just eliminated all of them. He was even more ruthless than they themselves, stole their experience, and even caused them to lose a level. High-ranking officials of that country question what is happening, stating that the clandestines are being humiliated in defeat and asking whether Sheng has developed a new profession capable of countering them. Meanwhile, in Sheng, the analyst comments that the situation is not good at all because, judging by the bracelet data that Nuwon transmitted earlier, she and her team certainly encountered clandestines. Lan shows concern and Wei sighs, saying that no newcomer has ever escaped the clandestines and that they should prepare for psychological counseling before finalization. The analyst clarifies that this is not what he meant and explains that according to the data, Nuwon and the others not only did not lose their lives after encountering the clandestines, but also leveled up. Everyone is shocked. Ying asks how this is possible, encountering clandestines, surviving and still leveling up, questioning whether the clandestines were helping them kill monsters. The analyst replies that no, stating that if Nuwon had only leveled up once, it would still be plausible to imagine that it was from killing monsters. But the data show that she leveled up twice consecutively. He then asks whether there is any logical explanation, suggesting that Nuwon and the others eliminated a group of clandestines. A cup falls to the ground and Lan calls out to the commander loudly. Wei, visibly shaken, orders them to immediately display Nuwon's team data. An electronic sound echoes, and the data of the three members appear on the screen. Ying comments that they really reached level 3 and that without eliminating clandestines, it would be impossible to gain 2 levels in such a short time. Lan says that this makes no sense, because Nuwon is a non-combat profession, and a martial artist's damage is low in the early stages, questioning whether Jiang crippled all the clandestines by himself and saying that this is far too exaggerated. Wei replies that his intuition tells him it was definitely that Kai, but that his level and profession are unknown, and asks what is going on. The analyst explains that he discovered the reason Jiang's information is inaccessible, saying that all explorers who enter Ghost Star must use a bracelet to register data. However, Kai uses a first-generation bracelet, whose server stopped receiving maintenance more than a decade ago, making the connection unstable and his records almost impossible to access. Lan comments in disbelief that in the 21st century someone is still using such an old bracelet. Ying says that this is interesting and orders them to collect all information about Jiang in the real world because he wants to know exactly what kind of boy he is. In another part of the forest, Yuen celebrates having fully recovered his health after leveling up, while Su also shows excitement at having advanced. Ju asks whether she also acquired the professional skill Earthshaker Stomp, saying that he can now repel nearby enemies and that it is very strong. Nuwon replies that she activated the professional skill Benevolent Healer, making her heals even more effective. The protagonist comments that, as expected of the professional skills of a martial artist and a doctor, they are not flashy but extremely practical. Yuen notes that Kai is already one level above him and asks whether he can now bully clandestines like he does. Jiang asks what he is thinking and whether he really believes he can face level 3 clandestines, stating that he himself is already level 4 and telling them to look at his attributes. The two are shocked and ask when he reached level 4, saying that he was just level 2 not long ago, and they realize that with a total of 96 attribute points, this is equivalent to a level 8 explorer. Kai explains that when he separated earlier, he eliminated 2 clandestines and reached level 3, and that upon returning he eliminated several more, one of whom was level 5, which allowed him to reach level 4. Yuen complains that he is showing off again and says he cannot take it anymore, while Su asks what they should do next. The protagonist replies that he already has a plan, recalling that he heard the captain say they were the second team of clandestines, and therefore now they will hunt the first team. Half a day later, in a forest of the beginner zone, a voice comments that this seems like an international joke, while the clandestines discuss the fact that some of their members were finalized by newcomers. They are the members of Clandestine Team 1, all at level 5. The team captain orders them not to let their guard down, stating that if the higher-ups mention this matter, it is not without reason and that they must act with extreme caution. Some ask what they should be worried about since the beginner zone has a level cap of 5 and the entire team is level 5, making them practically unstoppable there. Ju asks whether he is sure he wants to face 9 level 5 clandestines, while Su asks whether it would not be better to simply leave. Jiang replies not to worry because with his current attributes, even if he cannot eliminate them immediately, he can at least guarantee an escape. Moreover, if they do not face them now, they will continue attacking other newcomers from the country. Therefore, instead of only defending passively, it is better to strike first. The clandestine captain senses something strange and orders everyone to be careful, saying that someone is nearby. One of the clandestines detects that it is a level 4 novice, and the partner beside him comments that it is already a miracle for a novice to survive there, let alone level up, suggesting that this might be the one responsible for eliminating the second team. The captain says that this is an important discovery and orders them to maintain formation and pursue him, because capturing him will be a great achievement. They begin chasing after him, and Kai thinks that the situation is not good at all, wondering whether those clandestines really know how to maintain a proper formation. He remembers that the original plan was to lure the enemies so that his partner could find an opportunity to use Earthshaker Stomp, launching everyone into the air and taking advantage of the imbalance to eliminate them. However, now the clandestines' formation is too spread out, and if Ju cannot launch them all at once, anyone left behind might escape. Even so, there is still a countermeasure because if they want to eliminate them all, he will have to take a risk. The protagonist leaps forcefully toward the ground, releasing immense energy and advances, thinking that he may need to risk his own body to fully draw them in. The clandestines stop when they see him running back and ask why that kid is returning. One of them steps forward and asks where he thinks he is going, wondering if he got scared and started running around aimlessly. Jiang dodges the attack but ends up getting grazed and thinks that he is still not close enough. The clandestine mocks him, asking whether he can still run, while others threaten to skin him alive. Kai keeps repeating in his mind that it is still not close enough. The protagonist dodges all the subsequent attacks, and the captain asks what they're doing. One of the clandestines replies that everyone there is level 5, and asks how that brat can dodge all their blows. Another says that something is wrong, stating that the first reading was too fast to determine the data properly, but that using an advanced bracelet he managed to scan more accurately, and although he still cannot identify the total attributes, he can now see the agility, which seems to be around 30 points. The captain, shocked, asks whether it is really 30 points of agility. The clandestine replies that he may have read it wrong because even his own agility, despite being level 5, barely reaches 20. The captain realizes that the bracelet rarely makes mistakes and concludes that if that boy really has that much agility, then he was not being chased, but deliberately luring all of them. He says that this is very bad, that they fell into a trap and orders an immediate retreat. Everyone is confused. Jiang then comments that that bunch of idiots finally realized it, but that now their formation is already completely bunched up because of the misunderstanding, and that trying to run at that moment is already too late. At that instant, Ju unleashes all of his power, causing a devastating explosion. Kai, with a tremendous aura surrounding his body, tells them to bring on the next one and says they can leave everything to him. The captain and the clandestines are finalized in an instant, and the protagonist comments that he finished them all at once. Yuen is indignant and asks how 9 level 5 enemies were eliminated at the same time, questioning what kind of monster he is. The system notifies that the explorer Jiang eliminated 5 level 5 clandestines, looting a total of 2,000 experience points, and that the explorer reached the maximum experience limit of the beginner zone, advancing to the highest level allowed there, level 5. Kai comments that he finally reached level 5 and thinks that eliminating an explorer of a higher level doubles the experience gained, so a level 5 explorer yields 400 points. Nuon is amazed and asks whether he is really level 5, saying that she heard that this is the limit of the beginner zone. Ju asks whether he has already reached the cap, and the protagonist replies that it is nothing special because eliminating explorers yields a lot of experience. He explains that he deliberately left 4 clandestines with low health so that they would hurry up and finish them off, gaining experience. Yuen asks what they should do next. Jiang replies that to improve their combat power before this, he was the one defeating monsters and leveling up alone, but now that he has already grown strong enough, he will lead them in fighting monsters and earning points. And once both of them have accumulated enough points, it will be time to head to the final destination. Yuen comments that it is finally his turn to defeat monsters. Later, already at night as they continue walking, Kai says that they are getting close to the end, so there should be many points to accumulate there. However, the closer they get to the destination, the more terrifying the monsters become, to the point that even beginner zone bosses start to appear, which requires extra caution. Suddenly, a very loud noise echoes and several bodies are scattered on the ground. Su observes carefully and says that they are corpses of beast-faced humans. Yuen notices several bite marks and asks if they were finalized by some powerful creature. The protagonist activates his ocular focus ability and comments that earlier he spotted a golden light in the distance, wondering whether some golden creature had eliminated those 2 beast-faced humans. Nuon asks what kind of golden creature that might be. At that moment, a light appears behind them and begins to approach rapidly. Ju asks what kind of creature could eliminate 2 beast-faced humans and wonders if it is coming after them. The light closes in at high speed and passes by them, making Su ask what that was. Yuen says that it is a golden creature, and that thing really has its eyes on them. The light approaches Jiang, who becomes momentarily confused, unable to react. Ju warns him to be careful, saying that thing deals a lot of damage and attacks by biting, and that he needs to avoid being hit until it is finalized. The pressure around them increases, and everyone watches closely. Suddenly, Kai appears holding a small animal in his hand, something that looks like a mouse. Yuen asks in disbelief whether something that fast was really captured by him, and Nuon asks if it was just luck. The protagonist asks whether they really think that is fast and says that it is nothing more than a fat, chubby mouse. The mouse, clearly irritated, asks who he thinks he is, to call it that, and claims that being captured was only a momentary lapse. Jiang comments that the little mouse does not seem convinced and asks whether he should let it go and try again. The mouse is released and becomes furious, asking how he dares to look down on it. An intense light explodes around them, and Ju, worried, asks why he let it go, saying that thing was capable of eliminating 2 beast-faced humans. Jiang grabs the mouse again and releases it once more, saying that it is far too slow for him. Kai keeps grabbing and releasing the mouse repeatedly. Yuen asks if he is really that fast, and Su says that this is unbelievable. After a few minutes of this process, the mouse becomes completely paralyzed, not even trying to escape anymore. The protagonist watches the scene and says that it seems he has tamed that mouse since it no longer even tries to run away. Ju asks, completely incredulous, whether he just captured a pet purely with the speed of his own hands. The protagonist gets excited and comments that it seems he has tamed that mouse since it no longer even tries to run away, while Yuen asks if he really just caught a pet using only the speed of his hand. Jiang replies that he does not know whether that mouse can be domesticated to become a combat unit, but getting 2 beast-faced human corpses for free is still very advantageous. He says that the 2 of them are almost at level 4 with their current experience, and that they need to hurry. Each of them should take one of the corpses, collect them later, and then go look for more monsters to defeat, trying to bring both of them to level 5 before the test ends. Su comments that the little mouse is very cute, and Ju says that compared to it, his martial disciple seems insignificant. Near the mountains, someone stops walking. A hooded young man comments that after so many days, they have finally reached the end of the beginner test zone, the City of Holy Radiance. The hooded figure climbs the stairs, a gate opens and guards appear. One of them congratulates him on passing the test period, saying that they are responsible for welcoming new personnel and greeting him, stating that he has now officially become a Ghost Star Explorer. However, they explain that someone has already taken first place before him, although the ranking is not that important, and they emphasize that it is excellent for a newcomer to pass the test. The hooded man asks if he really was not the first to arrive and why they believe that. The guards are startled and explain that rankings are based on points, and that having many monster corpse cards can be exchanged for many points. The officer then asks whether he managed to eliminate that many monsters. The hooded man lowers his hood and introduces himself as the second young master of the Huang family, a future high-ranking member of the Black Tortoise Guild, Huang Wei, stating that he has already undergone special training before coming to Ghost Star. The officer is even more surprised and asks about the Huang family, owners of the Black Tortoise Guild, while the guards, equally shocked, comment that the Black Tortoise Guild is among the top 10 in Holy Radiance, so it is no surprise coming from such a prominent family. The officer congratulates him based on his score, saying that he not only took first place in this trial but can also enter the top 10 of all Holy Radiance. Wei says that this is excellent and declares that for him, taking first place in the competition is only the first step as a newcomer, and that in the near future all of Ghost Star will belong to him. Deep within the beginner test zone, the protagonist finds it strange and comments that after walking for so long, they should encounter more monsters as they get closer to the end, asking why they have not found any and whether the mouse scared them all away. Nuon asks how that would be possible since the mouse is so cute. At that moment, an extremely loud noise erupts and a monster approaches. Jiang widens his eyes and asks if it is the Shadowless Wolf, realizing that there are several of them advancing together with the beginner zone boss of the Holy Radiance Nation, the Shadowless Wolf King. Kai says that this is bad and explains that it is the beginner zone boss. So, the reason there are no monsters around is that they have intruded into the boss's territory. The wolves surround them, and Yuan, with tears filling his eyes, says that he has heard that the Wolf King is the strongest creature in the beginner zone and has never been defeated, that encountering it means certain finalization, and asks what they should do now. The protagonist thinks quickly because there are too many wolves, and if he were alone he could still escape, but his companions would certainly have no way to flee. So there is no other option but to fight to the end, and he tells the two of them that they can no longer escape, that the only way to break this situation is to eliminate the Wolf King. They must cooperate to defeat it. Yuan releases an absurd aura around his body, moves rapidly, and strikes the ground with an impact like an earthquake, forcing some wolves back. Jiang tells his partner that since they have reached this point, she should apply the Earth Serpent venom to the weapon, and Nuon releases the venom. Kai uses Ocular Focus and Ghost Hand Card Throw, telling them to watch. The attack flies toward the Wolf King and hits it, but does not even leave a scratch. Everyone is stunned, and the protagonist, indignant, asks whether they really failed to break the Wolf King's defense. The Wolf King opens its enormous mouth, releasing overwhelming pressure, and the wolves charge together, launching an unrelenting assault. Su says that the situation is bad because the king has ordered the pack to launch a large-scale attack, while Ju asks whether there might be another way. Jiang concludes that the Wolf King's defense is far too strong and that with the pack closing in, they cannot eliminate them all. Meanwhile, the little mouse keeps sleeping until it wakes up, still a bit confused and realizes who the culprit is. Kai continues fighting the wolves and the mouse awakens at the peak of its morning bad mood, moves rapidly, and strikes the Wolf King head-on. The protagonist is surprised and wonders if that mouse actually bit through the Wolf King's fur. Jiang activates Ocular Focus and sees that the mouse opened a wound, which is excellent because earlier their attacks failed precisely because the Wolf King's defense was too high. Now, with the fur torn open, as long as they attack the opening directly, the Wolf King's defense will become ineffective. Kai charges forward and attacks the exact spot where the mouse bit. The mouse falls to the ground and the protagonist realizes that it worked, thinking that as long as they keep using Ocular Focus to strike the wound, they will definitely succeed. Jiang then continues attacking directly into the opening, causing a massive impact and defeating the opponent. Nuon is shocked and comments that it was done with just a single blow. Ju asks if he really defeated the Shadowless Wolf King, and even Kai looks surprised. The system congratulates him for defeating the beginner zone boss, and the protagonist thinks that he had expected a long fight, wondering if he just triggered a 200 times critical hit. Jiang reflects that it makes sense, since after such a long time defeating monsters without landing a critical hit, it is normal that he would finally get one. Nuon points ahead and tells them to look as the pack seems to be fleeing. Kai asks if the two of them can still fight. Both answer yes, and the protagonist says, "That is great." Now that the Wolf King has fallen, those wolves are nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ju tells them to remember how they were treated just moments earlier. Yuan unleashes a powerful attack and defeats several wolves. Su also helps by using her ability, and the protagonist joins the fight until all the wolves are eliminated. Ju comments that he did not expect them to be able to defeat the beginner zone boss. Jiang says that he deliberately left several shadowless wolves at low health earlier, so they need to hurry and finish them all to earn points. While Yuan asks what the next step will be. Jiang replies that now that they have so many points, the next step is to head straight for the finish line. Hours later, Yuan hears a noise ahead and asks whether that is the territory of the Holy Radiance Nation in Ghost Star. Nuon comments that the place is magnificent, and Kai says that of course it is, because the city of Sacred Radiance is the main operational base of the Holy Radiance Nation on Ghost Star. At that moment, the little mouse runs off, and the protagonist says that it is fine, that this is the little one's freedom, and that if fate allows, they might meet again. In the reception hall of the beginner test area, the officer congratulates him for passing the test and introduces himself as Xia Tao, the one responsible for welcoming newcomers, explaining that all who passed have already gathered there. Jiang asks if he can see the ranking of the newcomers who passed the test, and the officer replies that he can. Huang comments that it is a coincidence and says that he did not expect that cheap household servant working for his family would also participate in the trial, then suggests showing the ranking. Kai thinks that he did not expect Wei to have arrived there so long ago. Huang begins celebrating being number 1 and says that they will perfectly fill the remaining slots from the bottom up, while the people beside him comment that those losers have pathetic scores and are all useless with 0 points. The protagonist thinks about how his sister worked hard for the Huang family, saving money to come to Ghost Star, and how that man repeatedly harassed her and even used his brother's illness to insult him. Zhu reacts and advises Huang to be careful with his words, while Jiang says that it is fine. Kai asks everyone's pardon and says that he would like to inform them that the rankings will soon be reordered, because they themselves will take the top 3 places. The hall falls completely silent for a moment until everyone bursts out laughing. Huang asks what he is talking about and says that 3 people from the bottom of the list claiming the top 3 spots can only be a joke, stating that someone there has gone crazy. The partner beside him comments that they need psychological counseling. The protagonist tells his companions not to hide anything anymore. Nuon smiles. Zhu taps his watch and says he was waiting for him to say that, and then they decide to put all the cards on the table. They display the countless monsters they defeated together, and everyone is completely stunned. Huang comments that there are many monster corpses, not only beast-faced humans, but also countless shadowless wolves, and he can even clearly see the shadowless wolf king among them. Wei asks if this is some kind of joke, how losers could eliminate so many monsters, including the shadowless wolf king, and questions how that could possibly be real. Kai says that whether it is true or not, the rankings will show everything. People comment that the rankings have already been updated, so their claims are indeed valid, and Huang, consumed by anger, asks how this is possible, and whether they really placed among the top 3. The protagonist asks if he thinks that is all and says they can also ask about the elimination of clandestines. They display several watches, and Jiang explains that those can be counted toward the score. The officer observes carefully and states that this is a clandestine bracelet from L Nation. Huang says they have been exposed and asks how newcomers could eliminate clandestines, claiming that, as he suspected, they are nothing but a bunch of liars. He adds that there were no clandestines in that trial and asks if anyone there saw any, and people reply that they did not. Wei tells everyone to observe, stating that everyone present can testify that no one saw clandestines, so they must be pretending, suggesting that their scores be cancelled, the case investigated carefully, and severe punishments imposed on them. At that moment, a voice tells everyone to calm down. He states that the appearance of clandestines is indeed a fact, only that there has not yet been time to inform everyone. He says he was also surprised when he first heard the news, but that the higher-ups specifically requested to personally commend Jiang and the other 2, which proves that everything is absolutely true. He introduces himself as Liu Jun, vice commander of the city's military region. People murmur, saying that the city's vice commander is present, an extremely important figure, and realize that this confirms they truly eliminated clandestines. Huang asks in disbelief if this is really true. Liu states that the army has decided to grant Kai an exceptional upgrade to his equipment rewards for resolving the clandestine crisis. The rewards for the original 2nd and 3rd places have been upgraded from Class B to Class A, while the reward for 1st place, which was Class A, has been upgraded to Class S. They become excited and express their thanks. The surrounding people grow indignant upon hearing that the rewards were raised to Classes A and S, asking whether that means they will already receive such excellent equipment right at the start. The protagonist explains that currently, equipment in Ghost Star is ranked from S to F, with F being the worst quality and S the best. Generally, Class B and C equipment are already considered very good, while Class A and S equipment, being extremely rare, are the dream of every explorer. Huang becomes even more irritated and thinks that if Jiang receives a Class S reward, fine, but the problem is that Jiang pushed him from 1st place to 4th. He says this is unfair and that there must be something wrong with the results, claiming that Jiang's entire family is of low status, and asking why people of low status should be better than him. Kai asks whether it is not enough that the military has confirmed everything and tells him to shut up and stop insulting their family. Wei draws his sword and asks if he said something wrong, claiming that Jiang's entire family is nothing but trash, that his brother is a sick dog, his sister merely a maid, and that he himself is just a punk he used to beat up in a corner, asking if he really thinks he can step over him now. The protagonist's expression turns serious. Huang says he knows that Jiang's sister, the maid, still works for him, and threatens him, saying that if he dares provoke him, he should think carefully about the consequences. Jiang moves in an instant and slashes him. Wei is injured and confused, and the people around are also shocked. Nuan and Zhu watch in silence, completely stunned, while Kai remains serious. Liu only smiles faintly. A young man comments that Huang comes from the Huang family, one of the country's top 10 guilds, and asks whether that boy really dared to make a move against him. Wei, clutching his wound, asks if he truly dared attack him and if he knows who he is opposing. The protagonist, with evident killing intent, calls him a monster and says that he went so far as to threaten his family, asking if he really thinks that does not matter to him. Huang falls silent. Jiang steps forward and states that in this apocalypse, family is the most important thing to them, and that if anyone dares touch them, he will definitely take action, no matter who it is, even if he has to eliminate them. Kai advances once more toward Wei and strikes him directly, sending blood splattering. The system notifies that the explorer Jiang has successfully defeated a level 1 explorer, informing that 6 experience points can be looted and asking whether he wishes to loot them. Kai comments disdainfully whether it is only possible to loot 6 experience points and asks if large families are really that poor. People are outraged by his audacity in defeating the young master of the Huang family, commenting that although a defeat in the game does not mean real death on Ghost Star, the Huang family's Yuanwu guild is an enormous power, making his action extremely bold. Liu smiles and thinks that it is not bad at all, that the boy is a bit reckless but has grit, exactly the kind of person the higher-ups want to get to know. He says that Huang attacked and provoked first, that Kai merely acted in self-defense, and that they should let the matter rest for now. He then states that the 3 of them can go with him, as he will take them to receive their rewards. In another location, Jun says that they have already waited long enough, and that these are the exceptional equipment rewards the military prepared for them, asking them to open them quickly and take a look. Nuan opens hers and realizes that it is Jade of Life, the basic equipment every beginner medic dreams of. Liu explains that the Jade of Life increases Constitution and Spirit by 15 points each, in addition to granting bonuses to healing and pharmacy, making it a very valuable piece of equipment. Zhu gets excited when he sees that his is a leather armor, and Jun explains that the Blackrock Rhinoceros hide armor increases defense and strength by 16 points each, in addition to reducing damage taken by 16%, making it a balanced piece of equipment for both offense and defense. Su urges the other partner to hurry up and open his as well. The protagonist opens his reward and widens his eyes. The system notifies that the equipment has not been identified and that identification is required. Jun asks whether it is an item that requires an identification card to be viewed, and Zhu comments that if it needs that, then it must be something truly excellent. Liu confirms this, saying that higher quality equipment usually requires an identification card and that, by coincidence, he has a few with him and can help identify it. The system activates and reveals that it is the 9 Tribulations Soul Hunter, an S-class weapon that increases strength, penetration, and agility by 9 points each. Its special effect causes each use of Soul Hunt to increase critical hit rate and critical damage by 10%, stacking up to a maximum of 90%. However, after a critical hit occurs, all bonuses are reset. Joan comments that it is a weapon focused on critical hits and says that novices usually have low attack power, so even critical strikes do not deal that much damage, claiming that this S-class weapon seems inferior to an A-class one. Zhu asks whether this is not a form of exploitation against his brother, and Nuan asks whether the equipment can be exchanged. Liu replies that it would be somewhat troublesome, but he can try to submit the request. However, the protagonist says there is no need to exchange it and that he wants to keep this one. He thinks that this is clearly the perfect equipment for him. The damage of his critical hits is not merely double the normal amount, but reaches 200 times, and as long as he continues landing critical hits, not even the Shadowless Wolf King could stop him. However, his critical hit rate is extremely low, and when facing a strong enemy, he could lose his life before landing a single critical strike, which makes exploiting this ability difficult. Even so, each use of the 9 Tribulations Soul Hunter increases the critical hit rate by at least 10%, and on the 9th use, it can reach 90%, becoming practically a guaranteed critical hit, even being considered a perfect artifact for gamblers. Liu says that it is fine, that since he likes it, there will be no exchange, and adds that after completing the test, if he wishes to return to Earth, he may do so. He also specifically reminds him that someone may come looking for him afterward and advises him to be careful on the way home. In the Holy Radiance Nation on Earth, in the city's slums, the protagonist pedals his bicycle and thinks that he did not expect to pass the beginner test so easily, wondering what his older brother and the others will think when they find out. Suddenly, Jiang notices something strange and wonders why such a luxurious car appeared there, thinking that maybe someone got rich, but soon decides to ignore it. Kai opens the door and calls out to his older brother, saying that he is back and asking him to guess how the beginner test went. At that moment, he is confronted by several men in front of him. One of them is Huang Da, who says that after so much waiting, someone finally returned, and comments that he heard Kai performed quite impressively in the beginner trial that day. The protagonist asks if he is Huang Wei's older brother and what he wants. Suddenly, someone pushes him, slams the door shut, and two men grab his arms. Huang Da picks up a baton and says that he knows his brother was finalized by Kai in Ghost Star, asking whether he has now been sent for psychological treatment. He states that the protagonist should know that only the Huang family practices bullying, because no one has ever dared to intimidate a member of their family, and adds that if they can prevent Wei from logging in for 1 month, they can block him from accessing his account forever. As Huang Da raises the baton to strike him, something stops him. The protagonist is confused until someone kicks the door open, sending the three men flying. Huang Da asks what this means, and a voice tells the boy that he thought someone had already warned him to be careful on the way home, questioning why he did not take it seriously. It is the city's supreme commander, Wei Ying, accompanied by the woman at his side, the beginner test instructor, Su Lan. Huang Da asks why such an important figure would be there, and Wei replies that they are there because of the boy, since he angered the wrong people that day. Huang Da asks if he is there because of that boy and how that is possible, questioning what kind of background he could have. The protagonist, equally surprised, wonders whether someone as important as the city's supreme commander would really be there because of him. Huang Da is taken away by the police and Jiang thanks them for saving him, saying that he does not understand the reason for it. Ying tells him not to worry and says that he has a purpose in seeking him out, explaining that during that beginner test, he and the others performed exceptionally well. He asks if he knew that after logging out of the game, his two partners were invited to enlist in the military, and says that they came there to invite him as well, asking whether they are part of a new batch. Lan asks if he knows what the emergence of a new class means, and explains that there are currently many classes for explorers on Ghost Star, and that every 20 levels an explorer changes class. With each job change, an explorer's attributes and abilities shift, some becoming stronger while others weaken. Many classes end up becoming practically useless in later stages after a job change, and for this reason, in order to find greater combat power, the military has been constantly discovering new classes. She says that what he possesses appears to be a new and powerful class and asks whether he would be willing to join the military as part of a new batch. She tells him not to worry, saying that they are not forcing anything, and apologizes, explaining that before coming, they had already investigated his family's information and knew that his brother was ill. If he agrees to join the military now, they will not only protect his family, but also cover all of his brother's medical expenses. Jiang falls silent for a moment. The commander asks what his decision is, reminding him that he went to Ghost Star to pay for his brother's medical bills, and says that if he agrees, he should report to the army the next day, and the instructor will meet him then. Kai watches the two walk down the stairs, takes a deep breath, apologizes, and says that he refuses to join the military. They are confused and ask for the reason. The protagonist replies that he knows joining the military is a good thing, but that applies to classes that have already proven to have strong long-term development potential, such as Ju's martial disciple class and Nuon's medical class. He says that in his own case, the situation is different because he belongs to a new class, and asks if they remember when the drunk class first appeared, which was also highly valued by the military. He explains that at that time, the military strongly supported the drunk, who became famous very quickly, but when it was discovered that he had little long-term development potential, he was abandoned, and one only needs to look at his current situation. He admits that this time, he got carried away and let his guard down, not expecting the Huang family to act so shamelessly, which is why they distanced themselves from areas controlled by them as soon as possible. He thanks them for the help, but states that he and his brother have relied on each other for more than 10 years, and are more accustomed to controlling their own fate than to relying entirely on others for protection. The instructor says that humanity is in the midst of an apocalypse, that his new class could bring a great change to all of humanity, something everyone needs right now, and asks how he can think this way. The protagonist apologizes and says that he is not that extraordinary, that he only wants to protect his own family and ensure that they live in safety. The commander tells them to forget it and says that he understands what the boy means, because habits formed over more than 10 years of life cannot be changed in a day or two. He reminds him that his brother does not have much time left, and that in this apocalypse, going it alone is not a viable option. He then proposes a wager. Over the next month, the military will continue protecting his family from harassment by the Huang family, and if he manages to pay for his brother's surgery within that month, proving that he has the strength to protect his family, they will accept his decision not to enlist in the military. But if he fails, the military will cover his brother's medical expenses to help prolong his life. However, he will also have to enlist for observation, and then they ask what he thinks. Everyone falls silent for a moment until Jiang smiles and replies that the deal is on. After that, elsewhere, Kai thinks that from now on, faced with the pressure imposed by the military, he needs to return to Ghost Star as quickly as possible in order to earn the money required for his brother's surgery. The protagonist leaves a letter for his brother asking if he is still working overtime, also saying that he passed the test and that he will return to Ghost Star in first place. Jiang walks away thinking that in addition to that, with the threat from the Huang family, the three siblings can no longer continue living in a place like that, and that it is necessary to move to an area with a higher level of security to ensure protection. Thus, this time, upon returning to Ghost Star, the mission is difficult, but next time he will definitely come back with enough money. In Ghost Star, in the city of Sacred Radiance, Kai thinks that after passing the beginner test, the adventure in Ghost Star officially begins. He has just exchanged his equipment at the trading post and can finally start defeating monsters and earning money there. However, for novices to earn money in Ghost Star, it is first necessary to join a guild because monsters are powerful and facing them alone is practically a sentence of finalization. For this reason, new explorers usually join guilds and form teams to fight monsters, since a guild functions like a large team, and after joining one, novices can follow experienced members into battle and increase their chances of survival. He thinks about checking which guilds he could join and says that he wants to find a guild. The attendant replies that she is sorry, but at the moment he cannot join any, because by offending the Huang family, he is now on the blacklist of all guilds. Thus, if nothing unexpected happens, he will have to face Ghost Star alone from now on. At the selection point on the outskirts of the safe zone of the city of Sacred Radiance, the protagonist wonders whether offending the Huang family really means that no guild will accept him, and whether his adventure will end before it even begins. At that moment, someone approaches and asks if he is having trouble choosing the best area to hunt monsters. It is the explorer Hu Yan, a level 29 seer, who says she can calculate the best location for him, costing only 100 star coins per attempt. Jiang stares at her, turns his back and says that he is an atheist. Hu asks him to wait and not leave, saying they can negotiate 80 or 30, or that she can also offer a free luck reading as an opening promotion, saying that there is no problem at all. Kai immediately turns back and asks if it is free, questioning whether he can still be superstitious now. Yan thinks that he only came back because it was free, considers him stingy, and decides to treat it as practice to refine her abilities. A light is emitted and Hu begins to observe, saying that he is in danger and that if he does not want to get involved in it, she suggests that he go to King's Valley. The protagonist thinks that he truly is in danger, since he risks becoming a target of the Huang family, but the rules within the safe zone prohibit eliminations, so the family cannot act easily against him there. Currently, the preferred location for novices to adventure is the Ashen Plains, intended for levels 1 to 10, but it is very likely that the Huang family will send people there to eliminate him. At the entrance of Taiping Mountain, Jiang walks through the area and thinks that the Taiping Mountain route is frequented only by explorers of level 15 or higher, and that if he went there now, he would certainly lose his life. King's Valley, on the other hand, is an area intended for characters of level 10 or higher, and with his current strength, he believes he can handle it, even if with some difficulty. The Huang family probably never thought to set an ambush there, since he cannot join any guild, so he will show them that he can face Ghost Star alone, and King's Valley will be his first objective. He thanks her for the guidance. Yan wonders why he is going alone to King's Valley, saying that the correct approach would be to go in a team, questioning what kind of place that is, and whether he is not practically asking to lose his life by heading there. She then decides to forget about it. After all, it is not her problem, and only hopes that he does not give her a 1-star review when he comes back. In King's Valley, the protagonist wonders whether that place is really King's Valley, and whether the monsters there are strong, until a noise is heard. A huge monster opens its mouth and attacks the nearby warriors, who fall to the ground. The system notifies that there is danger and informs that the monster is a giant strength black ape. The squad leader says that if everyone fights with determination, they can defeat it, and orders them to advance. They unleash their powers together, causing a huge impact, while Jiang stays hidden behind a tree and wonders if this is how team combat among explorers works, finding everything very intense. He observes that the monsters in King's Valley really do seem strong, and again asks himself whether he could handle them if he encountered them alone. Then Kai notices something. Apes are appearing nearby. The protagonist pulls back and comments that they really did appear, saying that he was just thinking about that and that it could not possibly be such an absurd coincidence. The system issues another danger alert, informing that they are black apes between levels 12 and 14. The Sky Sword Squad defeats the level 11 giant strength black ape, and the team celebrates. One of them comments that they managed to defeat a level 11 black ape without any casualties, and asks if they can already brag about this achievement, while the captain replies that they can. Then they notice something different. Jiang is fighting 3 apes alone, and they wonder if he accidentally trespassed into their territory. A warrior comments that there is someone over there facing 3 black apes. The archer observes that each of them is a higher level than the one they just defeated, and the mage asks if they should go help. The captain says that guy must have tried to show off and ended up attracting 3 at once, stating that he cannot defeat any of them now, and that it is better for them to leave immediately. At that moment, an explosion occurs and the level 12 ape is defeated. Kai is using the new weapon he received and thinks this is great, because the Destiny Pursuit ability increases the critical hit chance with each use, and on the 5th attempt, he finally landed an exceptional critical hit. The captain is indignant, saying that they had to fight with all their strength to defeat a single level 11 giant black ape, while that boy instantly defeated a level 12 one. The other 2 apes continue pursuing the protagonist. Then he looks back and attacks, defeating another level 13 ape. Jiang thinks this is excellent because this time, just the 10% critical hit chance from Destiny Pursuit was already enough to trigger an exceptional critical hit. The captain is even more shocked and asks if he eliminated another one. Kai thinks that now only 1 remains. The captain comments that the level 14 giant strength black ape is the strongest there and does not believe he can defeat it. The protagonist calculates that he has only 3 uses of Destiny Pursuit left, but his mental energy and stamina are almost exhausted, and he cannot keep running for much longer. There is no alternative but to risk everything and try to maximize the critical hit chance before being caught, betting that he can defeat it first. Jiang releases all his power, causing a massive impact. Kai realizes it worked, because by using everything he had, he truly took a gamble and landed a critical hit. The system notifies that he defeated a level 14 giant strength black ape. The captain, unable to believe it, asks if he really eliminated all 3 and comments that it would be difficult even for a team of more than a dozen people to defeat 3 giant strength black apes in succession, questioning who that person is. The protagonist feels relieved and thinks that he did not expect the monsters there to be as easy as he imagined. Now, with 3 monster corpses in hand, it seems that hunting monsters alone is not that difficult after all. Jiang quickly moves away, and the captain comments that the expert has already left, saying that he should definitely approach him if he encounters another expert of that level. He also questions who stopped the team from helping the expert from the beginning, and says that he deeply regrets it. In the Ashen Plains, there is another team in the area, and a voice asks if they saw that correctly: 3 martial arts apprentices, a soldier, and a medic. Someone who is being strangled asks whether that is not the renowned Black Tortoise Guild Eagle Squad of the Huang family, questioning why they would be in beginner areas like the Ashen Plains when they seem so strong. The medic comments that they searched the entire Ashen Plains and still could not find Jiang, and a martial arts apprentice says that he heard she was the last person to see him. The seer, still being strangled, asks why they want him. The warrior replies whether that is not common knowledge, and the partner beside her says that Kai offended the Huang family and that they were sent by the Huang family to take revenge. Yan confirms and says that he went to King's Valley and that they can find him there. The captain drops her to the ground and warns that if she dares to lie, she will be finalized when they return. 2 people there comment that the Eagle Squad is an elite team among the Huang family's level 20 explorers and that, facing such a powerful team, Jiang is definitely doomed. Hu hears this and says that for ill-mannered people, seers do not tell the truth, then adds that she just performed a secret divination for them and calculated that the most likely outcome of them going after the boy is their own finalization. One day later, the protagonist remarks to himself that things are going excellently, since he has defeated 16 giant strength black apes and finally reached level 6. He thinks that people say the corpse of a giant strength black ape is worth a fortune, and that although hunting them is difficult, as long as he keeps this up, his brother's medical expenses will be guaranteed. At that moment, a voice asks whether he wants to join them on a hunt, and he sees a hooded man accompanied by several armed men. The team captain explains that there are 3 teams hunting elite giant black apes together, and that if they succeed, they will split an elite chest, then asks whether he wants to participate. Jiang asks about the team hunt and says that he does not have a group since he is alone. The leader replies that this is not a problem, as they only need 1 more person. Near the mountains, there is a gathered group with several level 15 apes already finalized, and someone comments that there are 4 elite giant black apes in that area, guarding a cave where there is an elite chest. However, 4 elite black apes are extremely strong, and since there are only 3 teams, they need someone to lure one of the apes away. The teams present are teams 1, 2, and 3, and the captain explains that if he pulls one of them away, the 3 teams will eliminate the other 3, and then he can return to share the treasure chest with them. Kai thinks about the elite chest and remembers that people say these chests contain many valuable items, far more profitable than monster corpses, so he really needs to find a way to obtain that treasure. However, facing elite monsters that require a full team to defeat, they want him to lure one alone, which makes it clear that they do not intend for him to return alive, allowing the 3 teams to keep the chest that would normally require 4 teams. Having already stepped into this situation, refusing would probably not allow him to leave, so he agrees. The captain tells them to begin, and the warriors advance. The apes notice the movement, and the captain orders the plan to be carried out. The protagonist moves forward, drawing attention and saying that he is there, lures one ape, and starts running. The captain watches and comments that it is not bad, that the boy really managed it, thinking that this way they will have one less team to split the treasure with. An explosion occurs, and Kai keeps running, thinking that they are truly calculating. The attributes of these elite black apes are several times higher than those of ordinary apes, and any normal explorer would lose their life trying to lure one alone. But he is not a normal explorer. The protagonist attacks the ape with his overwhelming power, causing a massive explosion, and notifications appear, informing that the level 15 ape has been defeated. Jiang thinks this is incredible because he did not expect that not even an elite black ape could withstand his supercritical strike, and then decides that it is time to go after the treasure chest. Meanwhile, the warriors continue fighting the remaining apes, and the captain shouts for them to hold firm, saying that afterward they can split the chest. Jiang, for his part, moves silently from behind and enters the cave while the captain is struck in the midst of the battle. Kai enters the cave and sees something shining, thinking that he cannot believe he managed to get in so easily, and that there really is a treasure chest there, which seems to be worth a fortune, concluding that it was worth luring that level 15 elite black ape alone. Suddenly, a liquid drips onto his shoulder and an ape appears, landing heavily on the ground. The protagonist wonders whether there is also a level 20 elite black ape inside the cave and whether they failed to detect it before the fight. The system issues a danger alert identifying an earth elemental monster, elite giant black ape strength level 20. Jiang realizes that the monster has completely blocked the exit and understands that there is no other option but to fight. Kai attacks the monster's eyes, but the ape remains unharmed. The protagonist wonders whether even striking the eyes is insufficient to deal damage. New notifications appear informing that the current attacks cannot penetrate the target's surface defense and cause no damage at all. Jiang thinks that Chase Fate can only penetrate 9 points of defense, which is not enough to surpass that monster's 23 points, functioning similarly to the case of the Wolf King, and wonders where he should attack first since he needs to break the defense to be able to deal damage. At that moment, the ape advances and violently hurls him away. Kai coughs and thinks that it hurts far too much. The gap in attributes is simply too great, and he wonders if he's going to lose his life there. The ape grips him in its hand, and the protagonist thinks that dying in Ghost Star carries a penalty, allowing access to Ghost Star, again, only after 1 month. If that happens, he will immediately lose the 1-month agreement with Commander Wei, and in that case he, along with his brother and sister, will be forced to rely on the military. But at that moment, he feels extremely sleepy. In Jiang's mind appears the memory of when he was little and being carried by his older brother, who told him not to fall asleep and that he had to stay awake. That happened 10 years ago on the battlefield of the Beast God. In the present, Kai is still in the ape's hand and wonders why he is thinking about drifting off to sleep. The ape opens its enormous mouth to devour him, and the protagonist thinks that on that Beast God battlefield, his older brother risked his own life to save him and his sister. So how could he give up now? Jiang begins to release a tremendous aura around his body. The ape throws him into its mouth and seems delighted until it feels something strange, and then its head explodes. The ape collapses to the ground. The system notifies that the ape has been defeated. Kai thinks that he succeeded, because although the earth element black ape has an extremely high surface defense, its internal defense, through the mouth, is not that strong. As long as he attacks the inside of the mouth, there is no need to penetrate defense. Just like when they injured the Wolf King before killing it. After that, the elite chest now belongs to him. Half an hour later, the teams also defeat the apes and celebrate the victory. They say that it was thanks to that boy who lured one of them away that they were not all wiped out, but they believe that the boy was certainly finalized. The captain comments that this is great because if that kid died, there will be one less person to split the treasure. They enter the cave and the captain orders them to advance, saying that the treasure chest is waiting inside. Everyone widens their eyes when they realize there is nothing ahead. The captain asks what is going on, where the treasure chests are, and why the elite chest is gone. One of the warriors says he remembers seeing that boy sneak into the cave while they were fighting, and the captain asks why he did not say that earlier. The warrior replies that at the time he thought he was hallucinating because he did not believe the boy could survive. The others ask if that means they worked for nothing, and say that even without finding the treasure chest, they still have to pay wages, and that he owes several months of pay. The captain becomes furious and asks if, in the end, they were deceived by that boy, saying that this is completely insane. Elsewhere in King's Valley, the protagonist thinks that he should have shaken those people off by now, and then decides to check what is inside the chest. Jiang looks and notices many items, saying that there are lots of ores and equipment. He thinks that equipment and ores are worth far more in Ghost Star than monster corpses, and that now they are going to be rich. Then Kai notices something else, another piece of equipment. The protagonist puts on the gloves and wonders what kind of equipment they are, whether they are offensively focused, and decides to test them. After putting them on, he feels lighter and stronger and wonders if that equipment increases agility and strength. He decides to attack to test it. Jiang delivers a strike and flames are released along with the attack. Kai thinks that an ordinary flame appeared on the short dagger, concluding that it is equipment that adds a common flame to weapons. In Ghost Star, there are many types of flames, and special flames can cause different levels of damage in combat. Ordinary flames deal very little damage and are almost useless, serving only for lighting or cooking food. He wonders if it is only good for barbecue now. A very loud noise is heard and the protagonist becomes alert, wondering what that sound is. Something approaches, and it is several level 18 apes. Jiang wonders if he accidentally hit them while testing the gloves. Kai moves to attack and thinks that before, he already had difficulty dealing with just one earth element black ape, and now there are 4. He will have to do the same as before, focusing attacks inside their mouths. When the protagonist tries to attack the inside of a mouth, the ape closes it, and new notifications appear informing that it was not possible to penetrate the defense, causing no damage at all. Jiang thinks that this is not good at all and wonders if these apes really know how to protect their mouths when being attacked. The apes chase after him, and Jiang thinks that even if they open their mouths now, Destiny Pursuit is not strong enough to eliminate all 4. He wonders if he's going to lose his life there that day. The flames strike the apes, causing them to take damage. Kai observes carefully and wonders how those flames spread in that way. The flames continue expanding around the apes until a terrifying explosion occurs. One of the apes screams in pain as it is burned alive, while the others can only watch, unable to react. The protagonist thinks that it has turned into a gigantic inferno and wonders what exactly is happening. The flames weaken for a moment, the ape becomes paralyzed, and then an even more violent explosion erupts. Jiang is completely confused and wonders why all the black apes were suddenly finalized, commenting that he thinks he just saw the fire damage jump from 10 to 2,000 points. He wonders if 2,000 is simply 200 times 10, and whether those ordinary flames from the gloves can inherit the 200 times critical damage multiplier, in addition to spreading and dealing area damage. The protagonist reflects that although flames are weak by nature, as long as the monster has no fire resistance, the damage completely ignores defense. If the Inferno burns for 2,000 damage per second, then that equipment is basically an exclusive area damage artifact. If there is no longer any need to worry about penetrating defenses, then he can advance without restraint. That night, the giant strength black apes of Kings Valley experienced the darkest moment of their lives as apes. They had never seen anyone capable of roasting them like frogs using nothing but ordinary flames, nor a demonic barbecue master who left no living prey within a 10-mile radius. The next day, when the smoke finally dissipates, the protagonist comments that this is great. He eliminated dozens of giant black apes during the night and finally leveled up. At the moment, the flame damage from the gloves is already practically unbeatable as area damage against level 20 monsters, and he also obtained 10 elite treasure chests. The enormous pile of black ape corpses will certainly be worth a fortune. Jiang watches everything in silence and thinks that playing solo is extremely lonely, deeply missing fighting alongside his 2 partners. He wonders how they are doing now and believes that, with the military support, they are probably doing better than he is. In another area of Kings Valley, Yuan is irritated and asks why everything has become deserted, wanting to know which bastard wiped out all the black apes in the area. He says he has not found a single black ape for days and wonders how they are supposed to survive like this. Sue comments that she really misses the efficiency of their former partner, when he used to guide them to defeat monsters with ease. Someone approaches and tells them to stop complaining. It is Li Biao, a level 38 knight, who explains that the reason they defeated monsters so easily before was because they were in the beginner test area and that for their current level as novices, this is already a high-level monster zone. He states that if Jiang had really taken them to Kings Valley, the situation could have been even worse. He says he will spend some time training them there, not listening to complaints, and orders them to continue searching for black apes. The 2 can only think about how much they still miss Kai. 3 days later, a team kills a few apes, and someone comments that it is strange to say this, but they have been in Kings Valley for several days, and have only encountered those few ordinary black apes. He says that killing some ordinary giant strength black apes is very easy for them, and the partner beside him comments that young Master Huang ordered them to eliminate that boy, and that this seems like an exaggeration. A blonde youth says that killing one alone is nothing special. They observe the devastated surroundings, and the blonde remarks that a few days ago, they saw a Grandmaster single-handedly eliminate 3 giant strength black apes. The archer agrees and says that scene was truly incredible. The captain of the other group asks what is so remarkable about that, saying that for people like them, low-level players, It probably looks even more impressive. The blonde continues eating calmly. The captain then shows a photo of Kai and says that it does not matter, asking whether he has seen that person in King's Valley. The blonde replies that it is a coincidence because that is precisely the Grand Master they were talking about, the man who single-handedly faced 3 giant-strength black apes. The redhead asks if he is blind and tells him to look more closely, saying that this is just a level 5 novice. The captain agrees and tells him to stop talking nonsense just because he is jealous of them. The blonde throws away the apple he was eating and says that if they do not believe him, they can go find the Grand Master because they just saw him about to leave King's Valley. The captain asks if that means he is still around. They immediately draw their weapons and tell everyone to move quickly, saying that they have been wandering through that devastated place for days and that it is finally time to give an explanation to the young master and finally eliminate that boy. The archer asks whether they are really going to pick a fight with the Grand Master, and the mage comments that, judging from his aura, it is clear he's a low-profile master who practices seclusion, adding that people with arrogant attitudes usually end up as cannon fodder in stories. At that moment, the exit of King's Valley is crowded with people. A voice complains about having bad luck and asks why they did not encounter a single black ape that time, saying they heard there was a forest fire and that everything was burned, so now all that remains is to wait for them to respawn before entering again. The companion agrees, saying that in any case, everyone has to wait, since it is not as if someone could have cleared everything alone. At that instant, the protagonist, the very person responsible for clearing the entire area, passes by thinking that after defeating the black apes in 3 days, his level rose to 10, and he obtained 19 elite treasure chests, finally able to return to the city of Sheng to sell them. Suddenly, someone tells him to stop right there. Jiang turns around and sees the captain accompanied by his team, saying that he hid for so many days and made them search everywhere. The people around are shocked and ask what the hell is going on, questioning whether that is not the 5 Falcon Squad of the Huang family's Black Tortoise Guild, and how that boy managed to attract the attention of such an elite squad. Kai asks if they are talking about the Huang family, if that is the Black Tortoise Guild, and if they were sent by the Huang family to find him. The captain replies that he is asking the obvious and questions whether he has already forgotten whom he offended during the beginner test, saying that as an insignificant piece of trash, he dared to offend the young master. He states that they are there to take his life. The protagonist moves swiftly and replies that during the beginner test, Huang was the one who attacked first and that he merely fought back, asking whether they are sure they want to attack him. The team advances without hesitation, saying they do not care about who is right or wrong and asking whether he knows what the reward for this is. Jiang begins to release flames around his body and says that since they chose to ignore right and wrong in exchange for profit, then he no longer needs to hold back either. The warriors dodge and the captain comments that not a single projectile hit. He asks whether that small flame was his ability. The girl says that now she truly doubts that the young master was finalized by that trash, because fighting with ordinary flames with such low damage is embarrassing. She thought he was strong and even mocks him, asking if that was meant to light cigarettes for people. The protagonist says that those flames are a bit weak at the moment and asks whether he could increase their damage a little. The flames immediately intensify, triggering a massive explosion. The warriors grow worried about the captain, but end up being burned alive. The others, even while facing flames that previously seemed weak, are also consumed as the damage keeps increasing due to the huge explosion. The system notifies that the explorer Jiang annihilated the 5 Falcon Squad and can plunder the team's experience. People around ask what is happening to this world. Kai comments that since everyone was in such a hurry to offer themselves up, he will accept this filial offering. The crowd is utterly shocked and asks what the hell he is, and whether this boy really wiped out the 5 Falcon Squad by himself. They state that these were elite level 20 squads, and that if they had not witnessed him eliminate the team with ordinary flames, they would have thought it was all staged. They wonder who this boy is, and when they press their wrist devices, they realize they cannot see his attributes, questioning how that is possible. Some speculate that he must be a great fire mage using items to block external detection, while others agree, saying that must be it, even claiming that he could very well be the god of fire. The protagonist thinks that he leveled up twice and is now level 12, and asks the artificial intelligence why it cannot detect all of his attributes. The AI replies that, due to the gambler's doubling talent, many bonus attributes have increased, creating an enormous stat gap between him and others of the same level, making evaluation via external wrist devices impossible. Jiang asks if that is really the case and concludes that it is good they cannot detect him, as it prevents attracting envy and unwanted attention. At the item exchange post in the city of Sheng on Ghost Star, a voice says that he would like to sell the equipment he obtained. The attendant, drowsy and leaning on her arm, wonders whether another poor novice showed up again and imagines that her performance today will be terrible once more. Kai says he does not have much and asks her to calculate the value. The attendant questions how much someone who looks that poor could possibly sell, until she widens her eyes upon seeing the numerous finalization cards. The protagonist explains that the stack contains dozens of giant-strength black ape corpses he obtained, in addition to that batch. Jiang then shows the chests and says they are the 19 elite treasure chests he acquired, asking whether she can still see them and how much everything can be sold for. The attendant, eyes wide, wonders whether this young man is from a hunting factory and why, when others sell items one by one, he is selling everything in batches. She quickly straightens up, grows excited, and tells him not to worry, saying that by coincidence she is the best seller there and will calculate everything that very day, thinking that an important client like this must be secured at all costs. She starts calculating on the calculator, breathing rapidly, and reports that for this important client, the corpse cards can be sold for 10,000 yuan, while the elite treasure chests and their contents can be sold for 170,000, bringing the total to 180,000 Ghost Star coins. Kai is shocked when he remembers that Ghost Star coins are the common currency of that world and that one Ghost Star coin can be exchanged for 10 Sheng coins. Doing the math, he realizes that comes out to 1,800,000, enough to cover his brother's medical expenses. He realizes that the bet he made with Commander Wei to take good care of his older brother has also been fulfilled, making it unnecessary to join the army and allowing him to return to Earth to arrange his brother's hospitalization. At that moment, someone asks him to wait and says it is the same person who asked to read his fortune last time, reminding him that she recommended going to King's Valley, where he clearly had an excellent harvest and even ended up fooling some ill-mannered people. The protagonist confirms that going to King's Valley truly helped him a lot, thanks her, and the seer asks whether he could grant her a small favor because of that. Jiang replies that of course he can, since she helped him so much. Yan says that this is great, that she herself wants to join his team, and asks if he can allow her to fight alongside him from now on. Jiang simply walks away and says goodbye, telling her until next time. The seer asks if he is leaving already and comments that he is really very pragmatic, saying that, as expected, there is nothing new about him. After all, he is a character considered trash by the military, so why would anyone want him? She says she knows he likes free things and asks if he wants the equipment she is using. She says she can give everything to him for free since this might be the last time she enters Ghost Star. Kai asks what she means by last time, questions whether she is also poor, whether she plans to quit the game for good, and whether she no longer wants to make money in Ghost Star. Yan replies that she does want to, but cannot earn anything, and asks what team would accept someone who can only divine things during battle. She explains that back then, when the military classified Feng Masters as powerful professions, she followed the trend, reached level 20, and became a seer. However, the initial talent of a Feng Master only enhances perception of time, location, and harmony, and after becoming a diviner, she gained only the divination ability. Later, when the military realized that seers had no practical combat abilities, they were abandoned. Because they were too weak, no one wanted to team up with them, causing their levels to stagnate. With no one to form teams and hunt monsters with, they could only wander Ghost Star every day. If they returned to Earth to scavenge or do manual labor, at least they would not be left without resources. The protagonist comments that this would be very difficult, saying that his brother's body could not endure that and that she, being a girl, would also not be able to withstand it. Yan asks what she should do if she cannot handle it and says that on Earth she has a younger brother and sister, being the only pillar of the family, with no luxury of collapsing. At that moment, Jiang remembers his older brother who, even exhausted, always said he could handle it. Kai thinks that back then his older brother was the same, wanting to develop Ghost Star and swearing to defeat the beast god in the future. But after adopting him and his sister, he became afraid that no one would take care of them, gave up the opportunity to come to Ghost Star, and ended up pushing his own body to the limit. The seer asks if he wants her equipment, and says that if he does, she will go to the warehouse to fetch everything, since in any case she needs to return to deal with real life, and this time she intends to disconnect permanently. The protagonist asks her to wait, gives his name, and says that she is logging out now, but not permanently. He says that the next time she logs in, if she can still find him, they can form a team. Yan is completely stunned, starts trembling, and asks if he is serious. Jiang keeps walking and replies that if he lied to her, he would never make money in his life. The seer, with tears filling her eyes, says that he is far too stingy and cares so much about money that if he dared to say that, then it must be true. She runs over to hug him, saying that he is really a good person. Kai blocks the hug and asks what she is talking about. At the slum residence, the protagonist tells his siblings that they no longer need to work because he earned money. The two get excited and ask if it is true. The sister asks where the money came from and whether it is something illegal. Jiang asks what she is talking about and explains that he got everything in Ghost Star. He says that the older brother's surgery can be scheduled for the next day and that she can return to school and study properly. The older brother comments that this time it must have been very difficult for him. Jiang replies that it is nothing, that compared to the effort his brother put into raising 2 orphans, this is not even worth mentioning. He tells him not to worry because the brother was always the one who worked hard, but now that he has this ability, he will ensure that everyone lives a good life. They toast to celebrate until the phone rings. It is the commander who says that he won the bet and asks if he has time now, informing him that he will send someone to pick him up later to show him something, and telling him not to forget to go. Outside the safe zone of the Shengyao realm, on the battlefield of the Beast God, everything is in ruins, with collapsed buildings everywhere. The protagonist comments that after so many years, he wonders if the city where he lived as a child became like that. At that moment, Jiang notices something strange and says that he does not understand why he was summoned. An extremely loud noise echoes, more buildings begin to collapse, and a giant monster approaches. Warriors fight the monster, leading Jiang to ask whether that is an extraordinary creature fighting against the Beast God. Currently, in Ghost Star, explorers have a watershed every 20 levels, divided into 6 stages. Explorers from level 1 to 80, although they can become stronger after advancing and undergoing job transfers, have their power limited, being able to use it only within Ghost Star. For extraordinary beings, however, the situation is different. When an explorer enters the stage between level 81 and 121 and becomes an extraordinary being, a qualitative change occurs because the power that previously could only be used within Ghost Star undergoes a transformation. An explosion occurs and the 3 warriors stare at the scene, all enveloped by an extremely powerful aura. The emergence of this surreal power represents not only a huge revolution in the military history of humanity, but also the greatest challenge it currently faces. As the most effective means of combating the Beast God, the 3 warriors attack together. The protagonist comments that it is extremely strong, and Wei confirms that it is, asking whether he knew that this was only an ordinary Beast God, and saying that they still have to deal with enemies of this level. He states that they have already sacrificed 2 extraordinary beings. Jiang is surprised to hear this, and the commander says that humanity's situation is not good, telling him not to forget to remain vigilant just because he spent a long time in the safe zone. He adds that Jiang won the bet this time, that he will honor the promise and will not force him. As for the Huang family, he says that he personally warned them not to interfere with him. He says it may seem strange that Jiang is receiving so much attention, but that he trusts his own intuition, because he feels that Jiang may become a great powerhouse in the future, perhaps strong enough to help the entire city. At that moment, it begins to rain and the 3 warriors manage to eliminate the beast. The commander continues, saying that in this apocalypse, his only wish is to protect his family. After all, joining the army means going to the battlefield, and the battlefield is truly dangerous. He states that the rise and fall of the nation concerns everyone, and that someone must stand up to fight these monsters. Perhaps one day, he himself will fall on the battlefield, but as a citizen of Shang, if he can give his life for the country and for everyone, he will do so willingly. He asks Jiang not to interfere with his choice, but hopes that if the city is in danger in the future, when Jiang has the ability, he can fight for Shang. After recovering on Earth for a few days, Kai returns to Ghost Star, to the city of Shang. The protagonist thinks that he did not expect the commander to have such high expectations of him, and wonders whether he will really be able to become strong enough in the future and why he cares so much about Shang. Jiang decides to set that aside and thinks that he needs to focus on himself first. The giant monkey in King's Valley is no longer a challenge, and it is time to hunt the next monster. The system then displays an elite monster, the Phantom Banshee, described as capable of dealing extremely high damage and instantly eliminating explorers. Its attacks have a fear effect and it has a ghostly appearance. Fear induction. The Banshee's scream immobilizes explorers within a 10-meter radius, causing intense fear. Ghostly physique. Only attacks originating from a distance of up to 10 meters can deal damage to the Banshee. Kai assesses that it is an extremely powerful monster, because within 10 meters it can instantly eliminate through fear, while beyond that distance, it becomes invulnerable. The protagonist sighs, walks away, and thinks that this monster seems far more troublesome than the giant gorilla, and that he will need to find some teammates. The seer is also there, sleeping while standing, completely exhausted. Jiang asks if she has not been waiting in that place since the last time she logged out. Yan replies that she knew he would return and that she had been waiting for him all those days. Kai says that he will always remember that. The seer asks if they are going to hunt monsters now and says that she found a very competent teammate for him, calculating that he would be useful in helping with the hunt, asking whether he wants to meet him. Kai asks whether he is really useful in hunting monsters or if he's just a drunk. At that moment, a young man approaches with drinks hanging from his clothes, saying that his name is Ruin Yu and that he is a drunk. The protagonist immediately runs away, saying that he does not want him. The seer comments that he is still so pragmatic and asks him to take the teammate along, saying that he is hardworking and very obedient. Ruin remains watching in silence. Yan adds that the teammate can also cook, give massages, and even said that as long as he is accepted into the team, he is willing to take no share of the profits after joining. Jiang widens his eyes, immediately steps up to Yu, introduces himself, and declares that the moment he saw him for the first time, he knew he was talented, saying that from that moment on, he is part of the team. He states that today, as captain, he will not hesitate to lead everyone in the hunt for the Phantom Banshee. After all, from now on, they are a family and must move forward together. Ruin asks whether the captain is really that troublesome, and the seer replies that he is, saying that if he does not treat someone like family, it is because of the fee, since the captain is extremely stingy. In the Phantom Banshee's territory in King's Valley, the elite monster opens the door and, shrouded in an overwhelming aura, the level 20 ghostly monster begins to move. They observe from behind a bush, and the protagonist comments that the Banshee is several times stronger than the giant monkey, and that if they are discovered, they will be instantly eliminated, so they must maintain absolute silence. He also warns that only attacks made within 10 meters can harm the Banshee, so they need to stay quiet and find an opportunity to approach stealthily. Someone calls out to him and Jiang tells Yan to be quiet while the seer looks confused. The voice calls again and Kai repeats for her to be quiet, but Yan replies that she was not talking. Kai asks if she was not the one calling him until Ruin appears, lying on a fallen log on the ground, drinking, calling the captain and asking him to come see what he found. The protagonist becomes irritated and the phantom monster approaches to attack them, opening its enormous mouth. Jiang asks what Yu is doing and whether Yan did not say he would be useful in hunting monsters, and the seer replies that she said that only casually. The phantom releases its fear-inducing scream, the surroundings become strange, and the system notifies an abnormal status, fear state. Kai comments that this monster is far too terrifying and that he cannot move at all, while Yan says they cannot defeat it and may only be able to wait for death. The phantom keeps its mouth wide open, and Ruin also advances, asking how such beauty can exist and how she dares to ask whether he is looking for her. Yu strikes the beast and says that it must be fate that brought them together, calling her a beautiful lady. He runs his hand over her face and comments that her tender skin is incredibly soft, adding that in truth, the one feeling fear now is the phantom. The system notifies that fear has been dispelled, and the protagonist wonders what is happening and whether he is controlling the Banshee. He thinks that the Banshee's terrifying scream must also have a cooldown, deciding to speed things up and finish it quickly. The ghostly beast falls to the ground while Yu remains on top of it, saying to let him give her a French kiss and declaring that from now on she will be his wife. Suddenly, a terrible explosion occurs, and after the smoke dissipates, Ruin falls to the ground asking where his wife is. Jiang says that it is already over, and the seer comments that the captain defeated the elite Banshee with a single blow. Yu kneels on the ground and calls them monsters for blowing up the wife he had just married, saying she was the only love of his life and that he will never love again. The protagonist asks whether he usually has episodes like that when he is drunk, and Yan replies that he does, saying that he is an incurable drunk, unable to avoid alcohol and prone to becoming even worse when drunk. She goes to retrieve the Banshee's elite treasure chest and corpse card, while Jiang thinks that Ruin was also affected earlier by the Banshee's fear scream and wonders why, even while affected by fear, he managed to counterattack. He reflects that the most detestable aspect of drunks is the loss of control over consciousness, but that this seemingly fatal flaw might allow one to ignore the Banshee's fear, concluding that this means something important. The seer approaches with the chest in hand, and Kai thinks that Yu is simply a natural artifact used to draw the Banshee's fear scream. Yan, confused, wonders why the captain is suddenly smiling so maliciously. In another Banshee lair, the phantom approaches. Someone moves quickly, and the monster notices. The protagonist orders his partner to advance, and Ruin charges forward. The phantom releases its fear scream, but Yu keeps approaching, asking why she is drooling when she sees him, and whether she desires him, saying that by coincidence, he also desires her. Ruin hugs her, and Jiang thinks that this is perfect because the ability has indeed been refined, and now they can attack up close. Yu, mounted atop the phantom, says that upon meeting her, he fell in love again and that tonight they will rekindle the small flame of love. Kai releases his power against the enemy, causing another explosion. Yu remains standing, calling them damned once more for blowing up his fiancée, before collapsing to the ground, knocking his head. The protagonist says they need to hunt the next Banshee quickly before he sobers up, and the seer agrees. Over the next 3 hours, another explosion occurs, and Ruin shouts for them not to blow up his new wife, saying that his 23rd wife has once again been destroyed by those two beasts, while the two of them open yet another treasure chest. Meanwhile, Jiang keeps blowing up ghosts and collecting chests, saying that this is incredible, because he never imagined he could obtain 35 elite Banshee treasure chests thanks to Ruin, completely wiping out all the Banshees in King's Valley. Yan says she never imagined efficiency on that level. Jiang comments that after eliminating 35 elite Banshees, he himself leveled up twice, reaching level 14. and that the only price paid was a broken-hearted Yu. Admitting that Yan was right to say he was useful, Yan agrees and says they can consider this a way to help him develop psychological resilience after breaking up with his girlfriend. Ruin asks what training psychological resilience is, and says that the two of them are real scoundrels. Kai thinks it was not only that because he also collected 2 skill cards in the Banshee lair that allow learning extra skills. The first skill is Rain Prayer, usable by those with strong mental power, capable of summoning a large-scale torrential rain. And when the terrain is suitable, even high-level specialists can create lakes and rivers out of nothing, making it extremely effective in real combat. He says that Yan is already level 29 and has greater mental power than them, so this skill should go to her. Yan asks if they are skill cards and whether that is true, thanks him emotionally, and says that she finally has a skill besides divination, that she is finally no longer someone useless who can only predict during battles, declaring that from now on he will forever be her big brother, asking him to accept this bow from his little sister. The protagonist tells her not to do that because it is something she deserves. Yan, with a bump on her head, raises the card into the air and says she is no longer useless. Jiang thinks that the other skill is a single skill point intended for a hidden class. The system notifies that by using this skill point, it is possible to activate an additional skill for a hidden class, but that this skill can only be used once and will disappear afterward. Kai decides to activate it, thinking that even if it is single use, if it is an exclusive hidden class skill, then it is worth testing. New notifications appear congratulating the hidden class player for activating the extra skill Casino Pickpocket. Once this skill is activated for each nearby explorer who focuses on the player, he will steal 1,000th of the target's total attributes and add them to his own, but after 30 minutes, both the skill and the additional attributes will be removed. Jiang asks whether the effect of the skill is only that, and the system replies that it is. Kai becomes irritated and questions whether such a precious single-use skill can only steal 1,000th of someone's total attributes, saying that he now has a little over 200 total stats, which would yield only 2 points per person, asking what the point of that would be. Ruin asks what is wrong with himself and says he was sleeping, not knowing why he feels a pang of sadness. The seer asks if he forgot that he lost more than 35 wives the night before. Yu remembers what happened, starts vomiting, and apologizes to the captain, saying that he is being a burden because as a drunk he cannot stop drinking, and that if the captain is not satisfied with that, he can leave the team. Someone approaches bringing equipment, and the protagonist asks what he is talking about, saying that he was a hero that night and that the equipment is his, stating that without him, they would probably have been instantly eliminated by the Banshees countless times because he is the essence of that team. Ruin refuses, saying that just letting him join the team was already enough. Jiang insists that he accept it, saying that he will not mistreat a teammate no matter what happens, and that besides, the partner will also receive some equipment. The seer looks at him as if facing a prince, with a flower in her mouth, calling him to go get the equipment as well. The two ask together if this is real and say that they will follow him from now on, in life and in death. At the item exchange post of Ghost Star, a voice comments that another important client has arrived and that this is incredible because that day the total value of Monster Corp sales and treasure chests reached 840,000 Ghost Star coins. The protagonist thinks this is excellent and says that this is equivalent to 8.4 million Holy Radiance coins, more than enough to cover the future expenses of his brother and Yingzi. In the locker room of the trading post, Jiang thinks that not only are their living expenses now secured, but after selling the spoils of war, he also ended up with 2 extremely useful pieces of equipment. One of them is the Night Hunter trousers, which form a set with the Night Hunter cloak he obtained earlier, allowing stealth and the ability to pass unnoticed. The second item is the Phantom Leather Armor, capable of vanishing at critical moments to avoid fatal attacks. The effect of the gloves has also been identified, and the flames on them truly can inherit critical damage, making them a genuine divine artifact. He feels far stronger than before and believes that even if he were to face explorers of level 20 or above, he has absolute confidence that he could win. Ruin runs over and says that he modified Chasing Fate for him, explaining that he needs to observe the effect first. Jiang looks at him in shock and asks what he is doing, questioning whether this is some kind of revenge for having blown up his 35 wives. The weapon approaches Kai's face dangerously, and Ruin tells it to come back, making it instantly return to his hand. He explains that he noticed Kai often needs to recover Chasing Fate during combat, which is very problematic. So he added a powerful magnetic function to the weapon. Now, after throwing it, it is possible to use a magnet to pull Chasing Fate back. The protagonist becomes excited and asks if this is serious, whether this means he no longer has to worry about the weapon's recovery time. Moreover, he realizes that when Chasing Fate is pulled back, it can also deal damage to targets while flying. He did not expect Yu to be a modification genius, and Yu replies that he learned everything by himself, asking whether it is really that good. Jiang answers that he swears to God. At that moment, a sound is heard and it begins to rain. Kai asks what is going on, and Ruin asks whether he is lying to himself. The seer approaches and says that she learned the basics of the rain prayer, although it still does not seem very useful. The protagonist asks how that skill could be useless, and tells her to look at the people around them, who are all hiding from the rain because of her. He explains that if she can intensify the rain to the point of seriously hindering the enemy's movement, they will become living targets, and she will be able to eliminate whoever she wants. Yan asks if this is serious, and whether it can really be that useful, saying that she will definitely practice the rain prayer diligently. Jiang thinks that now that Yu can participate directly in battles and she has the rain prayer, not only he, but the entire team has become much stronger. Some warriors pass by complaining about the rain, saying that all the equipment they were carrying to the island got soaked, and asking whether the Huang family will punish them for being late. Kai hears this and starts wondering about the Huang family, so he asks them to wait, calls out to the three older brothers and says that since they mentioned the Huang family, there is something he needs to ask. The warriors mock him, asking whether his family has no internet access, and explain that the Huang family's Xuanwu Guild will take 200,000 people to Everfrost Island to hunt a king-level boss. They say that defeating this boss could help expand the country's territory in Ghost Star, and that besides the Huang family, many other explorers will be participating to eliminate the monsters. They state that everyone bears responsibility for the rise and fall of the nation, and ask whether he does not even know such important news, telling them to hurry up, because if they keep paying attention to an idiot, they will be punished for being late. The protagonist wonders whether the Huang family is really hunting a boss in the name of the country, and whether that means Huang will also go. He thinks that now that the beast god is devastating the earth, every country can only resist by obtaining resources from Ghost Star. However, the resources of Ghost Star are occupied by various bosses, and only by defeating these bosses can territories be expanded and supplies obtained. Monsters in Ghost Star are classified by levels, from the lowest to the highest, and among them, king-level bosses are terrifying existences that require hundreds of thousands of people to fight together. He wonders whether the Huang family is truly leading the Xuanwu Guild to contribute to the country's war effort. Jiang continues reflecting that perhaps the Huang family has truly reformed and become people who care about the world, as Commander Ji said, but the rise and fall of the nation concerns everyone, and someone must stand up to face these monsters. He asks himself whether, since Huang is doing this, he too should go to Everfrost Island and contribute to the country. Ghost Star Island, Everfrost. Kai and his team walk forward, and the seer comments that he comes and goes whenever he wants, asking whether he did not buy any suitable clothes for the cold. The protagonist replies that at the beginning he did not expect it to be this cold. Someone shouts, asking what kind of idiot team they are and whether they do not know that one cannot walk on the lake before the battle begins. Jiang replies that this is also their first time there and asks why they cannot walk. The warrior snaps back, asking what kind of novices they are, and explains that, as everyone knows, the bottom of Everfrost Island is a monster lair, questioning whether they do not know that walking on the ice like that will disturb the sirens swimming below. At that moment, a monster rises from the ground, revealing a bipedal triton of level 22. They are startled and ask what that is. The warriors call them idiots and say that a level 22 triton requires at least a team of 20 players to be defeated. They remind them that tritons are specialists in close combat, and that once entangled by one of them, especially at close range and at that level, the situation is practically a guaranteed execution. The two become worried about the captain. The monster charges forward, and the system notifies that the phasing has been completed. The protagonist comments that he thought it would be something impressive, but in the end, it was just a detail. Jiang attacks the Triton, causing a huge explosion. The warriors are shocked and ask whether he simply avoided the inevitable close-quarters combat, saying that a level 22 Triton, which would require an entire team, was instantly eliminated. Jiang comments that after stretching his muscles, he's no longer cold. Kai thinks that his current strength is 76 points and that, counting a critical hit, this represents at least 15,200 damage, without even considering the critical damage bonus from Chasing Fate. Even making a conservative estimate based on his current minimum critical damage, his damage is already at a level 20 tier, whether against monsters or against other explorers. The system notifies him to retrieve it into storage, and the protagonist also thinks that neither of the two would be able to withstand a single critical hit from him. The seer says that she collected the Triton's corpse for him. Jiang thanks her and says that they will disembark quickly. Taking advantage of the moment, he asks the three older brothers whether they happen to know where Huang is. The warriors reply by asking what he is talking about and say that they are not exactly older brothers, but rather younger brothers, the youngest of the youngest. Even so, by coincidence, they know where the young master is and can show the way. Somewhere on Everfrost Island, the protagonist thinks that he did not want to involve the two in the conflict between him and Huang, which is why he did not bring them along, and wonders whether those three really said that Huang was there. He thinks that he wanted to talk to him alone, but cannot find him until someone approaches. Jiang looks and realizes that it is Huang. He says that after hearing that Huang came to hunt the boss for the good of the country, he began to see him in a different light and thinks that they can set aside past grudges, saying that he is also willing to contribute to the efforts on Everfrost Island. At that instant, Kai notices something. It is Huang trying to strike him, but the protagonist manages to dodge by a narrow margin. He asks what Huang is doing and says that he came to reconcile. Huang sneers, asking about reconciliation, and says that he was the first one eliminated by him, that he went through so much psychological therapy after that, questioning whether he now thinks they can simply reconcile like this. He states that he knows how much he desired revenge after being publicly eliminated last time and says that the military ordered his family not to touch him, asking how that could be accepted. Wang says that he voluntarily joined the campaign to hunt the king-level boss, and that he wanted to use this merit to pressure the military into no longer protecting him. Jiang asks whether his objective in hunting the king-level boss was only that. Wang answers that it was, but that he did not expect him to come looking for him. He states that, in any case, with the great battle approaching, he can defeat him first and then use the military merits obtained by defeating the boss to atone for his sins before the army. Kai comments that he was overthinking things and did not expect him to still be so petty, but says that if they want to eliminate him, they had better come all at once. After all, the Falcon 5 squad was annihilated by him alone. The warriors respond that he only eliminated the Falcon 5 squad because he had the secret protection of the military. They claim that the young master is at level 10, equipped with a full rank S set, and ask why they would need help to eliminate him, until some warriors ask them to wait and question how that boy is at the same level as the young master, having reached level 14 so quickly. At that moment, an explosion occurs. Huang begins to burn and asks what is happening, while the other men around him also panic, questioning what just happened. The protagonist says that the young master is already doomed and that if he does not want to end things this way, then he should not stand in his way. Huang is engulfed in flames and claims that he has not yet been finished, explaining that his equipment can cap his HP at 1% and prevent instant execution, but that he has already reached the limit. He tells the two of them to hurry up and finish him off, making sure to torture him until execution. Jiang asks whether they really still want to throw their lives away and comments that this is perfect, because he will test chasing fate with the upgraded magnetic core. The weapon is thrown, but the warriors manage to dodge and mock him, asking whether he threw so many darts and missed them all, what kind of aim that is, and whether he is not getting scared, with his hands trembling just because they are around level 30. They advance, and Kai, with a terrifying aura around his body, says that he has never heard of that and asks whether the nail that sticks out really is the one that gets hammered. Flames spread and a terrible explosion occurs. The warriors watch in horror and ask how those darts came back, how that boy, being only level 10, managed to do that. One of them, fallen to the ground and completely burned, screams for them to finish him immediately. The protagonist advances and says that it is not over yet. Jiang throws the dart again, striking the opponent head-on, as flames spread around his body and trigger another huge explosion. The other two warriors panic, asking what kind of ability that is, how the damage can be so high, and whether that boy is some kind of weak god in disguise. Huang curses them as idiots and asks whether they cannot see that he excels at long-range attacks, ordering them to attack together, since the two of them only need to get close to him. Huang thinks that he must be of the Eliminator class, specialized in long-range attacks with extremely high damage, but that if someone gets close, he definitely... Another explosion happens. Huang watches and says no. Kai approaches and says that he is a loser, that they are a bunch of losers, and asks what the difference is. Huang, seized by panic, says that this is impossible, that the level difference is huge, and asks how he did that. The protagonist says that he wanted to put past grudges aside, but that Huang really disappointed him, and asks whether he is truly determined to eliminate him. Huang asks what he intends to do. Jiang replies that it is nothing special, but that if Huang wants to eliminate him, he cannot just let it slide. He comments that he heard Huang developed psychological trauma the last time he was eliminated, so this time he will just make that trauma a little bigger. Kai strikes Huang on the forehead, finishing him. A few minutes later, the protagonist looks at the system and comments that eliminating adventurers grants even more experience, saying that he did not expect that eliminating 4 players around level 31 would make him jump directly to level 17. The system notifies that he has received the Bloodthirsty Eliminator penalty for eliminating more than 10 adventurers of the same faction. Bloodthirsty Plasma Eliminator penalty state. While in this state, your location will be detected by all nearby players. Upon eliminating a Bloodthirsty Plasma Eliminator, the experience obtained will be tripled. 10 Tears of Repentance can be used to remove the Bloodthirsty Plasma Eliminator state. Jiang comments that this title is a severe Ghost Star penalty, because everyone will start attacking him, since anyone who receives this penalty basically becomes a walking package of experience. New notifications appear informing about double talent. All rewards or penalties from the system that he receives will trigger a double effect with a 1% chance to trigger super double, multiplying rewards or penalties by 10. Kai thinks that his duplication talent can multiply the penalty by up to 10 times, and that losing his life even once could make him lose 30 times more experience, possibly dropping him straight back to level 1. He concludes that this is extremely bad and that he will need to avoid crowded areas in the future, as well as find a way to use Tears of Repentance to remove this state. Somewhere on Everfrost Island at the Huang family camp, a voice asks whether Huang has been eliminated and how they failed to protect him. It is Huang Tong, Huang Wei's father and commander-in-chief of the Everfrost Island campaign, who states that he had already publicly announced that his son and he himself, along with 2 other family members, would fight for the country. Now that his son has been eliminated, he asks whether that does not turn him into a liar before the entire nation. Huang Da asks what they should do now. Tong slams his hand forcefully beside the chair and replies that they must attack immediately, that they themselves will defeat the king-level boss, and once they succeed, they will use military merits to pressure the army into stopping its protection of Jiang. He declares that, until then, that boy will pay the most brutal price. Half an hour later, somewhere on the island, the seer asks the captain why he received a new title, and Ruin asks whether he has become a bloodthirsty plasma eliminator. The protagonist tells him to shut up and not expose him, saying there is no time to explain what happened, but that, in short, he picked a serious fight with the Huang family and they need to leave as quickly as possible. At that moment, an extremely loud sound echoes, and they ask what that noise was. Yu wonders if it is a war horn and why it would be sounding now, while Jiang asks himself whether it is possible that the Huang family has started the war ahead of schedule. Yan points forward and tells them to look, because the ice on the frozen lake begins to crack, and the rumbling continues. Something approaches, revealing numerous monsters, and they watch in shock as something moves at high speed. They are monsters of another species, and among them appears the king-level boss, the frozen Triton Lord King rank, with its current HP still at 100%. The seer asks if that is the boss. The protagonist comments that the pressure is immense, and Ruin admits that he is scared. Tong announces that the king-level boss, the frozen Triton Lord, has been drawn onto the battlefield and that everyone must prepare for combat, saying that if they win this battle in addition to generous rewards, they will help the Holy Radiance secure territorial resources against the wrath of the Beast God in the future. He states that whether now or in the future, everyone must give everything to achieve victory, even if it means being finished, because once the arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. And thus, the battle against a king-level boss officially begins. The monsters surge forward. Ruin suggests that they move up, and the seer comments that a battlefield with 200,000 people must be exactly what a fight against a king-level boss looks like. Jiang replies that no, because once the battle begins, the Huang family will not have time to worry about him, so they will stay there to witness the fight against the king-level boss and broaden their horizons. Soldiers charge toward a massive monster, a common bipedal fishman of level 25, and one of them shouts not to be afraid, saying it is just a stinking fish, and that with enough numbers, they can face it head-on. Suddenly, the soldier is dragged away, cries for help, and is devoured, causing the others to grow even more frightened and ask whether Tritons really eat people. The seer asks whether a common Triton is really that strong against adventurers, and Ruin comments that there seem to be many fishmen. The protagonist confirms it and explains that as long as the boss is not defeated, the Fishman army will continue to spawn endlessly throughout the battle, and that the key to this confrontation is not the fight between 200,000 adventurers and the Fishman army, but the transcendence and the direct battle against the boss itself. A soldier reports that a team of 8 has infiltrated the boss's area. The warriors begin to unleash their powers, and the leader orders everyone to give their all and adjust their states for peak performance. They advance together, causing a colossal impact. Yan comments that it is incredibly strong and asks if that is what transcendents are like, while Ruin says it looks like the boss is about to be finished. Jiang says he does not like how it looks. Kai activates ocular focus and comments that their abilities seem powerful, but through ghost focus he can see that they cannot even break through the boss's defense. The system notifies that defense penetration has failed. The soldiers are stunned and say they cannot pierce the boss's defense. An attack is launched, and the fishman strikes several soldiers at once, flinging them away, making everyone realize that the boss eliminated all the transcendents with a single blow. The protagonist wonders if that is the true power of a king-level boss. At that moment, someone advances toward the monster and says that his companions attacked with all their strength and lost their lives, asking who would dare advance alone now. The warrior keeps walking as the soldiers shout for him not to go, saying that it is all over and that one more will be finished. The warrior stops and blocks the attack with his spear, leaving the fishman confused, while everyone around watches in complete shock, asking whether that person really blocked the boss's attack. The warrior says that the earlier sacrifice of his companion was merely a feint, and asks whether they truly thought they could be finished by such a casual strike. That warrior is the transcendent Fang of the Lancer profession, bearing the title of the #1 specialist of the Zhuanwu Guild. The system notifies the blessing of the fallen, informing that for each transcendent teammate who loses their life, Fang gains an increase of 25 points of strength. Fang advances and declares that he will bring it down. The boss's armor is shattered, opening a wound, and the soldiers, shocked, say that the Great Master truly has a chance to defeat the boss. The protagonist, equally impressed, comments that he is very strong, since he actually managed to penetrate the boss's defense. Tong asks if they really thought their own guild was weak, and explains that the Transcendents who were finished earlier were part of the plan to increase Fang's power, since he is a force capable of facing 10 men alone. With the blessing of the fallen, Fang's strength has increased by 200%, and now he alone is equivalent to an army of 20 Transcendents. Fang charges forward to attack the monster, and Tong states that as long as nothing unexpected happens in the battle, victory is assured. At that moment, the seer shouts for them to leave. A monster appears behind them, an elite Triton of level 32. Huang Da says the situation is dire and that he has detected a large number of Tritons moving toward the rear of the island. Tong asks if he is saying that the Sea Triton army has been mobilized. Huang Da replies that yes, probably hundreds of them, all elite Tritons above level 35. Tong considers this extremely bad and states that Fang must now focus entirely on the boss, since the battlefield had been stabilized. At present, the battlefield is divided into 5 areas according to the level of the Fishmen, being the normal, elite, general, commander, and boss zones. A large number of combatants have been assigned to face the Tritons in each area, creating a temporary balance. However, if the rear is breached and the battle collapses, this will not only prevent Fang from defeating the boss, but will also lead to the death of all 200,000 present. Tong says that Fang will need at least 30 minutes to defeat the boss and asks how long it will take for those Tritons to reach the battlefield. Huang Da observes, and the system notifies that a large number of Tritons are approaching. The monsters advance at high speed, and an explosion occurs. The system notifies that Kai has eliminated an elite Triton. The seer asks why so many Tritons suddenly appeared around them, and says they need to leave immediately. The protagonist asks whether they are really going to leave and observes that the battlefield seems to be in an extremely delicate balance, and that if that group of Tritons is not contained, the entire battle will be lost. Jiang reflects that although the Huang family is an enemy, and he even feels satisfied seeing them defeated, the 200,000 people called to the battle and the future of the city are innocent. Kai closes his eyes and remembers the commander's words, saying that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world, and that someone needs to stand up to fight these monsters. At that moment, the protagonist concludes that those words were not empty and states that they will not leave. Not only that, he also decides to draw all the nearby Tritons to himself and deal with all of them alone. The two stare at him, completely stunned. 10 minutes later, some Tritons have already defeated several soldiers. One of them, gravely injured but still alive, tells the captain to stop fighting because many people have detected a large number of Tritons approaching from the rear. He explains that if they are surrounded, everything will be lost and that they need to retreat immediately. Around them, several wounded soldiers groan. The captain replies that yes, if they lose their lives, they will not be able to enter for a month, and if they cannot earn money during that period, they will be evicted by the landlord, so everyone must retreat or they will all die. Then he asks that no one run and asks whether they have not noticed that 10 minutes have already passed since they began detecting the Tritons, exactly the time predicted for them to arrive. The soldiers say that none have appeared so far and ask what that means, questioning why none have shown up and whether something transcendent is interfering behind the scenes. The captain replies that this indicates that someone extremely powerful is intervening, managing to contain so many Tritons at the same time, likely an extremely strong elite group of adventurers fighting with everything they have. Meanwhile, the protagonist runs ahead with countless Tritons right behind him. Jiang smiles, stops running, and unleashes his attack, spreading flames and causing successive explosions. Kai comments that he has already eliminated more than 20 Tritons, but that they keep coming one or two at a time, making the process slow. Suddenly, the seer cries for help, saying there are many monsters chasing her, and Ruin is also being pursued by several Triton. The protagonist begins to release even more flames and tells them to leave the rest to him, ordering the two to hide. Yan says that he has drawn in many Tritons and asks whether he really can finish all of them, while Ruin agrees, saying that it was already difficult to eliminate just one or two before. Jiang replies that in fact it is a bit difficult to eliminate one or two individually at that moment, but what they do not know is that compared to fighting a single target, his power is far more suited to crowd control. Kai then unleashes his flames and wipes out 257 Tritons at once. The two teammates are completely shocked and ask if that is really his true strength. On the other side of the battlefield, the soldiers notice a gigantic explosion in the rear and ask what that was. Huang Da informs his father that the Tritons coming from behind seem to have disappeared in large numbers and asks whether the invited military forces have already arrived. Tong questions this and says that it should not be possible since he has just contacted them, wondering how they could have arrived so quickly. Tong then falls silent for a moment and comments that it does not matter, and that since the military has arrived, he should inform everyone to rebalance the battlefield, allowing Fang to fully focus on defeating the boss alone. Half an hour later, Fang continues attacking the boss, and the system notifies that the king's current remaining HP has dropped to 65%. The soldiers cheer, saying that the boss's health has been reduced by 1/3 and that they now have a chance to win, until something moves, and it is the boss himself. Huang Da warns everyone to be careful because with 1/3 of its life reduced, the boss has entered the second phase, Fury. In the Fury phase, the boss's speed becomes so high that it is almost impossible to dodge. So Fang can only endure this wave of attacks head-on now, and whether they succeed in defeating the boss depends on this. Seeing the situation, Huang Da asks whether Fang will be able to withstand it. Then the attacks continue, and the system notifies that the adventurer has 5% HP remaining. Everyone looks on in surprise, and some men ask whether that great master is about to lose his life. The warrior spits blood, calls the opponent a monster, and asks whether he really thinks that amount of damage can take him down. The energy around the warrior begins to intensify, growing stronger and stronger, and when he is attacked, he becomes immune to damage. The protagonist comments that this looks like a resistant armor and asks whether it not only makes him immune, but also reflects damage, wondering if this could be a transcendent talent. The men grow excited and say that there is still hope of defeating the boss and that they need to hold on. Tong smiles and says that he already mentioned he was carefully selected, explaining that the transcendent talent can reflect 50% of the damage back to the enemy for 90 seconds, and that the boss is currently in an enraged phase with an extremely fast attack speed. The boss's remaining HP is 35%, and Tong says that, in other words, the faster the boss attacks, the more HP it will lose. The boss has already lost 30% of its life in such a short time, and if this continues, it will fall within their family's reach. Then the pressure begins to grow more and more intense. Fang widens his eyes and is sent flying, causing a huge impact. His defense collapses, and Fang's remaining HP drops to 1%. Everyone looks on in shock and asks if he has lost. The Monster King smiles, and Tong says they were careless, asking whether that boss has something else hidden. A voice asks about an armor-piercing skill and says that it is over, stating that Fang was the greatest trump card in that battle and that if even he has fallen, then they are doomed in that fight. Meanwhile, some warriors are fighting smaller monsters and cry out for help, saying that the boss has fallen and that they cannot win. Attacks keep happening. A warrior blocks with a shield that is about to shatter and says he was wrong, that he should not have brought him there. He says he only brought him to prove that he is stronger than Jiang, whom he always talks about, but Kai never led him to death and is now leading him to death there, saying that he himself is a failed captain. Nuon cries for the captain. Her partner is lying injured beside her, and Su asks if there is anyone who can save the captain, thinking that there is no mental energy left to heal. They cannot eliminate the boss now because the army of Tritons will keep appearing endlessly, and if no one intervenes again, if this continues, everyone will lose their lives. He wonders if there is no one capable of saving them all. The captain is about to be attacked when someone releases flames and burns the enemy. The captain is shocked when he sees it. Someone approaches, everyone is even more surprised, and it is the protagonist who says that it has been a long time since he last saw them, that he will fight the boss, and that they need to protect themselves. Yuan asks what he just said and whether he is really going to fight the boss, wondering if he heard correctly and why he can sense his location so clearly. Nuon says she feels the same. Meanwhile, the warriors continue fighting smaller monsters until they begin to feel a strange sensation, asking why they sense someone nearby and whether this is the effect of the bloodthirsty eliminator. Yan asks what he is doing and whether he has already forgotten his current state, saying that he has sunk himself with that title. The system notifies danger, informing that he will become the target of 200,000 people. Some warriors say they were prepared to lose their lives but did not expect to run into a bloodthirsty eliminator. They comment that killing a bloodthirsty eliminator can yield a lot of experience, so it is better this way, before being killed by the Tritons, and they decide to take him down first. An explosion occurs. Ju asks what happened and whether his partner was killed by those people, and a voice replies that it was just a critical strike on his part, while the protagonist asks whether they cannot even handle that. The fallen warriors ask whether the damage that child caused is really that great, wondering if he was not a level 10 novice and what is going on. Yuan gets excited and asks if his partner is okay, and Nuon, also excited, asks if he dealt with all of them and if he is really that strong. The captain watches in shock and asks whether that boy can really retreat unscathed. even while surrounded by so many people above level 20 saying that it is impossible. Huangda comments that he suddenly felt that the boy who eliminated Xiao Wei has appeared on the battlefield and seems to be heading toward the boss. Tong asks why worry about him now and whether he can really eliminate the boss, saying that what they should be concerned about now is how to minimize the losses in that battle. Huangda wonders why he has a bad feeling, sensing that that boy might be able to defeat the boss. The protagonist advances, thinking that he never expected to end up participating and helping the Huang family fight the boss, something he would never have done before. He recalls the promise he made to the commander, that the country is in crisis and needs more territory to obtain resources, and that by coincidence, he happens to have some space available, deciding to activate that unique ability he obtained earlier. The system notifies that Casino Pickpocket has been activated, informing that for each nearby adventurer who notices him, 0.1% of their total attributes will be drained and added to his own, and that after 30 minutes, both the ability and the drained attributes will be permanently removed. Jiang remarks that at first he thought this single-use ability, which drains only 0.1% of the attributes of those who notice him, would be useless. He did not expect it to prove useful in a situation like this, noting that he is currently under the bloodthirsty eliminator status, which means almost everyone on the battlefield can notice him. The system continues to notify that it is siphoning 0.1% of the total stats of those who perceive him. Kai says that although the amount taken from each person is only 1,000th, something seemingly insignificant, there are 200,000 people there. Even if each of them loses only 0.1%, when it accumulates, the value still becomes incredibly large. Huangda says that is not the point, stating that now that that boy is approaching the boss, he might actually be able to reach him. Tong asks why, and Huangda replies that his watch has suddenly classified the boy's attributes as terrifying, saying that his total stats seem to have surpassed his own, which leaves Tong indignant. At Jiang's location, in the area of general-level Tritons, the system notifies that the monster is a general-level shark-toothed Triton. The Triton lunges forward and Huangda says he is not even able to dodge, stating that although he does not know whether those current stats are real, the bite of a shark-toothed Triton is an ability that even level 60 adventurers need to guard against, concluding that it seems he can only stop there. The protagonist clenches his fist and strikes, sending the monster flying out of the way. People are shocked and comment that he is unarmed and that he eliminated a general-level Triton using only his bare fists, asking whether those numbers are really real and whether he could truly defeat the boss. At Jiang's location, in the area of commander-level Tritons, Kai continues advancing and crushing the Tritons ahead with overwhelming power. The protagonist feels a strange sensation. Huangda says he is overestimating himself, stating that the roar of a commander-level Triton requires a special skill or equipment to be ignored, and questioning what good so many attributes are if he has nothing else. Tong says that boy really understands nothing, that he still wants to steal the boss, and that this is nothing but an illusion. Everyone watches as someone approaches holding a drink. It is Ruin who says he will never be inferior to anyone, that he is no worse than the captain himself, and tells them not to try to seduce his captain. Ruin strikes the monster and comments that not even a high-quality man like him can attract it, saying he will give it a kiss that transcends species. Yu steps forward to kiss the opponent and declares that this time, no one will blow up his wife. Ruin keeps kissing as the monster becomes enraged and hurls him against the ground. Yu remarks that they are quite feisty, saying he likes how he is unique, and the system notifies that this can significantly reduce the damage received, though due to the chaos the situation remains unstable. Tong asks who that general is, wondering whether he managed to ignore the Commander Triton's roar and still withstand an attack, drawing the commander's attention all by himself. The protagonist gets up and wonders why they followed him, thinking that he had told them not to. A voice responds asking whether he really thought they would leave him behind. Yan uses her ability, Prayer of Rain, and tells him to move forward, warning that the drunk will not last much longer, since the level gap with the Commander Triton is far too great. Ruin approaches the monster once more. Jiang watches in surprise, smiles, and says that it is fine, that he really cannot do anything about them. Some people ask whether that woman just made a prayer to summon rain and what benefit that would bring, questioning whether so many Tritons would really drown just from water. Kai says he will leave that place to them, and Nuon asks whether those people do not even understand the basics of physics. Everyone tells them to wait and look at the sky, and they realize that what is falling is not rain, but enormous stones. Someone asks whether that is not a hailstorm and why it is affecting everyone, allies and enemies alike, who explains that by taking advantage of the extremely cold climate of Everfrost Island, the prayer of rain naturally transforms into a massive hailstorm. Something that previously had no offensive capability can now strike 200,000 people at once, which brings him great satisfaction. The captain says all this while explaining that if the prayer of rain can hinder the enemy's movements, then they will become easy targets. Now, with the hailstorm drawing the Triton's attention, they cannot use their roar attack, allowing them to pass through easily and confront the boss. The protagonist stands still, watching the Tritons distracted by the hail and unable to attack, and Yan tells him to remember that they are a team and that he does not need to fight alone. Jiang looks to the side and sees the warrior saying that he finally eliminated a Triton, while Ruin complains that they killed his wife again. Kai asks why he should fight alone, says that he underestimated them, and thanks everyone. Intense sounds echo, and a massive explosion occurs, wiping out all the Tritons with a single blow. Everyone is even more shocked, and Huang Da asks whether he eliminated the commander-level Triton, saying that it took more than a dozen teams just to hold out until now, questioning what kind of strength that is and what kind of monster he is. The protagonist thinks that the attributes he has enhanced are already terrifying and that if he lands a critical hit, not even the king of hell could stop him now. Jiang advances and says that he is finally facing him, commenting that from afar he looked quite imposing, but up close he really is that ugly. The Monster King currently has 35% HP remaining. Everyone is indignant and says they cannot believe that that kid actually reached the boss, asking whether he is really going to fight him. Yan shouts to go all out and Kai dashes straight toward the king. The captain says it is over, stating that the boss is about to unleash the berserker attack again, with that absurd speed and damage, and that the kid definitely will not be able to withstand it. The protagonist moves rapidly, dodging the attacks, and wonders if he really is that fast, thinking that he is clearly still slow enough to be avoided, recalling that Huang family ace from before, and questioning why he decided to face this head-on. Jiang smiles, and people ask if they saw that correctly, saying that he missed once and that the kid managed to dodge all of the boss's attacks, just as expected of the captain, questioning whether his agility is higher than the boss's. Kai advances again, dodges another attack from the monster, and comments that it is too slow. The protagonist releases his flames, triggering a tremendous explosion, and the king's remaining HP drops to 25%. Everyone is shocked, and asks whether that bloodthirsty eliminator just took 10% of the boss's life with a single strike, wondering if this kid would only need a few minutes to defeat him and what kind of damage that is. The rumbling continues, the monster rises and stares at the protagonist, and the two face each other for a moment. People are confused and say that not even Fang managed to make the boss stand up and react, asking whether that kid really forced the boss to use all of his power. Jiang asks whether his legs have finally learned how to be used. The king becomes extremely enraged, opens his massive mouth, and releases an intense pressure. Kai smiles and dodges, saying he will not fall for the same trick twice. The monster tries to strike him again, causing a heavy impact, and people ask whether the bloodthirsty eliminator lost his life. The monster stops moving for an instant and has its weapon destroyed by the protagonist, who says that he is aiming at the wrong person. The king looks at his own hands and sees nothing. Jiang approaches through the smoke and asks whether he lost his weapon and no longer knows how to fight. The surrounding warriors cannot stop being astonished and ask whether he really destroyed the boss's weapon, what kind of monster he is, and whether there is any precedent on Ghost Star of someone doing that. Kai says that fighting him feels like a waste of time and that he will end this quickly. The protagonist releases his flames again and begins to burn him. The king falls to his knees, severely injured with only 15% HP remaining. Jiang keeps attacking and triggers an intense and powerful explosion. The monster screams in pain and is left with only 5% HP remaining. Kai asks whether he still wants to act condescending and says that he has long since grown tired of that arrogant expression. The protagonist continues releasing his flames until the final explosion becomes terrifyingly violent, burning the king completely. Everyone watches in silence, focused, until the king collapses to the ground with a heavy crash. Jiang watches with confidence, as the king remains fallen on the ground, defeated. Tong looks on in indignation and asks whether he really defeated the boss and still came out completely unscathed. Someone approaches. It is Vice Commander Wei Ying, commander of the city's military region, who says that Liu reported Huang Tong had urgently requested military assistance, but upon arriving he asks why that help was never needed at any point. Beside him is Lu Jun, who remarks that he never imagined the turning point of that battle would actually be that young man whom the commander held in special regard. The protagonist says that the ice and the rain have already stopped, and that the boss still needs to be dealt with. Tong declares that they cannot allow him to kill it, and orders all guild members to heed his command, immediately abandon the fight against the Tritons, and eliminate that bloodthirsty eliminator at all costs. He promises to reward whoever kills the bloodthirsty eliminator with 50 million radiant holy coins, but says that if they let the bloodthirsty eliminator capture the boss, none of them will receive any reward after the battle. People say they are not waiting for 50 million, but for the reward they are entitled to, asking how their families will survive the next month, and some say their children need treatment. One of them asks who still cares about Tritons and says they must quickly eliminate the bloodthirsty eliminator, otherwise everyone will be doomed. Everyone charges forward, but the Tritons end up following after them and defeating some of them. The warriors run, and the Tritons give chase. Jiang watches and says that the family failed to bring down the boss the first time, and that now, seeing he is capable of it, they are trying to eliminate him. Fang is helped up by Kai, who says that he is the most skilled member of the Huang family and that he has not yet lost his life. Fang asks what he wants with him since he already crippled the boss and why he does not just finish it off. The protagonist replies that he is good at leaving the monster with little life, but asks who said he wanted to steal their boss. He explains that if he captured the boss, the Huang family, with its vast financial resources, would not suffer major losses, but those 200,000 people who were threatened by the family's reward would. He then says that he will represent the family and that the final blow must be delivered now. Fang looks shocked, and Jiang tells him to do it quickly because everyone will come after him, and that he must do it for himself. Fang begins to gather his power, approaches the monster, and delivers the final blow. The monster's eyes widen, it screams in pain, and it is completely killed. Everyone watches, and the system notifies that the Transcendent of the Zhuanwu Guild has defeated the boss, the King-level Triton Lord. People look on and ask whether it was the Great Fang who killed the boss. An energy begins to stir. The pressure intensifies and the ground starts to crack as the Tritons immediately leap back into the water. The warriors say that in fact it was one of the best players who defeated the boss, that the bloodthirsty Eliminator failed to capture it, which means they will receive the reward. Tong asks what is going on, whether they really won, and whether Fang was the one who killed the boss. Huangda wonders if that boy voluntarily gave up killing the boss. The protagonist smiles, and the warriors say they won, and realize that the bloodthirsty Eliminator is a good person, stating that he handed over the boss, a true hero, in service of the country and the people. Zhu says his partner was incredible, and that his generosity is immense, while the captain says he had to see it to believe it, stating that today he was truly convinced by the boy, and that he is the greatest hero of that battle. Yan comments that the bloodthirsty Eliminator is very kind, and that now everyone knows how amazing their captain is, telling them not to forget who chose him. People agree and say that, thinking about it, the Huang family's threats were disgusting, since they were sent out to die, and when the mission failed, they still wanted them to bear the consequences. Tong tells them to get down from there, calls them greedy capitalists, and asks whether they have the money to face him one-on-one if they have the courage. And then people begin resigning from the guild. Huangda says this is very bad because the resignation of 200,000 people and the negative evaluations will severely damage the family's reputation. Tong, extremely enraged, says he will never forget that boy and orders them to leave immediately, declaring that next time they will take revenge on him. An energy begins to move. Fang introduces himself and says he owes him a favor but wants to know how he obtained those stats. The protagonist also introduces himself and replies that his current attributes are the result of a single-use ability. Fang asks if that is serious, and whether such a powerful ability that can only be used once really exists. Jiang explains that it is not permanent and loses its effectiveness after use, saying that he merely took advantage of the bloodthirsty Eliminator penalty. At that moment, a tail coils around Kai's body, dragging him into the water and holding him tightly. Yan immediately leaps over and asks what happened to her captain. Fang asks if he really is her captain and says he is afraid he has bad news, explaining that yes, her partner most likely triggered the boss's death vengeance. The seer asks what death vengeance is, and Fang explains that it is a unique ability some bosses possess after being defeated, usually extremely terrifying. When a defeated boss manages to take revenge on an explorer, that explorer suffers a horrific punishment, being tortured to death as merely the initial phase of the retribution. The most frightening part is that for those who suffer this retaliation, after losing their lives on Ghost Star and returning to Earth, they often cannot endure the memories of that torment and end up choosing a tragic end. Yan is completely terrified, asks if he will end up like that, begins to cry desperately, and begs for it to be a lie. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the protagonist wonders why it feels as if his entire body is about to be crushed and what that thing is. Jiang is completely restrained, with a monster beside him that exudes a terrifying aura, while the creature's tail coils tightly around his entire body. Kai wonders what it was that entered his body and thinks that the pain is unbearable. The system notifies that unique abilities such as Casino Pickpocket, as well as the acquired attributes, are about to disappear. The protagonist understands that he is being tortured by that monster and that at that moment he can only survive thanks to the support of those attributes, because once they vanish, he will lose his life instantly. The monster emits a strange sound, and the system notifies that it is the ghost of the boss's lingering resentment. Jiang shouts about gradual elimination, and the system begins a countdown. Kai manages to break free from the restraint and leaps to the ground, thinking that due to the gradual elimination he has been detached from it and his body has returned to normal. The monster in front of him stares at him, and the protagonist realizes that his body is far too weak to escape, leaving him no choice but to use all of his remaining strength. The system notifies him to remove the steel spike and remove the short spike, and Jiang decides to use the stolen stats to fight it. An extremely intense light is released, causing crushing pressure and a terrifying explosion. When the smoke dissipates, the monster is defeated, and Jiang asks if it is finally over. The system congratulates him for escaping the death vengeance of the Triton Lord and for exploring a treasure-filled area from which no one has ever returned. Welcoming him to the Triton's underground realm, the treasure hall of the frozen Triton Lord. The system informs him that the countdown for the hall's collapse has begun, 10 minutes, and that within that time he must collect as many treasures as possible and escape. The protagonist asks if it is another countdown and what will happen if he fails to escape. New notifications inform him that if he does not escape, he will lose his life and all of the boss's treasures he has collected will disappear, and that only by escaping successfully can he keep the treasures. Jiang thinks that the time has already started and says that it does not matter. He must collect as many treasures as possible and then escape, even if he has to risk everything. Kai opens a door and is met with countless treasures. The system congratulates him again for discovering the Triton Elixir, informing him that upon drinking it, he will receive a total of 60 attribute points. The protagonist begins drinking rapidly. The system asks how he wishes to distribute the attribute points, and Jiang replies that he wants everything in agility. More notifications appear informing him that he has discovered the boss's rare treasure chest. Jiang says that this is great, observes that there are many treasures, and that all of them seem to be at least A rank, estimates that there are probably about 7 minutes left, and believes that he can make it if he's fast enough. The system sends a friendly reminder saying that treasure chests in the underground realm have a 90-second time limit and must be collected quickly. Kai asks whether the chests have individual timers. He begins collecting everything as fast as possible and feels extreme exhaustion. The system congratulates him on discovering Tears of Regret, informing him that using 10 can remove the Blood Eliminator status. The protagonist says that this came at the perfect time, that he will use all of them on himself, thinking how incredible it is, since he not only found a large number of treasures at once, but also removed the Bloodthirsty Eliminator status. Then Jiang notices something strange and looks to the side, seeing a piece of paper. More notifications arrive, congratulating him on discovering a special recipe for career advancement, explaining that this recipe can be used to complete a special level 20 class progression. Jiang thinks that after explorers reach level 20, they must advance their class before they can continue leveling up, and wonders whether that item can really complete a special level 20 job promotion. The next day, people set up a portrait of the protagonist and hold a memorial, believing that he lost his life. They place flowers all around and comment that the captain has not appeared for such a long time, asking whether what Fang said is true. The seer cries intensely and says that he even claimed that in the end he would escape suicide, truly a genius who left far too early. Ruin also cries a lot and says that he died a tragic death. Suddenly, someone starts climbing up the rocks and they hear a noise. Yan immediately takes up an attack stance and warns her partner to be careful, saying that those damned Tritons are appearing again. The two start throwing snowballs and declare that they will not allow any Triton to profane the captain's funeral. A snowball hits Jiang on the head, he loses his grip and falls, cursing and asking who the hell did that, saying that he had finally managed to reach the exit. Kai shouts loudly. Yan comments that the voice sounds familiar. Ruin says there is an ugly fish down below and that the throw was meant for the captain. Right after that, still in the same place, the protagonist chases after the two and says that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. The two keep running and Jiang quickly changes his tone, asking whether the two traitors want to kill their captain, whether they know how hard he worked to climb up, and how they dared to hit him. They reply that it was not their intention. On Earth in city number 18, the base of the Ghost Star login portal, a voice asks how it went and whether they found the boy at the offline location. The staff member replies that they did not, but that they discovered the reason for the sudden increase in his attributes, saying that he used some kind of single-use ability that cannot be used a second time. The commander comments that this makes sense, because if a level 20 child could suddenly gain tens of thousands of attributes, then they, Transcendents, would have no reason to train anymore. Lu says that normally those who suffer the boss's vengeance are already dead and offline, and asks whether he might still be suffering. The blonde man asks who could possibly endure being tortured for so long, and says that he thinks that boy is definitely finished. Wei says not to try to deduce who he is using common logic and asks whether there is any possibility they should consider, saying that perhaps he not only survived the boss's vengeance, but might also have found the secret treasure. The blonde man replies no, stating that this is absolutely impossible, because in 50 years since the emergence of Ghost Star, only a very small number of people survived vengeance and obtained secret treasures, and all of them were high-level transcendents. Jun comments that he has been on Ghost Star for only a month, and believes that he had no chance at all to withstand the boss's vengeance. The commander asks if he is sure and says that his intuition tells him that this child can do it. Lan opens the door and says that this person has put an item up for sale on the trading platform. Everyone looks over and asks who it is, and whether it is necessary to announce the opening of a private sales space. Lan replies that it is Jiang, saying that not only was he not killed, but he also opened a private sales space on Ghost Star, and that the total value of the items he is selling exceeds 400 million radiant holy coins. Everyone is stunned. A few minutes later, June tells them to check, and the records show that he just sold 1.8 kilograms of green phantom ore in seconds. The blonde man comments that it was valued at 18 million radiant holy coins. Liu adds that, in addition, 3 kilograms of special-grade deep white iron crystal were also sold. The blonde man asks if it was sold for 63 million. June replies that there are still resilient ironstone, deep iron crystal, deep black iron crystal, obsidian steel fossil, and yellowstone ore. The blonde man asks whether these items are worth more than 100 million. The two of them wonder whether this boy really sold everything for 400 million, and conclude that being able to sell so many high-level items at once can only mean one thing. The commander says that he already knew he would be able to find the boss's secret treasure, and states that the boy truly did not disappoint him. Lan comments that the Huang family suddenly appeared looking for him, seemingly wanting to discuss something. A few hours later, on Ghost Star, Radiant City, at the item exchange post, someone says they cannot believe they had to open a private sales space to sell so many things. The protagonist comments that he lost quite a bit of money to commission fees and that it feels like a huge waste. Yan says that even so, with no losses and so much war loot, this was the only way to sell everything. Ruin comments that this is the kind of problem that makes them happy. Jiang agrees, saying that it is true, and adds that he also kept many good things for them earlier, and that now they will divide the boss's spoils. Kai says that the deep ice jade is for Yan, explaining that the jade has an ice effect and that, when combined with the prayer of rain technique, it might be possible to conjure a true blizzard. He says the shield is for Ruin, because it can temporarily freeze an opponent when it strikes someone. The protagonist adds that, in addition to the equipment, he also obtained some eternal fragments that can be used to enhance skills. He explains that there are 2 ways for each class to upgrade their skills. The first is through specific skill books, which can usually only be obtained from monster treasure chests or special missions. The second is the item he obtained from the Triton Lord's chest, a universal enhancement item capable of increasing the level of all skills, the Eternal Fragment. Because Eternal Fragments are extremely sought after, they are practically priceless, and on the market, as soon as they appear for sale, they are bought instantly, with a single fragment being sold for up to 500,000 radiant holy coins. The amount required to upgrade a skill varies according to its strength, because the more directly it is tied to combat and the higher the skill's level, the more Eternal Fragments will be required. For now, he tells them to accept those Eternal Fragments and make the most of them, his dear friends. Because at that moment, in the eyes of Yan, Ruin, and Kai, they were rich, surrounded by countless treasures. The seer and the drunk approach him, grab onto him, and say that they prayed every day for his great kindness and blessed him, claiming that even if he had lost his life, his soul would have gone to heaven. The protagonist tells the two of them to let go of his leg. Someone approaches and asks whether he still knows what shame is. It is Huang Da, who says that they are a bunch of street scum who do not even care about their own image, something very typical of them. They look at him in confusion, and Huang Da says he is there only to warn him not to become arrogant, nor to think that just because he has military protection, he can repeatedly go against his family, stating that he came to say just one thing. He declares that he will completely crush him in the guild challenge, show the military that he is nothing but useless trash who does not deserve protection, and that after that, when the military gives up on him, he should prepare to be killed by his own hands. Jiang asks what this guild challenge is and what he is talking about. The seer asks if he really does not know and explains that the guild challenge is a competition organized by the military to select the strongest forces among the guilds. The challenge requires a minimum participation level of 21, is divided into brackets every 20 levels up to a maximum level of 100, totaling 4 tiers, and each guild must send a team of at least 5 people to compete in direct battles against other teams of the same tier, with the top 3 of each tier being determined. Because the armed forces offer extremely generous rewards to the top 3 of each tier, many guilds always participate, gathering countless powerful competitors. Kai says that he himself will not participate in the challenge and asks why Huang is, but states that it does not matter, because this time they had an excellent haul. He says he needs to disconnect for a while to see his family, and that they will gather again at the next opportunity. On Earth, in the nation of radiant holy light, Jiangzhong City, a voice asks why he bought so many supplements and how much all of that cost. Jiang replies by asking if he did not just have surgery recently, and says he was worried that regular meals might not be sufficient. The patient says that he also bought some things, but that this is far too excessive, saying there is so much that it looks like a granary. The older brother comments that the hospital where he was hospitalized is already as expensive as possible, and that if he keeps spending so much money, once he is discharged and able to work, he will help ease the financial pressure. Kai says that it is fine, and recalls that his dream back then was to become a transcendent and fight the beast gods for humanity, and that after being discharged, he will simply become an explorer. The older brother then asks how someone becomes an explorer and says that besides that, going to Ghost Star is very expensive, and that him going alone is already more than enough. The protagonist presses his watch and shows the bank account balance, telling him that he already said not to worry about money because he will no longer need to work from now on. The older brother asks where so much money came from, and whether it really exceeds 100 million. Jiang replies that all of it was earned legitimately on Ghost Star, that he worked hard for himself and for Yingzi all of these years, and that now, having this opportunity, he can finally live the life he always wanted. He asks whether his brother remembers how he once saved both himself and Yingzi on the battlefield of the Beast God, using nothing but a mortal body, and says that if he becomes a transcendent in the future, he is certain he will be able to save even more people. The older brother falls silent for a moment and asks whether someone like him, with a body in that condition, can really become a transcendent being. Kai cuts the apple in half, hands him a piece, and says that he absolutely can. In the outpatient department, the protagonist walks along and comments that he finally managed to help his older brother rekindle his dream, saying that they should celebrate later, but first they still need to pick up their sister Yingxi from school, until he suddenly notices something. Liu calls him and tells him to come immediately. Jiang rushes over and asks if Liu was looking for him, saying that he does not have time because he still needs to pick up his sister from school. Jun says he is there because of him, because of his sister, explaining that she was involved in a car accident. Ahead of them is a bus that collided with another vehicle. The protagonist breaks into a run shouting his sister's name. Liu watches him closely until someone calls out. It is Yingzi, saying that she's there. Jiang asks if she's okay and what happened. Yingzi replies that she is fine, that the school bus was in an accident, but that fortunately that person saved her and said he knew him. It is Fang. Kai recognizes him and asks what he is doing there. Liu says he will explain, stating that the most important thing to say first is that his sister's accident was not a simple accident, but something secretly orchestrated by the Huang family. He explains that because the protagonist humiliated the Huang family several times, their hatred only grew, and now they are using the military merits gained from defeating the boss of the Eternal Frozen Island to force the military to stop protecting him. The military merits from that boss are extremely significant, and the commander, pressured by higher authorities, was forced to make concessions, although he still left a small margin. During the negotiations, the commander mentioned the upcoming guild challenge, saying that if the Huang family could defeat him in the challenge and prove that the new profession was not solid, then the military would agree to their demands. The commander had hoped the boy would retreat this time, otherwise he would have no justification to protect him directly. Jun says that this is the absolute limit of what they can do for them under the current circumstances, and that today's incident is already the Huang family applying pressure, stating that if he does not dare to participate, the family will suffer even more. The protagonist freezes, seized by intense rage, and Liu also says he is sorry, explaining that the Huang family has enormous influence, and that, combined with the military merits of the Eternal Frozen Island, some figures in power are beginning to waver. As long as there is no direct damage, the armed forces can only ignore intimidation like today's. Therefore, there are two possible paths. One is to accept the wager with the Huang family, and the other is to quickly join the armed forces and receive formal protection. Yingzi asks whether the armed forces can really protect them. Jun replies that for now, his new profession still has value, and that as long as he joins the military, Commander Wei will have more means to protect him and the family, at least avoiding many problems in the short term. His sister asks whether he intends to enlist first. The protagonist imagines the difficulties he would face even within the armed forces and thinks no. If he joins the military directly and relies solely on that protection, he could end up being abandoned, like the drunk old man or Feng, if the profession's development is not satisfactory, and then his family would be oppressed even more by the Huang family. Moreover, the Huang family possesses a vast business empire, and in terms of resources, wealth, and power, he is definitely no match for them at the moment. The gambler's talent is double, causing his experience points to grow almost twice as fast compared to players of the same level, which grants him an advantage in total attribute points and critical damage when facing opponents of the same level, and even against higher-level enemies. As long as the strategy is solid, it is still possible to counterattack to a certain extent. Precisely because it is a new profession, the Huang family has no idea what his true strength is, and these are not all of his exclusive advantages. Jiang thinks that this is perfect, and that instead of seeking shelter passively and waiting for death, it is better to go all in. He decides to seize this opportunity, with the military as witnesses, to complete this wager with the Huang family and publicize it widely so that everyone in Holy Radiance knows about it. As long as he can defeat the Huang family, the military will certainly pay more attention to the new profession and continue to protect him. And at the same time, now that everything will be exposed to the public, if the Huang family wants to act against him again, they will have to consider the dual pressure of public opinion and the armed forces. Jun says that since there are no other opinions, he will help prepare the documents for enlistment in the military. The protagonist calls out to him and remarks that to participate in the guild challenge, it is necessary to form a team of 5 people, but their team currently has only 3, so he asks whether he can borrow Pillar and Nuan from the military. Liu asks what he is talking about, and Jiang replies that he has decided to participate. Jun tells him not to act impulsively, reminding him that by accepting this challenge, he will be facing the true colossus that is the Huang family. Kai tells him not to worry, says that he is completely clear-headed now, thanks him for the plans he made, but explains that everyone has their own path to walk, and the path he chose is to control his own destiny, saying that he will defeat the Huang family in the guild challenge. Jun insists that he is being impulsive. At that moment, someone starts clapping and says that if he has the courage, then he has his support. Everyone looks to the side and sees the blonde man, who also introduces himself, saying that his name is Deus Negro, stating that if he truly faces the Huang family, he guarantees that he will take care of things for him. Fang says that he also admires his courage and still owes him a favor, stating that he will keep an eye on the Huang family, and if they dare turn against his family, he will inform him immediately. Yingzi says that she also supports her brother. Jun says that they are no longer children and asks why they are acting so rashly in front of him. The blonde man comments that the two of them have always been like this. Liu says that in any case he cannot stop them on his own and that Commander Wei also asked him to help the boy more. So from now on he will be responsible for the family's security, while the boy should focus entirely on preparing for the challenge. Kai clasps his hands together, says everyone's names, and states that he sincerely thanks them for the concern and help today, saying that if they need support in the future he will certainly be willing to repay it. Later, Yingzi asks if he is sure he wants to look at houses at this hour of the night. The protagonist replies that he is, saying that the Huang family has now completely revealed their true intentions, and that she and the older brother can no longer continue living in those slums with poor security. Yingzi says she got lost along the way and realizes that this is an area of mansions worth hundreds of millions, saying that they cannot afford something like this. Jiang takes out a VIP card and says that she is not wrong, stating that this place will be their home. Yingzi is stunned and asks if that really is their new home, saying that the pool is far too beautiful, that the living room is enormous, almost larger than their entire old house. She comments that this is the dining room, that the table is so long it can hold a large number of dishes, and that since the older brother is frail, he will be able to exercise there in the future. Suddenly she freezes and asks if that is her bedroom. Kai answers that it is and asks if she likes the new house. Yingzi says that she likes it very much and asks if she is dreaming, saying that everything there is too beautiful and questioning whether this really is their home. The protagonist replies that it is real, that this is their new home, but says that this is only the beginning, stating that from now on with him and the older brother, she will no longer need to worry about life because things will only keep getting better and better. Yingzi smiles. The next day, someone asks whether they think the two of them performed too poorly and ended up being abandoned by the military. Ju says that the captain informed them that a new captain would temporarily take command and ask them to wait there, questioning why everything happened so suddenly. Nuan says that she also thinks this is impossible. At that moment, someone calls out to the two of them, saying that he will guide them and asks why they look so dejected. Jiang approaches, they ask if he is the captain, and Kai answers that he is. They ask what is really going on and whether he is willing to enlist in the armed forces now. The protagonist replies that he did not join the military, that he is only temporarily borrowing people from the armed forces to cooperate in the guild challenge that will take place in 1 month. He explains that the Huang family pressured the military using the military merits of the Eternal Frozen Island to take revenge on him, even going so far as to threaten his sister's safety. The commander, in order to help him, made a wager with the Huang family involving the guild challenge, saying that if he wins, they will stop harassing him. That is why this time he must win and silence the Huang family once and for all. So he asks whether they are willing to help him. The two reply yes, indignantly, asking how those bastards dared turn against his sister, and questioning whether he is sure he wants to join forces with them. Jiang asks what is wrong. Yuan explains that the armed forces have an extremely strict internal evaluation system, in which after joining, new recruits undergo an initial assessment and receive a ranking from E to SSS based on combat performance. In addition, every 2 months, the armed forces conduct new periodic evaluations. If a recruit's rating remains at E for 6 consecutive months, he will be dismissed from the armed forces. During the initial evaluation, Nuan received a C grade, while he himself gets intimidated very easily, so his evaluation was the worst possible. He fears dragging the group down, and Nuon says she feels the same way. The protagonist replies that it is fine, they will only be teammates for 1 month, and that after the guild challenge ends, he will return to military service, guaranteeing that after the reassessment, their grades will be at least an A. Ju asks if he is sure about that and comments that they have just left the beginner area, questioning whether he can really guide them. Nuon says that normally a captain needs to be level 15 or higher, and asks whether he has already reached that level. Someone approaches and says that level 15 is nothing. It is the seer, who states that he is already level 20 and is even trying to find a way to change classes. And Ruin agrees. Jiang says that he has not introduced them yet and comments that those are the new teammates. Yan introduces herself and says she has heard the captain mention them many times. Ruin also introduces himself and everyone greets one another. Ju and Nuon are shocked because they are still only level 9 while he has already reached level 20. Kai says that this is nothing and that his next goal is to bring all of them to level 20 before the challenge begins, because that is how they will deal with those bastards from the Huang family. Yuan asks if he heard that right, and Su says that if he really manages to do that for them, he will be a true leveling god. The seer comments that maybe not for others, but she believes the captain can definitely do it. Nuon says that since they are now a team, she asks why they do not think of a name for it. The protagonist agrees and asks if anyone has a suggestion. The drunk suggests Fire God Squad, saying that it represents the 5 of them giving it their all and showing their skills. Jiang says that today and the next day they will rest and conserve their energy, and that early the following day the Fire God Squad will head straight into monster territory. Everyone responds enthusiastically, full of excitement. Kai watches them silently. Inside the testing area during the beginner trial, the protagonist says that in a few hours they will reach their final destination, the City of Holy Radiance. When they enter Ghost Star again, they will face real challenges, and he asks if his partner is nervous. Ju replies that he is not nervous now, but confesses that he fears he will never be able to activate his professional talent, Warrior's Heart. Jiang asks why, and says that he has done very well over the past 2 days, protecting himself and his partner in every battle. Yuan explains that despite having fought bravely and protected them, there is still a deep fear within him that was only temporarily suppressed by the tension of combat. To truly activate Warrior's Heart, he needs to be genuinely fearless deep down, to believe that he is an invincible warrior, and he feels that he still cannot do that. Kai thinks that from what he understands, Pillar's professional talent, Warrior's Heart, can grant additional bonuses to all attributes every time he levels up or is promoted. In addition, this talent allows the release of extra combat effects such as knockback, armor penetration, shock, and sword energy strikes, making it an extremely powerful talent. However, these effects vary according to the user's level of courage and confidence. In his current state, his confidence and courage are still low, so he can only activate the knockback effect when using the Quake Strike. The most important objective of this leveling test is to increase his courage and fully activate the professional talent. Before that, Kai decides to take the opportunity to strengthen himself. He has already handed over 55 Eternal Fragments to Yan and Ruan, and the remaining 50 can be used to enhance the skills Phantom Hand Flying Cards and Phantom Eye Focus. He asks the system to enhance both skills. The system begins the enhancement and notifies that the cost has increased by 110%. The protagonist observes this and says that this is great because, after enhancing Phantom Hand Flying Cards, the penetration effect when throwing items has increased by 10%, while penetration when using cards has increased by 50%. Although the cost has also increased by 10%, he considers this to still be within an acceptable range. New notifications appear informing that players often become immersed in combat and that after long periods of practice, their hands grow increasingly agile, congratulating him on unlocking an additional state for Phantom Hand Flying Cards. Jiang asks what this additional state is, called Gambler's Hour. The system then notifies that upon entering Gambler mode, attack speed increases by 100%. Gambler mode lasts for 10 seconds. External effects cannot be utilized, and during this state, stamina and mental energy consumption increase by 220%. Jiang comments that if attack speed increases by 100%, that means it is doubled. The system also notifies that Phantom Eye Focus has reached its limit, with visual range and eye tracking capability increasing by 60%, while mental energy consumption increases by 120% during use. Kai says that the focus feature of the Phantom Eye was enhanced as expected, with increases to both visual range and tracking ability, as well as mental energy consumption, and adds that Phantom Eye Fire has also unlocked an additional state. The system notifies that in a game of chance, the player needs not only agile hands, but also the ability to deceive opponents, preventing them from reading the cards through one's gaze, congratulating him on unlocking the additional deception state. The deception state affects the opponent's judgment through eye contact, and its effect depends on the difference in mental power between the two sides, becoming infinitely close to zero when the opponent's mental power is much higher but never negative. No matter how high the enemy's mental power is, they can still be influenced only with reduced intensity, and there is no risk of reverse influence. The protagonist comments that this deception effect, even when weakened against higher-level opponents, is still very good, and looks forward to testing the two newly unlocked abilities. 2 days later, they arrive at the intersection between Kings Valley and Taiping Mountain Road, the territory of the Armored Lizard. Yan asks about the territory and whether there are many lizards, recalling that armored lizards are monsters of level 25 or higher. Nuwon agrees and says there are many, explaining that armored lizards live in packs, and that the number in this territory is no fewer than 100, adding that there are also general-level armored lizards above level 50. General-level monsters are rare. Usually, among every 20 monsters, there is a higher chance of encountering 1 or 2 elites, and one must face at least 100 monsters to have a reasonable chance of encountering a general-level one. Since the team is almost entirely below level 20, she asks whether they are really going to directly confront general-level monsters. Nuwon says that he managed to defeat the Triton Lord alone on the Eternal Frozen Island and trusts his abilities, but points out that this time he will have to lead the group, and that a general-level armored lizard commands at least 25 common lizards and 35 elites, asking whether that is not too risky. Jiang replies that besides gaining experience, the most important thing is that they entered as a team, and that without difficult eliminations, there is no growth for everyone, because only danger unleashes individual potential, and real combat is what allows rapid improvement. He adds that class change materials usually appear in special general level or higher monster territories, explaining that the treasure chests of white and purple armored lizards can contain the level 20 class change material for the medic, holy water, or the level 20 class change material for the drunk illusory dream core, while the treasure chests of black armored lizards can contain the level 20 class change material for the warrior apprentice, General's Blood. Everyone is shocked upon hearing about level 20 class change materials. Yan says he seems very confident and asks whether he has some hidden trump card. The protagonist thinks that maybe he does. Further ahead in the forest, Jiang observes that those signs indicate armored lizard activity. Ju comments that he heard that he did not feel fear even toward elite phantom mermaids, and asks how he overcame his fear when they appeared. Ruin asks about overcoming fear and says that he did not feel anything at that moment. Yuan asks how that was possible and whether it can be learned. The drunk replies that as far as he knows, the wine brewed by drunks has special effects, and presents a level 2 wine prepared after enhancing his professional skills with eternal fragments, explaining that the effects are better and can help. He emphasizes that since he is a warrior apprentice and a trump card of the team, it is better not to drink during battles. Ju says he understands and thanks him. Kai notices something and quickly leaps forward, warning that there is something hidden beneath the rock ahead. An extremely loud noise erupts, revealing a monster, a common armored lizard. The protagonist leaps down to the ground and watches ahead as the lizard releases a deafening roar that startles everyone nearby. Jiang grips his weapon and thinks it would be better to wait, remembering that, precisely because he is timid and afraid of facing enemies head-on, he has been unable to fully activate his professional talent, and he wonders if this might be the perfect opportunity to practice. Kai thinks that this is just a common armored lizard and that Pillar, currently a level 9 warrior apprentice, although unable to defeat it easily, will not lose his life instantly either. Ju is extremely frightened, and the protagonist thinks that as for himself, if necessary, he can enter the void state to dodge the armored lizard's attacks, and so he decides to take the risk, wanting to help his partner realize that he is not weak. Yan shouts for the captain to attack already when suddenly someone moves at high speed. It is Yuan, already in an attacking stance, who unleashes an extremely powerful strike against the lizard. Everyone looks surprised and confused at the same time. The protagonist smiles and comments that this is really cool. Yuan stares at the beast and asks if it is counterattacking so soon. An attack is launched at the lizard, causing an explosion. Jiang says he has already pierced the weakest part of its defense, the abdomen, but still has not hit a vital point, stating that if he were faster, it would already be over. The lizard is still alive. Ju starts trembling, moves his sword, and strikes it squarely. After that, only voices tell the pillar to open his eyes, and when Yuan opens them, he realizes that he has managed to eliminate the lizard. He comments that the thing suddenly appeared from a crack and gave him a huge scare, and asks why his partner was so distracted at that moment, saying that if it had taken a little longer, he would have been bitten. Kai replies that he does not know, because his mind went blank, and adds that he had said before that he would protect him from then on, asking if he really would just stand there watching while that thing consumed him. Ju says that he is telling him that he himself is timid, and asks if he knew that. Nuwon comments that he was very brave this time because when he was in Captain Lee's Tiger Squad, he rarely dared to face enemies head-on. Yan says that he did not expect his thunderous stomp to be so powerful, and Yuen replies that it was nothing special, just the third best in the world. Ruin says that is exactly right, truly worthy of a warrior apprentice. The protagonist tells them to continue toward the location of the general level armored lizard and quickly retrieve the corpse card. Elsewhere, the ground is covered with level 35 armored lizards. The team approaches and notices 3 lizards. Jiang says they are likely guarding the general level armored lizard, explaining that there are many obstacles in the stone forest and that there may be other lizards lying in ambush near those 3 elite armored lizards, so they need to be careful. He thinks that he managed to deal with so many elite newts on Eternal Frozen Island thanks to the unique skill Casino Pickpocket, but that this time he needs to be cautious. He says he needs Hu to use the Rain Dance to mask their scent and prevent more distant armored lizards from detecting them, which may take about 10 minutes, and asks if he can maintain it. Yan replies that he can, saying that his Rain Dance has also been upgraded and that he himself has already gone through the challenges of Eternal Frozen Island, so maintaining it for 10 minutes is not a problem. It is agreed that Yan prepares the Rain Dance, Nuon prepares the poison in case it is needed, and Ruin is responsible for protecting the 2 girls. As soon as it starts to rain, his partner will advance with him into the stone forest, reminding that there is no need to attack them directly, only to use the earthquake strike to help him control and delay them while he himself takes care of the rest. Lightning is released until the rain begins. The 2 advance and more eyes appear ahead in the darkness. Several lizards start to move and the protagonist says that, as expected, there are still many armored lizards hidden, asking them to protect him. Yuen moves quickly and uses earthquake, hitting them. Jiang wonders if the 100% increase in attack speed for 10 seconds really works and thinks that now they will test the effect in real combat, saying that it is time for the bets. Kai throws his dagger at the lizards, causing a huge explosion, and in the same place, several lizards are finished off. Yan comments that it looked like an endless rain of darts thanks to the captain, and Ruin says that it is the first time he has seen the pillars and the captain's skills combined, stating that it is extremely powerful. Nuon agrees and says that it is really strong, commenting that this is how they cooperated during the beginner trials. She explains that the armored lizard's armor is very tough and that if the most vulnerable point, the abdomen, is not exposed, it is usually very difficult to eliminate it, saying that not even the captain managed to defeat it with a single strike. The last lizard is finished by a sword. Yuen gets excited and asks if he himself leveled up, and Ju notices that he is now at level 10. The protagonist says that he knew he would make it. Yan comments that their teamwork was incredible and that he is becoming more and more confident in the squad. Nuon says that it has been less than an hour since they set out, and the pillar has already gone from level 9 to 10, stating that she knew the captain and him would be strong together, but did not expect the speed of growth to be so impressive, thinking that she would like to have that power too. Jiang says that the elite treasure chest should be somewhere among the rocks or crevices in that area, and that Nuon can accompany him so they can search together. They walk and arrive at another location. Kai says that if nothing unexpected happens, the general level armored lizard should be inside that stone forest. Yuen asks if he wants to rest for a bit and says that his energy must be depleted. The protagonist replies that it was quite exhausting, but he has not yet reached his limit. Besides that, there may be more than one entrance to that stone forest, and they made a lot of noise earlier. If they take too long, whoever is inside might call other armored lizards from different entrances to defend it, so they need to seize the opportunity while the hunt for a general level beast is still hot. 10 minutes later, Nuon comments that everything is very quiet and asks if there really is a general level armored lizard there. Jiang thinks that he did not find anything among the rocks they passed through and that the focus of his phantom eye cannot detect the presence of a general level armored lizard, questioning whether he miscalculated. Ju has his arms drawn in and Ruin asks what is wrong and if he is cold. Yuen replies that he does not know why, but while they were walking, he suddenly got goosebumps all over. Yan says that he thinks he is just very nervous, until an extremely loud noise is emitted and Kai thinks it is not nervousness. The problem is the ground they are standing on and he tells everyone to stop. The 3 stop and a tail moves, trying to strike them. They run and the protagonist observes carefully, realizing that it is a level 58 general lizard. Ju, frightened, says that he almost lost his life just now and asks how it is possible that its color is so similar to the rocks, commenting that it is excellent camouflage, and Yan agrees, saying he is right. Jiang summons his claws, takes an attack stance, and asks his partner to report the data. Nuon observes carefully and replies that yes, informing them that the lizard is a level 58 phosphorescent lizard, also known as the white lizard, approximately 36 years old and weighing between 2 and 2.4 tons. Kai is surprised to hear the term phosphorescent and asks if the first general level monster they encountered is a mutant variant. Next, the lizard starts being attacked and the system notifies a critical hit. Ju says that this is great and that he finally managed it, while Yan comments that even with just one critical hit, the damage should already be considerable, Imagining the effect of two. The protagonist thinks that mutant variants among general-level beasts usually possess richer collectible items and a higher probability of rare items appearing in treasure chests, but that their strength is also far superior to that of ordinary beasts of the same level. The skin covering the back of the general-level phosphorescent lizard not only has defense above 35 points, but is also extremely phosphorescent, resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, making it very difficult to penetrate. In addition, the chest and abdomen also have a layer of phosphorescent protective film with around 20 points of defense, as well as resistance to high temperatures and corrosion. Jan asks if that means he failed to break through that defense. Nuon explains that previous data show that general-level phosphorescent lizards of similar size have spiritual power between 100 and 150, strength between 380 and 420, and physique between 440 and 480. The lizard emits a deafening roar and the system notifies that it is extremely dangerous. Everyone worries about the captain as the beast stares at him fixedly. The protagonist steps back and says that he is fine, asking them not to worry while thinking that, as expected, that creature is resistant to high temperatures and has armor over its entire body. Not even a critical strike of incandescent pursuit managed to truly damage it, only destabilized it. Fortunately, he had a premonition and managed to avoid the attack in time, because with strength around 400, if he had been scratched, he would probably have been torn apart. This is also due to the secret medicine he found in the secret treasure hall of the Triton Lord, which increased his agility, raising it by about 60 points. As long as he is careful, he can draw the monster's attention without being eliminated. And if he can take advantage of this opportunity to stimulate the pillar and make him activate his class talent and deal piercing damage, even better. If it fails, he will continue luring the general-level armored lizard away from everyone and look for a chance to escape. If it works, he might be able to fully activate the class talent. The protagonist shouts for them to save him. Ju charges forward and says that there he goes again, followed by a breathtaking boom. When Yuen uses the earthquake attack, the impact is huge, but the monster remains practically intact. Ju comments that it is useless, as it does not seem to be having much effect, and Jiang shouts for his partner to run. The monster then starts chasing Yuen. Kai throws his daggers at the monster, causing an explosion. The protagonist seizes the moment and picks up his partner in his arms to run, thinking that now that general-level armored lizard will definitely keep its eyes fixed on him and his partner, so they need to lure it away first. At that instant, someone runs past them, and Jiang wonders who that was just now. Yan comments that the drunk has been drinking alcohol, and Nuon explains that the saliva of a general-level phosphorescent lizard can quickly corrode most equipment and also cause direct damage to the skin. Kai looks back and thinks that no, that really is his drunken partner, reflecting that if Fang were to give the lizard a tongue kiss or something like that, his entire body would probably rot away. Ruin charges at the lizard, but the monster hurls him away. Even so, Yu manages to stay on his feet and asks if that is a phosphorescent lizard. The protagonist asks why he is not treating the lizard as a beauty this time, and whether he is not drunk by any chance. Yan replies that he does not know, but it seems he drank a new second-rate wine today, and did not expect that wine to eliminate the negative aesthetic distortion effect that occurs when he is drunk. Ruin declares that, as a male lizard, he has always sought a female that matched himself, and that today the heavens failed the persistent dragon, but the persistent finally found, among the vast number of lizards, what he was seeking. The monster becomes completely confused. Yu shouts for them to seize the time and not waste that wonderful moment, while Nuon asks if he thinks it is a lizard. Attacks begin to be launched against the beast. Ruin runs toward the monster, calling it his love and saying that no one can separate them. The protagonist thinks that in that drunken state, he is extremely difficult to control, and that if this continues, even if there is a chance to eliminate the lizard, everyone will be left out of breath and mentally exhausted. Yu calls the monster his wife and says to let him warm the shattered heart of a virgin with his strong chest. Jiang thinks he is completely delirious and can barely restrain him while still facing the armored lizard. Because of that, he hastens and shouts for the pillar partner to use the armor-piercing effect of the class talent, as this is the only thing that can help them escape that situation. They need it. Ju wonders if this is what they call having no fear and thinks that the drunk is truly a divine being. Yuen remembers when Yu talked about overcoming fear and how he said he felt no fear at all at that moment. In the present, Ju summons an alcoholic drink, drinks it, and thanks the drunk for the personal demonstration, saying that he learned a lot. After Yuen drinks the beverage, he feels better and much more confident. The system then notifies that he has gained the state of cognitive confusion, in which identity, strength, situation, and other perceptions become distorted. Violent noises echo, explosions occur, and everyone worries about Yu, until something falls to the ground and shatters into pieces. Yuen advances and declares that he himself is the strongest god of war in the world, and Ju attacks the monster, shattering its armor. The protagonist is shocked and asks whether his partner drank the drunk's wine and actually managed to break through the defense. Yuen thinks that, judging by everything, the confused cognition after drinking raised his self-confidence to an unprecedented level, and that this blind confidence further stimulated the class talent, granting the attacks a powerful piercing effect. Just like what happened with the Wolf King and the elite giant black monkey back then, piercing attacks do not cause direct damage to the body but destroy armor, while he continues to proclaim himself the #1 god of war in the world. The monster swings its tail and strikes Ju head-on, making him spit plasma and fall to the ground. Immediately afterward, an attack explodes toward the monster. It is Jiang, distracting the beast to pull his friend away and, at the same time, thank him. Soon after, Kai leaps onto the monster, increasing the pressure and dealing severe damage to the creature. The protagonist comments that this is excellent because after the armor was pierced, that armored lizard became truly vulnerable to critical hits and a chain of fatal attacks, saying that the finishing blow will go to his partner. Then Ju advances once more, proclaiming that he himself is the #1 god of war in the world and asking who would dare be so presumptuous. Yuen follows, consumed by intense fury. Nuon, worried, asks if he is okay, and Jiang replies not to worry, saying that he merely drank too much and that the armored lizard is already damaged and seriously injured because of him, so there is no immediate danger. A few moments later, the warrior drives his sword into the monster, defeating it in a single blow. With that, the system congratulates him for killing the lizard and informs him that he has obtained a treasure chest, also notifying that Yuen has already reached level 15. With blood in his eyes, he says that he has said it before and will say it again. He himself is the god of war, Kratos in person. However, 1 second after saying this, he collapses to the ground completely drunk. Watching the scene, Yan comments that he is really wasted, which the protagonist agrees with. Nuon says she has the feeling she has forgotten something important, but cannot remember what it is. Kai agrees, saying that now that she mentioned it, he feels the same, and Yan confirms it. The three stare at each other for a few seconds, until they finally remember Ruin. Yu is kneeling on the ground crying, talking about his one and only true love of this life. Ruin looks to the side, visibly irritated, approaches and says that he treated him like family and that he has just killed his wife. At that moment, Yu smells something horrible and collapses to the ground. It is Nuon who opened a vial and asks why they are looking at her like that, explaining that her brother thought he was a lizard and could attack them, so she used the potion she had prepared earlier and put him to sleep until the effect wore off. Everyone says it was a good job. Yan comments to give him a bit of that potion that cures drunkenness since it is quite effective. Later that night, on a cliff, everyone is sleeping. Only Nuon and the protagonist remain awake. Ju and Ruon even start snoring and end up hugging each other while sleeping, and Yan has already fallen asleep as well. Nuon asks if her partner wants some water. Jiang thanks her and asks if she's not going to sleep yet. He comments that today's experience was far too intense, and that it is still hard to believe what happened. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to deal armor-piercing damage to that mutant general-level armored lizard. He never imagined that the Grade 2 wine produced by Ruin would, by coincidence, activate his partner's class talent. Nuon asks if he thinks the pillar will activate more class talent effects in the coming days. Kai smiles and replies that he was never weak. What he always lacked was confidence, and that today's confidence came from the cognitive confusion caused by the drink, which triggered a surge of courage and activated the armor-piercing effect. Even while asleep, Ju keeps murmuring that he himself is the #1 in the world. The protagonist comments that he may need more patience, and that in any case, he hopes he will recover true confidence soon. The next day, Yuen wakes up very excited, saying that after hearing the two of them talking, he only now realizes how heroic he was yesterday. Yan tells Yu that he has to admit that when he was in a state of cognitive confusion and presented himself as a male armored lizard in front of that phosphorescent armored lizard, it was truly heroic. Ruin starts vomiting and says that the talk is enough. A chest rests on the ground and the protagonist says that everyone is there and that they will open the treasure chest together. Yan comments that it is a rare treasure chest, saying he just guessed it, and states that his luck is not good today, asking to let the other partner open it since he can see that she is glowing with good fortune, far better than his. Nuon asks if he means her, and Jiang confirms that he does. Yan tells her not to hesitate and to open it without fear because, in any case, it was already a great victory to find the phosphorescent lizard. Nuon then opens the chest and everyone is surprised. She checks the system notifications and says that there is special grade phosphorus ore essence, capable of adding a phosphorescent coating to weapons and equipment, increasing defense. There are 10.4 kilograms valued at 500,000 sacred brilliance coins. There is also an earth core weighing 17 kilograms, an important energy source for urban construction, valued at 100,000 sacred brilliance coins. An essential plasma crystal, 48 grams, which can be used for the manufacture, optimization, and enhancement of important equipment. valued at 300,000 sacred brilliance coins, 3 celestial boon bone fragments, an important medicinal ingredient for enhancing talent levels, valued at 210,000 sacred brilliance coin. Suddenly, Nuon notices something and asks whether that would not be a mutant essential plasma crystal, saying there are 0.6 grams of it. It is one of the materials to produce attribute elixirs, valued at 6 million sacred brilliance coins. The protagonist asks if that means 1 million sacred brilliance coins per gram, and still being only one of the materials. And Nuon confirms that it is exactly that. Jiang wonders whether the Triton elixir he drank back then was not equivalent to consuming hundreds of millions of sacred brilliance coins all at once. This elixir enhances the user's main attributes. Its materials are extremely rare, and throughout the entire year of sacred brilliance, fewer than 20 bottles are produced. Each vial can increase basic attributes by 10 points and is sold for about 150 million sacred brilliance coins. Yuen comments that this is truly worthy of a mutant general, and Kai thinks that he actually devoured an entire village at Serene Lake in one go back then, and that if he had known this, he would have savored it much more carefully. Finally, Nuon says that there is holy water, one of the materials required for the class change from level 2 to the medic profession, explaining that it is said 5 milliliters are needed for the change and there are 15 milliliters there. Ruin says that 5 milliliters of that substance can be sold for 1 million sacred brilliance coins, so that small vial is worth 3 million sacred brilliance coins. Yuen comments that this is truly a case for changing careers and becoming a medic, saying that their luck is absurd after all. Even in a mutant general level treasure, the chance of obtaining 3 class change materials at once is extremely rare. Yan says that an ordinary general level treasure would yield a total profit of around 8 million sacred brilliance coins, so the value of that chest exceeds 10 million, and Ruin comments that he is sounding greedy now. Yan asks if he is sure and if he wants to see how the captain is at this moment. The protagonist is drooling and thinks that the previous elite treasure chest, added to the loot obtained from defeating that phosphorescent general lizard, already easily surpasses 15 million sacred brilliance coins. After that day, the Volcano Squad manages to clear a lizard nest almost every day, and sometimes even 2 general-level lizard nests in a single day. As combat experience increased, Yuen's piercing attacks, combined with Jiang's high critical chain-finishing blows, made eliminating armored lizards increasingly simple. The only drawback is that it consumed a considerable amount of wine. 10 days later, the Volcano Squad had swept through practically all the general-level nests they could find. Yuen and Ruin rose to level 20, and Nuon also advanced from level 9 to level 12. Smoke spreads as they prepare food. Yan asks where they're going next and comments that they have already cleared that area, so no more generals should appear for a long time. Nuon notices something, and the fruits she was holding fall to the ground. The protagonist asks what happened, and Yan questions why her face has gone so pale. Nuon replies that she has just received news. There is a small but relatively strong guild at Blazing Flame Ridge, and during training they suddenly encountered a fallen Corpse King mutant of commander level and were completely caught off guard, being wiped out. The fallen Corpse King, as the name suggests, is an infernal-type monster, elusive and terrifying. Commander-level Fallen Corpse Kings are usually level 60 or above, surpassing mutant general-level armored lizards, and the strength of a mutant Commander-level Fallen Corpse King is simply unimaginable. Even so, that mutant Corpse King was severely injured and managed to escape to recover. The mere fact that the guild managed to injure a mutant Commander-level Fallen Corpse King already proves that they were very strong. Yan comments that if they had managed to defeat the mutant Corpse King, they would have become practically rich, but that it is a pity they were exterminated in the end, as the price paid was far too high. Yuen says that it is truly regrettable, and Ruin comments that they did everything they could. Jiang asks if this news just came out and how many people already know about it. Nuon replies that it is recent information, and probably has not spread completely yet, but some major guilds should already be aware and are certainly sending people there. Kai comments that he remembers Sacred Brilliance does not allow boss stealing, but that rule only applies to king-level bosses or above. Commander-level bosses are not included, and without a doubt that severely injured mutant Commander-level Corpse King has already made countless people eager to try their luck, asking whether they will try as well. Yan replies that they have practically finished training with the armored lizards of that region, and that even if they cannot defeat the fallen Corpse King, it would still be a new challenge. Ruin says that if it were not for the captain, he would never have even dared to imagine that they could defeat a phosphorescent armored lizard, and states that, counting on himself, he is going. Nuon says that she is going as well. Ju asks how the Volcano Squad could be complete without himself, the #1 god of war, and says that of course he also wants to go. The protagonist replies that it is fine, and decides that the next target of the Volcano Squad will be the mutant Fallen Corpse King. The next day, Ruin is sweating heavily and comments that it is very hot, while Yuen observes that the trees around them have a truly unusual appearance. Nuon explains that those are celestial fire trees, about 20 years old, and that those exceeding 30 years have the potential to become celestial fire tree spirits. By defeating them, there is a chance to obtain a fire tree heart, a material capable of enhancing flame effects. They keep moving forward until Ju looks surprised and says that it is the Azure Dragon Guild team and that he has met them before. As they get closer to the destination, Ruin comments that there are more and more people there. As expected, everyone who received the news is rushing to the site, so they need to hurry. Yan observes that although they arrived much faster than those coming from the main city, they still failed to surpass the teams that were already training in that region. The protagonist thinks she is right. At that moment, no one knows how many teams are advancing nonstop towards the Fallen Corpse King's location, and those already nearby are certainly waiting for reinforcements. Nuon thinks that she is very tired and that her energy really cannot keep up with the others, but the competition for the boss is so fierce, everyone is clinging to the opportunity, and she absolutely cannot fall behind. Jiang approaches and asks her to drink some water and rest, while thinking that his partner, as one of the main combat forces, needs to prioritize leveling up. The drunk's level was already high, so bringing him to level 20 is faster, and the fortune teller has been at level 29 for a long time. Only Nuon is at level 12, pushing herself not to fall behind without complaining. Nuon replies that she is not tired. Kai thinks that even at the most basic level and being a medic with no combat abilities, managing to persist this far shows that she is definitely not as fragile as she appears, and comments that if she is not tired, then he himself is, and that he can pretend to rest with her. Yuen observes that there are many high-level teams gathered, and asks why they do not rest and conserve energy for the fight. Nuon is surprised, and Kai explains that Blazing Flame Ridge, where the Fallen Corpse King is located, covers an area of 5 to 6 kilometers. In addition, most monsters in that region do not have a clear sense of territory and tend to wander across the entire Blazing Flame range. Added to that, with so many teams searching at the same time, it is difficult to gain an advantage through speed and stamina alone. Yan asks if he has any ideas. The protagonist replies that he is thinking they should stop and reflect before searching for the Fallen Corpse King, and asks whether they have any special advantage compared to the other teams. Ruin agrees, saying that the captain is right and that amid so many skilled teams searching, the question is what the Volcano squad can rely on to find the Corpse King first. Yan and Yuen exchange glances. Nuon says she cannot think of anything at the moment and that perhaps they can only rely on luck. Jiang reflects on that word. Ju suggests doing a divination to see if they are lucky enough to find the Fallen Corpse King, and Yan asks how someone could divine something like that. Kai replies that the team's advantage is precisely her, the seer, and asks whether she is not being invited to do a divination or perform a rain ritual. The protagonist adds that she has forgotten that before becoming a seer, he was a geomancer. The Fallen Corpse King is seriously injured and must be hiding to recover, so he asks what kind of place an infernal monster like that would choose to hide in. Yan asks if it would be a place with stronger yin energy. Jiang replies that not necessarily the strongest, because he is injured and may not have the energy to search for the ideal spot. It is possible to use intuition to identify some areas near Blazing Flame Ridge that have relatively strong yin energy and filter them. Then Nuon says that feng shui is her specialty and that they can rest while she goes to find the possible hiding place of the Fallen Corpse King. Everyone replies that they understand. Shortly after, still in the same place, someone taps Kai on the shoulder. It is Yuen, who says that he looks really troubled and asks what he is thinking about so seriously, commenting that he did not even notice him approaching. The protagonist replies that it is nothing much. He just suddenly remembered that Nuon has already obtained the materials for her class transfer to level 20, and that although he himself knows the recipe for his own class transfer documents, he still does not know how to find them. Ju says that he already knows the recipe and asks whether the ingredients are rare. Jiang replies that they are not exactly rare, but that he simply cannot figure out what they are. Back then, he found a special class transfer recipe for level 20 in the underground secret palace of the Triton boss on Eternal Frozen Island. After deciphering those mysterious words, he realized they spoke of living water of unknown origin, flames that ignite spontaneously, calm air, unstable mud, and ever-changing metal. Yuen asks him to wait and asks what he means by living water from an unknown source, and flames that ignite spontaneously, questioning whether that is really a recipe or just a riddle. Kai replies that there is only one recipe, so it cannot be wrong, but admits that it is indeed confusing. He has also thought about whether living water from an unknown source could refer to rainwater, but has no idea about the other parts. Ju comments on the unknown source and says that now that it has been mentioned, it actually makes some sense, then asks about the flames that ignite spontaneously and whether they could be at Blazing Flame Ridge. The protagonist asks what Blazing Flame Ridge is. Yuen replies that it refers to Blazing Flame Ridge and says he has heard that it is extremely hot there, even without any visible fire like a natural furnace, asking if that does not sound magical. Jiang reflects and says that, thinking about it, it really does make sense. At that moment, someone approaches and asks if he is not the kid who got lucky and became famous on Eternal Frozen Island, saying that now he has gotten all full of himself. 5 warriors approach, all at level 40, and their captain says that they truly are enemies on a narrow road. Yuan asks his partner in a low voice why he is saying that and whether he happens to have some grudge against those shady-looking guys. Kai replies that he has never met them, but judging by their aggressive attitude, they're probably from the Huang family. Zhu asks if they really are from the Huang family and says that if that is the case, he needs to teach them a lesson. The protagonist tells him not to be rash, explaining that those guys look high level and that their current objective is the mutant corpse king, so they should not start a fight now, and asks what all this is about. The captain steps forward and asks what this is supposed to mean, saying that he eliminated members of the Falcon Squad before and then ambushed and killed Huang while they were hunting the Triton Lord, asking whether he really has that much audacity and likes to go around taking finishing blows. Yuan retorts that his partner did not ambush Huang, but that on the contrary, Huang brought 4 helpers and was still completely defeated. A crack is heard as a red-haired woman swings her whip, saying that her captain is talking to Kai and asking why he is barking like a dog. The protagonist notices the attack and blocks it. The red-haired woman becomes furious, and Jiang tells her not to dare call him audacious, commenting that when there are always flies buzzing around, it becomes extremely irritating. The captain draws his sword and asks if he dares to call the Vermilion Bird Guild flies, saying they will finish them quickly and make their lives a living hell. Kai thinks that those people have clearly decided to fight today, and that a clash seems inevitable. Nuan asks what he is doing and whether he intends to attack them right there. The protagonist glances sideways and wonders whether they know each other. The captain asks whether she was not from the army and why she is with this guy. Nuan replies that she is now part of the Volcano Squad, that Jiang is her leader, and that if he makes any move, she will not stand by and watch. One of the captain's partners comments that that woman's sister works for Wei Ying and says that finding the fallen corpse king is urgent now, so they should not cause trouble. The captain sheathes his sword and says that he is lucky today and that he will not touch him, adding that he did not know he liked taking advantage of others and using women as shields. Kai only stares at him without saying a word. The captain continues saying that he really likes using darts, that it makes sense because a scoundrel like him only deserves such treacherous weapons, and promises that the next time they meet, before killing him, he will not only destroy the darts but also leave his arms covered in cuts. The protagonist keeps staring at him in silence. They leave laughing, saying that they are pathetic and that they do not understand how the Falcon Squad lost to someone like that. Yuan comments that this went too far, and Jiang replies that now is not the time to fight and that they should let them go. He asks whether his partner knows Zhu Feixiang. Nuan replies that she knows a little, saying that he also lived in the residential area of the military families, and that she heard he was promoted from martial apprentice to warrior more than 6 months ago, and that his current combat abilities are probably already equivalent to those of an heir. They ask what an heir is. Nuan explains that the martial apprentice profession is highly valued by the military, and that the 4 professional stages before becoming an extraordinary being have long been known. From level 1 to 20, they are called martial apprentices. From level 21 to 40, they are warriors. From level 41 to 60, they are heirs. And from levels 61 to 80, they are ancestral warriors. The protagonist says he did not expect Zhu's strength to be comparable to that of an heir. Nuan comments that he has a good relationship with his brothers, and that on top of that, it is said his agility is extremely high, so he needs to be careful. Jiang thinks that, for some reason, he has a strong premonition that he will encounter this person again during the guild challenge. Yan calls him over and says that she has calculated 3 locations that meet the conditions. The first is Twilight Cemetery, northwest of Blazing Flame Ridge, relatively close to the Fallen Corpse King's territory. The second is Shanyin Lake, located south of the Blazing Flame mountain range, which has yin energy and is closer to the main city. There is also a third place, a low basin directly west of Blazing Flame Ridge, little known without even a name and which requires crossing a small mountain. Kai stands still, deep in thought. Yuan says that the Fallen Corpse King, being severely injured, must be in a hurry to return to its lair, and asks whether they should try their luck at Twilight Cemetery. The protagonist replies no and says they will go to the basin. Everyone looks surprised. Jiang explains that although Twilight Cemetery is the closest to the territory, it is very likely many teams will think the same way, and by the time they arrive, the place will already have been thoroughly searched. Even if the target passed through there, they would probably leave empty-handed. As for Shanyin Lake, it does not concentrate as much yin energy as the cemetery, nor is it as isolated as the basin, and being the closest to the main city, it would inevitably attract attention. The basin, on the other hand, although blocked by mountains and seeming like a less convenient escape route for an injured corpse king, is precisely because of that ignored by most adventurers, so, in the end, it is worth taking the risk and going there first. 2 hours later, in the Nameless Basin, Kai asks if that is the place. Yuan replies that in that cursed location he can feel a strong yin energy, even without observing feng shui. Ruin comments that the place is huge, and that the mutant corpse king is injured and hiding. And now, besides finding it, they need to deal with it before others discover it, which makes the difficulty even greater. Since the fallen corpse king fears being discovered and wants to hide to recover, it will certainly choose the most concealed location possible, such as a cave or a tomb. Nuon says that this is a potion she created while fighting the military, capable of weakening the toxic damage of infernal-type monsters. The effect can last half a day and might be useful. The protagonist says they should first take Nuon's medicine and then search together for caves, abandoned tombs, or something similar. At night, in the forest, Yuan says he really cannot walk anymore and asks whether they should rest a bit before continuing. Jiang tells him not to lag behind and to keep up the pace, and Nuon agrees, asking what they would do if the corpse king suddenly appeared. Zhu questions that possibility and says that it is injured and hiding. Yan replies that it is possible that if this mutant corpse king feels hungry while recovering and catches the scent of a person, it might suddenly appear. Yuan imagines the king right behind himself and runs off in panic. Kai, anxious, says he is timid and that they should not scare him even more. The seer comments that in fact he is very strong, just limited by his own timidity. Then Yuan trips over a stone and falls to the ground. They rush over and ask if he is all right. Zhu widens his eyes when he sees a tomb right ahead. Yan asks if that is an unmarked grave and comments that it is so well hidden, they might not even have noticed it if they had passed a bit farther away. Ruin observes that the tomb is very small and questions whether a commander-level fallen corpse king could really hide there. They fall silent for a few moments, staring at the tomb until the protagonist says that it is there and orders everyone to retreat. They move back quickly and Jiang climbs to the top of a tree, saying that his partner will face it head-on while he prepares to attack from the shadows. A light appears, and Kai says that if his brother cannot hold on, he should flee and not push himself too hard because he will use his life pursuit ability to distract it at any moment. Suddenly, a hand rises from the tomb and Yuan says that it is extremely frightening. A dark mist spreads, and the king rises from the ground wrapped in an oppressive aura. Everyone stares at the scene. Zhu observes and thinks that it truly looks terrifying. The corpse king lets out a deafening roar and hurls him away. Then Yuan summons a drink and says he cannot take it anymore and is about to pass out. Zhu drinks the beverage, lets the cup fall to the ground, feels an overwhelming confidence, and declares that he does not care whether it is a demon or a ghost, because he himself is the greatest warrior in the world. Yuan charges with his sword and delivers a strike, but the king remains completely intact. The two stare at each other, and Ruin says that his sword got stuck. Zhu immediately retreats, and the corpse king raises its hand and strikes him, hurling him away. The king raises its hand again to strike, but the protagonist leaps forward and asks what the rush is, saying that his opponent is still himself. Explosions echo, Yan and Ruin hold Yuan, and the seer says they were very lucky. That corpse king was already badly shattered, and with the captain's life pursuit attack, it should have been pulverized into dust. The drunk comments that he saw Juzi's sword fail to even cut it just now, and worries that it will not be that simple. Yan asks what is wrong. The seer watches in shock and asks what is happening, questioning whether that corpse king is immortal. The system notifies that the boss's skill is Undead Resurrection. When the fallen corpse king suffers a fatal injury, the necromantic energy within it revives it, greatly reducing the damage received and accelerating the healing of the wound. Nuon adds that the large wound in its chest is also showing signs of gradual recovery. The corpse king slams the ground and Jiang is thrown away. He steadies himself and thinks that this fallen corpse king, despite having its armor shattered and being gravely injured, and despite having suffered several consecutive critical hits from his vital pursuit, is still standing, something truly formidable. Nuon calls out to him and says that they need to pierce the heart of that mutant corpse king. Otherwise, no matter how severe the damage to the body, it can recover. The protagonist understands that this is why it seems indestructible, and that the heart must be completely pierced. Nuon observes carefully. The monster emits a terrible sound that hits Nuon and starts to take interest in her. Jiang calls to her in concern. The monster turns its gaze to him and attacks, preventing him from getting closer. Kai tries to dodge, but ends up being grabbed and squeezed. The protagonist feels as if his bones are breaking, realizes that it is a feint, and understands that it is completely impossible to break free. The monster opens its mouth, about to devour him. Yan calls to him, and Yuan charges forward, asking how it dares to injure his teammates. A terrifying attack is unleashed. Nuon coughs up plasma and warns that it is a dark purple poisonous mist, similar to that of a corpse, and that everyone needs to be careful. She thinks that poisonous attacks are one of the fallen corpse king's specialties. The darker the color of the cadaverous poisonous mist, the greater the toxicity. Normally, the mist of commander-level fallen corpse kings is dark blue and highly toxic, capable of completely corroding an explorer's skin in 1 minute. In king-level bosses, the cadaverous mist is black, and ordinary explorers would almost certainly lose their lives upon contact. That mutant commander-level corpse king is injured, but it can still produce a dark purple cadaverous poisonous mist, something intermediate between the two. Even if it does not kill instantly, the toxicity must be extremely frightening, and the medicine she gave everyone is almost negligible. It is no wonder it managed to wipe out a powerful guild even while severely injured. It seems Ju has already confronted the fallen corpse king, but the difference in strength is far too great, and he will not be able to hold on for long. A voice declares that if it dares to harm the captain, he will be the first to object, and Ruin charges forward. Nuon tries to stop him, but someone grabs her arm. It is Yan, telling her not to be rash and to stay there, because that dark purple poisonous mist is probably very potent. She is the medic and the last hope, and now she needs to protect herself well. Nuon says she will protect herself and asks what she is doing. The seer asks her not to approach because it is dangerous. The range of the poisonous mist is very wide, and she needs to get closer to invoke the wind and the rain to dissipate it. Nuon thinks that everyone is fighting desperately and wonders why. She herself, as a medic, seems unable to do anything. She remembers that since she was young, her sister protected her from all the dangers of the outside world, and that she grew up relying on her in her ignorance. Until one day, the phantom star suddenly descended, and bestial gods began to appear all over the world. Humans were only able to confront the bestial gods that invaded their homeland after undergoing trials on the phantom star and becoming transcendent. Then her father sacrificed himself on the battlefield against a beast god due to a lack of medical resources during a beast tide. At that moment, she felt as if she had matured overnight, and from then on, decided to join the armed forces and become solid support for her comrades on the battlefield. When she was at her most helpless upon first entering the Phantom Star, she met the two of them. They fought together with perfect synergy. Under Kai's leadership, Ju and she herself were selected by the army thanks to their outstanding recruitment records. And in the end, just like her sister, she managed to enter the armed forces as she had always wished, believing she had taken the first step toward her dream. However, after officially joining the army, she felt firsthand the gap between herself and the others. Despite all her effort, her evaluation was only a C. She comforted her partner, who had also received an unsatisfactory result, telling him not to be discouraged. But deep down, she herself was even more frustrated, wondering whether she could truly become an excellent medic and whether she was really qualified to protect everyone. Yuen says that is a beautiful fallen corpse king and that, like himself, he could give up this opportunity, declaring that he is the greatest warrior in the world. Nuon thinks that, just like back then, watching her closest friends fight with their lives on the line, she can only hide behind them, the same way she always hid behind her sister. And she begins to doubt herself, questioning whether she should really have chosen the path of medicine. The Corpse King continues releasing the purple mist, and Yuen, together with the drunk, tries to block it. The protagonist, still trapped, grows deeply worried about the two partners. Nuon hears and recognizes her brother's voice. Ju and Ruin are thrown far away. Nuon rushes to them immediately and realizes that they were exposed to the toxic mist for less than a minute and have already suffered extremely severe corrosion. She releases her mana without hesitation and uses her healing skill on both of them. At that moment, lightning tears across the sky and Nuon asks what is happening. Soon it starts to rain and it is Yan. Under the violent wind and rain she summons, the poisonous mist begins to dissipate. Next, Nuon directs her skill toward her partner. Jiang, still immobilized, feels intense pain throughout his body. He can still breathe, but with great difficulty, and thinks that perhaps he was too arrogant. Kai also reflects that on the frozen Eternal Island, if it were not for the game heist ability, he would never have managed to deal damage to the weakened Triton boss. This time, that mutant commander-level Corpse King completely escaped their planning and dragged everyone into an extreme situation, making him question whether he failed to protect them. Yan is seriously injured and collapses to the ground, and the protagonist begins to wonder whether he truly was arrogant and completely wrong, and whether he is still capable of making the Wang family pay the price they deserve. Jiang remains silent, deep in thought. Yuen charges with his sword and declares that he is the greatest warrior in the world, and that no one dares be presumptuous. Ruin says he is back. Ju and Ruin charge together. Kai thinks that he cannot simply give up here, and remembers that Big Brother and Yingzi are still waiting for him to live well. Everyone keeps worrying about him, fighting to the very last moment. The protagonist falls to the ground, coughing, feeling searing pain all over his body, unable to stand up. Nuon approaches, and Jiang tells her to calm down. Yan has fallen, and the wind and rain will not last much longer. He feels as if his entire body is fractured, but they need to deal with that enemy quickly. So he asks if there is any way to restore him as fast as possible. Kai pleads. Nuon, with tears in her eyes, answers that she understands. The monster grabs the drunk and Yuen and is about to devour them. The protagonist throws himself forward with everything he has, attacks the beast, and manages to save his partners from its grasp. They fall to the ground, gravely injured. Jiang tells them to leave the rest to his partner, and then Kai charges toward the monster. Shortly before, Nuon had explained that with her current healing abilities, she could not restore him immediately. That was a beginner's Phoenix tier obtained by chance during a previous military training. By using that item, explorers of level 20 or below could ignore their injuries for 1 minute and temporarily return to ideal physical condition. However, the side effect was that after 1 minute, the user would immediately lose consciousness regardless of circumstances, and she asked if he was sure he wanted to use it. The protagonist replied that 1 minute was enough. In the present, Jiang attacks and starts running, provoking the monster and telling it to chase him if it can. The creature begins releasing the purple mist, and Kai, while running, thinks that this is perfect because the wind and rain have almost ceased, and the distance is also just right, until the protagonist suddenly stops running. A deafening boom erupts. The monster tries to grab him again, but Jiang dodges and asks whether, after being fooled once, it really thinks it will fall for the same trick again. The Corpse King keeps releasing the purple mist until Kai finally unleashes his attack with everything he has toward the opponent. The beast tries to dodge, believing it to be just a minor strike, but a massive explosion erupts. The monster becomes confused, looking around without understanding what happened. Other attacks close in on it. The creature screams and keeps scanning its surroundings, trying to locate him. The protagonist appears from behind and remarks that he is right there, saying its reaction is far too slow. The monster tries to hit him, but Jiang dodges and counterattacks, triggering another explosion. The beast manages to grab him again and begins to squeeze him tightly. Nuon becomes extremely worried. The monster is about to swallow him when it suddenly widens its eyes. Kai asks whether it really thought it could catch him a second time and reveals that he was pretending to be captured just to lure it in. The protagonist releases all of his power, and the corpse lets out a deafening scream of pain. Jiang thinks that this time the attack truly landed. The potion's effect lasts only 1 minute, far too little. The monster finally collapses to the ground. Nuon rushes over to them, and Kai says that now everything depends on her. Nuon begins healing him and thinks that those 3 deadly arrows embedded in the tree, which at first looked like missed shots, were actually part of the plan for the final blow. Wondering if everything had been calculated from the very beginning, the monster emits a strange sound. Nuon stares at the fallen beast and asks whether it has still not been finished off, remembering her partner's words that now everything would depend on her. She looks at the monster and realizes she has to act because her companions need her at that moment. Nuon raises her weapon and faces the creature. The monster screams, trying to stop her, but she strikes it without hesitation. Plasma drips onto the ground, and she asks if it still thinks it can escape. The fallen creature continues to emit sounds of pain. Nuon, consumed by anger, asks how it dared to hurt her friends and declares that she is ready to finish it. At last, the monster is eliminated. The next day, everyone is already awake. Nuon tends to the leader's wounds and tells him to avoid any strenuous activity, explaining that he needs plenty of rest and that with the medicine she prepared, he should recover in about 3 days. The protagonist smiles as he looks at her, and Nuon, not understanding, asks whether something is wrong or if there is something strange on her face. The protagonist replies that no, and states that she has evolved greatly, becoming an increasingly exceptional explorer. Nuon asks about herself, and Jiang confirms without hesitation. Nuon lowers her gaze and admits that, during the confrontation against the fallen Corpse King as a medic, she can only rely on her companions to push forward and feels that she ends up limiting the group's combat capability. Kai disagrees and says she is underestimating herself because in recent days, while helping everyone evolve, she has also been striving to keep up with the pace of the main group. Even exhausted, she does not complain and continues training hard. He recalls that when the Falcon Squad provokes her, he knows that even he himself is no match for them, and that after the fallen Corpse King is gravely injured, it is Nuon who delivers the decisive final blow, levels up, and acquires the ability to treat multiple critically injured allies simultaneously. Kai emphasizes that, despite being a medic and practically lacking real combat capability, she never considers retreating, and many of her contributions go unnoticed, even though everyone acknowledges them. He states that she performs extremely well throughout the entire journey and that everyone likes her and needs her. Nuon is deeply moved upon hearing this. At that moment, the rest of the team approaches and Yuen says Kai is right, adding that without her care and dedication as a medic, no one would be walking around so carefree. The protagonist is surprised and asks when they arrived. Ruyan also agrees and says it is thanks to her presence that everyone can move forward without worries, while Yan adds that without Nuon, he probably would have given up long ago. Still emotional, Nuon takes a deep breath and declares that she also cares deeply for all of them and needs each and every one of them. 2 hours later, Jiang looks at the group gathered around the chest and asks if everyone is ready. They all confirm, and Kai positions himself in front of the chest, announcing that he will begin. As he prepares to open it, he remembers that the chests left behind by the fallen Corpse King usually contain a large amount of equipment and have a high probability of granting rare items, and that the creature was a mutant version, which makes everything even more exciting. The chest opens and Nuon identifies the first item as the Blazing Flame Blade, a level 80 executor weapon. She explains that only 2 units of this weapon exist throughout the Sacred Radiance, and that this one is the third, with an estimated value between 300 and 500 Phantom Star coins. Yuen is surprised and calculates that this equals about 3.5 million Sacred Radiance coins, while Yan questions what is so special about it, since it is still just a level 80 rare weapon. And Ruin laments the fact that the team does not have an executor. The protagonist agrees, but notes that the item can still be converted into money. Then he notices another object and asks what it is. Nuon examines it and says it looks strange, as it is not registered, and Ruin is surprised, asking if that means the equipment has never appeared before. Nuon replies that she has appraisal cards and explains that during her time in the army, she and Juzi occasionally encountered equipment that the watches could not analyze, which is why she decided to buy some cards as a precaution. Jiang picks up a piece of armor called Necromancer's Exterior, which has a level 60 requirement, and reads its attributes. An increase of 24 points in strength, 27 in defense, 33 in agility, and 71 in spirit. Yuen comments that the increases are impressive, especially the spirit bonus, which reaches an extraordinary value. And Kai notes that beyond the attributes, the special effects are even more surprising. The first effect, Finisher's Embrace, allows armor designed for level 60 explorers to be used by them as early as level 20. The second effect, Necrotic State, represents the essence of the armor and grants temporary immunity to attacks that affect the nervous system. Against sonic attacks, such as those of the Tritons or toxins that target the nerves, this effect offers a valuable opportunity for recovery and counterattack. The third effect, Finisher's Torment, can only be activated when the opponent is already gravely injured, and although its practical usefulness is limited, it serves as a powerful intimidation tool in critical moments. 25 minutes later, Nuon looks at the amount of equipment already obtained, and comments that most of the items consist of weapons and armor, and that, despite their high level, they are not very suitable for the team, concluding that they will probably need to be sold to obtain materials for class advancement. Suddenly, something begins to glow inside the chest, and Ju notices the light, asking what that is. Everyone approaches and is surprised to realize it is an accessory. The protagonist observes carefully and says the ring appears to be of extremely high quality, asking his partner to try appraising it first with the watch. Meanwhile, Jiang notices another object and asks what it is, and at that moment, a notification appears before him, with the system congratulating him for obtaining the gambler's exclusive weapon, Lord God card, Finisher. Kai asks about Finisher, and the system confirms that yes, the Finisher card, also called the Lord God card, is the exclusive weapon of gamblers and has no level requirement. The complete set consists of 9 Finisher cards, and one of them can be taken by explorers to the real world after reaching the transcendent or terrifying stage. The protagonist reflects on the term unique, concluding that there is probably only this single set in all of Ghost Star. He realizes that the Finisher card is an exclusive gambler weapon without level restriction, making it perfect for him. He remembers that his professional skill, Ghost Hand Card Throw, increases accuracy when throwing common items by 40% and penetration by 30%, and when using card-type items, accuracy rises to 120% and penetration to 250%, meaning that when he uses the Finisher card, both attributes become several times stronger than with his regular weapons. Even so, he is intrigued by the terms mysterious beings and transcendentals. He understands that transcendentals are extremely powerful individuals above level 80, while mysterious beings seem to be an equivalent title, and he decides to seek more information upon returning. He notices that the Finisher card's attributes increase by percentage, indicating that the higher his own attributes are, the greater the bonus granted by the card. Curious, he begins analyzing its special effects. The system states that the card itself will present its abilities. The first special effect, The Time Has Not Yet Come, requires active activation and allows the card to repeatedly attack the target up to 50 times, consuming a large amount of spiritual power, and during the effect, the target suffers 50% additional damage and cannot be finished. The protagonist finds the ability contradictory, thinking it's strange to prevent a finishing blow while increasing damage. The second special effect, Wrath of the Gods, makes the card spin at high speed, using its tip as an axis, dealing continuous and concentrated damage within the attack area. And if the target cannot escape, penetration increases progressively, consuming additional stamina and spiritual power. Jiang comments that if the enemy cannot flee, the damage will continue rising, and that, combined with the time has not yet come, it justifies the name Finisher card. The third special effect, Divine Artifact of Recognition, makes the card indestructible and allows the user, after obtaining it, to summon, throw, and retrieve it purely through willpower. Kai considers this effect extremely valuable, since the card cannot be destroyed and can be controlled mentally, making it difficult for treacherous adversaries such as the Huang family to discover his trump card. He reflects that although he has not yet found the necessary materials for the gambler's level 20 class advancement, he has obtained the profession's exclusive weapon. Even so, he remains intrigued by the name Lord God card, questioning what it represents, why the Finisher card is part of that set, and whether there truly are 8 other cards. At that moment, the protagonist senses something unusual and activates his Ghost Eye focus ability to observe the forest. He concludes that the situation is dangerous, as a large and fairly high-level team is approaching. Since no one in his group is in good condition, he understands that if they are discovered after defeating the Mutant Corpse King and opening the treasure chest, they will certainly lose all the spoils. He warns the group that enemies are approaching, states that there is no time to waste, and orders an immediate retreat. Elsewhere, the commander stands motionless before a window when someone knocks on the door. Wei turns and sees Lan enter, reporting that another country has discovered a connection to a teleportation network. The commander reflects that due to the low level of development on Ghost Star, the areas explored by each country are not connected to one another, and only certain professions can access other nations' initial trial areas through special means. With national territories normally not overlapping, yet about a year earlier several countries began, one after another, to discover the teleportation arrays of the Lost Lands. These teleportation platforms are scattered throughout Ghost Star, but they all lead to the same public area known as the Lost Lands. This region has extremely peculiar characteristics. First, the Lost Lands cover an immense area and change location every 6 months. Second, within them, there are several mysterious and unexplored zones called the Lost Ruins, where rare treasures and valuable materials for class advancement can be found. Third, only explorers below level 60 are allowed to enter the Lost Lands. In addition, there is another notable detail. As soon as a human enters this area, the AI's intelligent brain issues a competition notification. The system announces a welcome to the competitive area, Lost Lands, and informs that participating teams must be formed by 5 players with professional levels below 60. When the number of participating countries reaches 80, the competition will officially begin. All explorers will compete against one another, and the teams that achieve first, second, and third place will receive 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. Possessing the Lost Lands key grants the qualification required to enter the Lost Ruins and search for rare treasures, and each person may only participate in one competition of the same level. Lan reports that so far, 49 countries have already discovered the Lost Lands teleportation platforms, and that once the number reaches 80, the competition will begin. However, Sacred Radiance itself has not yet found any such device. Only those who achieve a ranking in the competition will be permitted to explore the Lost Ruins, and the treasures found there have the potential to alter the fate of an entire nation. She asks whether the commander is listening, but he remains silent, extinguishes his cigarette, and orders that all representatives of the national guilds be summoned for a meeting. 3 days later, the protagonist approaches the group, and Yuan asks whether the items were sold without difficulty. Jiang replies that yes, and explains that everything sells out as soon as it is placed in his private space. He also purchases the materials necessary for his class advancement, stating that everything is already prepared and that he only needs to use them to complete the process. Yan comments that the spoils obtained this time consisted only of rare resources and questions whether they were truly sold so quickly. Ruin observes that the number of extremely wealthy individuals seems to be increasing. Nuan remarks that she heard that a few days earlier the armed forces held a national conference with guild representatives, which led purchasing departments to significantly increase their acquisition of rare resources, possibly explaining the high demand. Kai brings the topic up again, and a boy passing by comments that the Guild Challenge tournament is about to begin that year and that several new and powerful guilds are preparing to participate. The companion beside the boy says the event promises to be exciting and mentions that the Zhuanwu Guild is giving special attention to the tournament, having publicly declared that it will definitely claim first place. Ju considers the attitude extremely arrogant and states that there is no reason for concern, as he intends to defeat them personally. The protagonist says that before anything else, the group must go to the guild area. Yuan agrees and reminds them that to participate in the tournament, they first need to join a guild. Nuan asks whether he has already found one, and recalls that he previously mentioned having offended the Huang family, which would cause no guild to accept him, leading her to imagine they would face difficulties. Yan asks which guild the captain found, and Jiang replies that it is still a secret. Upon arriving at the guild area, Kai announces that they have arrived. Ju looks around and asks whether that truly is the chosen guild, commenting that the place seems abandoned, located in a remote area with no one at the entrance, and not even a sign bearing the guild's name. Nuwon suddenly realizes something and asks whether he intends to create his own guild. The protagonist opens the gate and confirms that yes, declaring that this is the Lord God Guild. Everyone is stunned. After the gate is opened, the group sees an extremely beautiful courtyard. Jiang welcomes everyone to the Lord God Guild. Ju asks when he managed to create a guild and comments that, silently, he pulled off an impressive move. Nuwon agrees and admits she never imagined that someone as frugal as him would have the resources to purchase such a luxurious place. Ruin asks about the property's value and suggests that it probably costs at least 100 million sacred radiance coins. Kai reflects that his image as an excessively thrifty person in the eyes of his companions seems impossible to change. He then presses a button on his watch and explains that he has actually been planning this for a long time. He says that while purchasing the materials for everyone's class advancement, he also applied to register a guild. Ever since arriving at Ghost Star, he has been repeatedly rejected by multiple guilds due to fear of the Huang family's influence. For him, relying on fate or luck is never better than relying on himself, which is why he decides to found his own guild. The system issues a notification stating that the identification of the Lord God Guild's residents is in progress. Shortly afterward, the identification is completed and the guild's information begins to be verified. Jiang states that although the Lord God Guild is only just beginning, after so many years they finally have a home on Ghost Star, and the group celebrates. The next day, Yuen announces that he has successfully completed his class advancement and become a fighter. He says he now possesses a second talent and that his attributes have become extremely powerful. The protagonist asks what the talent is, and Ju explains that it is called Complete Fighter, granting 10% more attribute growth compared to the secondary advancements of other professions. In addition, Yuen now receives 7 extra attribute points every time he levels up. Jiang comments that the result is excellent. Yan states that the warrior class's progression truly stands out in attribute growth, justifying its reputation as one of the most powerful professions in Sacred Radiance, and admits she feels envious. Yuen adds that this is not all because, during combat, he can freely redistribute his attributes, allowing him to have great agility at one moment and high attack power the next. And after combat, the attributes return to their original values. He also explains that the talent has the potential to help him learn new moves while refining his fighting techniques. Yan observes that freely redistributing attributes, when used correctly, can annihilate opponents of the same level, and that the ability to learn new moves is practically equivalent to acquiring skills for free. The protagonist states that Yuen may become the most versatile warrior in the group. Ju declares that, as promised, he will protect them from now on, while Yan repeats that she is still envious. At that moment, a door opens and Ruin enters with a dejected expression. Jiang asks what happened, and Ju questions whether the class advancement failed. Ruin replies that the advancement was successful, but he became a specialist winemaker, and his talent is joy in wine. He explains that he receives 2 extra points in strength and agility per level. However, his vigor growth decreases from 3 to 2 points. Kai comments that normally, after level 20, each level grants 20 attribute points, and that special professions such as warriors and soldiers receive additional points, and that few people can exceed the standard, so gaining 3 extra attributes is already remarkable. Nuwon agrees that it is impressive but shows curiosity about the joy in wine talent and asks how it works. Ruin explains that the state stimulates his subconscious, leading him from complete drunkenness to an intermediate state between drunk and sober, making him overall extremely... The 3 ask him to finish the explanation, and Ruin answers that he becomes completely uninhibited. The 3 react with clear discomfort. Half an hour later, Yuen notices that Nuwon still has not appeared and wonders if something went wrong. Yan suggests they wait a little longer, reminding them that class advancement is a difficult process, but believes she will succeed. Shortly afterwards, someone approaches, and Nuwon finally appears. Ju asks whether the advancement did not occur as expected, and says it is not a problem, since she can try again in the future. Yan comments that his first class advancement was not smooth either, and Ruin says she should not be discouraged because they will all support her. The protagonist asks the others to wait, believing she has something to say. Nuwon then reveals that after advancing to the rare medic class, she obtained the talent Extreme Toxin Analysis, whose probability of acquisition is less than 1 in 1,000. Everyone celebrates the achievement. Nuwon explains that the talent allows her to increase the effectiveness of medicines by 10%, enhance poisons by 50%, and expand by 30% her perception of toxic substances present in materials. Ruin considers the ability excellent and asks whether she intends to follow the path of poison usage. Nuwon replies that, not necessarily, but reminds them that every medicine carries some degree of toxicity, and when preparing remedies, she can use the talent to remove toxic impurities and significantly enhance the effect of treatments. demonstrating that this is the true value of the ability. Jiang states that the results of everyone's class advancements are excellent, but reminds them that among their opponents there are many strong teams. He explains that several of these teams have their levels deliberately controlled by major guilds in order to compete for top positions in the team battle rankings, so no one can afford to lower their guard. He determines that in the remaining days before the official start of the Guild Challenge tournament, everyone must continue training and leveling up, and the group immediately agrees. 7 days later, the system issues a mission requiring the collection of 180 elite Forest Wolf corpses, in addition to the Forest Wolf Warrior's corpse. Yuan comments that after 7 days of practical combat, he notices a significant improvement in his performance. Yan says that his Rain Prayer ability is becoming increasingly effective, and the group shows enthusiasm about the evolution of their own skills. Kai then informs them that the Guild Challenge tournament matchups have been announced. The system declares that in the level 21 to 40 bracket where they are placed, there are 32 competing teams with 1 team battle per day, and their first opponent is the Instant Elimination Squad. Nuwon observes that it is quite a coincidence that their first opponent is the Zhuanwu Guild, belonging to the Huang family, which has a history of conflict with the captain. Yan adds that in previous tournaments, fights usually ended upon reaching a certain limit, but this time total elimination of the opponent is the only victory condition, raising suspicion that the Huang family may have influenced the rules to seek revenge. Zhu says he intends to consult the military to confirm whether the Huang family is truly involved, but Ruin asks him to calm down. The protagonist declares that there is no need to investigate because, whether it is fate or premeditated revenge, the outcome changes nothing, and he says he has wanted to face Huang personally for a long time. The girls react in surprise. Jiang reflects internally that the Huang family truly owes him a great debt and decides to use that opportunity to settle all accounts. The next day, the arena is packed, and the host announces that the team competition for the 21 to 40 category will begin in 15 minutes, asking the audience to refrain from moving around. She calls the participating teams, starting with the Zhuanwu Guild, to come onto the stage if present. Part of the crowd begins shouting that the Instant Elimination Squad has arrived and that no one will be able to stop them, proclaiming that the instant strike will make history and that Zhuanwu is invincible. A warrior comments that he considers himself very lucky to participate in the annual Guild Challenge tournament and decides to show the venue to a companion, saying that although she performed excellently in that month's rookie trials, she must not become arrogant and needs to observe how experienced teams fight. The adventurer replies that there is nothing interesting about the preliminary group stage rounds and that the real spectacle only happens in the finals. The warrior reprimands her, telling Hong Shuang not to become arrogant, reminding her that although she took first place in the rookie test, among the participants in that match there is someone who broke a beginner record that had remained untouched for 30 years in Sacred Radiance. Other warriors ask if he is talking about Jiang. Meanwhile, Huang asks where Jiang is and speculates that perhaps he has not arrived yet out of fear of facing him. A companion laughs and says that would be understandable since Huang's reputation is widely known, and although Kai dared to attack his brother, he certainly would not dare confront him directly. Huang states that Jiang is still unconvinced and calls him a coward, and at that moment someone calls out his name. The protagonist appears accompanied by his team, and Yuan asks why there is so much shouting. Jiang replies that they will only find out who the coward is after the fight. At the same time, elsewhere, several people watch the situation through a large screen. The analyst reports that all systems are calibrated and that during the match it will be possible to evaluate Nuon and Yuan's performance at any time. Liu comments that perhaps one more person should be included in the evaluation, and the analyst questions this, recalling that the initial request involved only the two of them. The instructor explains that the commander also wishes to observe another participant's performance. The analyst says there will be no problem adding someone else and asks who will be evaluated. Liu smiles and replies that it will be the captain of the Volcano squad, Jiang. The analyst reacts with surprise and admiration, stating that it is impressive that in such a short time, both of them not only reached level 20 and completed their class advancements, but also surpassed that level by a considerable margin. Lan adds that just over 20 days earlier, when they left the army, they had not even reached level 10, questioning why anyone who follows Kai evolves so quickly. Liu answers that this is not really surprising because Kai himself is an extremely singular individual. The host asks for the players' attention on the field and announces that once the match begins, no team may withdraw, surrender, or forfeit. She declares that the only victory condition is the complete elimination of the opposing team and asks if everyone understands. With confirmation given, the match officially begins. Huang orders his subordinates to follow his instructions and eliminate the Volcano squad. The protagonist takes an offensive stance and sets the strategy. He will lead the attack, Ruin will protect the two girls, and Nuon will observe the field to provide healing at the right moment. The group immediately agrees. One of the opponents advances arrogantly, saying he can hardly wait to tear them apart. Zhu steps forward as well, declaring that he is right there. Jiang encourages him not to be afraid, saying he heard his calls. Part of the audience shouts for Zhu not to retreat, reminding him that his position on the team depends on this performance. Biao observes that Zhu's greatest flaw is cowardice and wonders whether he will overcome it this time. In the arena, Yuan opens a bottle and begins drinking, displaying growing confidence. Some people wonder what he is doing and whether he is truly consuming alcohol in the middle of combat. Zhu proclaims that he is the greatest god of war in the world and declares that any opponent who dares provoke him will certainly lose his life. The protagonist questions whether Yuan has already started drinking before the clash, but the enemies advance at the same time. Yuan strikes first, triggering a violent explosion. An opposing warrior shows surprise, saying they were told Yuan was just a coward with a military rank, unable to understand what is happening. His companion replies that he just looks like a drunk. Zhu charges again, challenging any opponent who dares face him. Jiang observes that Zhu seems impossible to stop in that state and remarks that, fortunately, Ruin has not drunk yet. However, shortly afterward, Ruin also drinks and rushes forward, declaring that he has never placed himself below anyone, and that if Zhu intends to show off in front of the Volcano squad, he will be the first to protest. A bald opponent notices there is another drunk and decides to confront him first. Ruin storms forward furiously, saying his big brother will love him dearly. The bald man panics when Ruin unleashes a powerful impact and even tries to kiss him. Ruin leaps again, moving rapidly across the ground and declaring that he loves fiery beauties like that. The enemies are alarmed and wonder whether the entire Volcano squad is made up of lunatics. Hong observes that the squad truly seems monstrous. Yan comments that at least the audience will stop thinking the group is merely a bunch of perverts. Nuwon explains that the two can only unleash their full potential when drunk and that they do it to protect the rest of the team. The protagonist activates Ghost Eye Focus and realizes that both are completely incoherent, concluding that he must concentrate fully on the battle. Yuan attacks again, causing another explosion. An opposing warrior says he was almost hit and only escaped thanks to his high agility. He attempts to strike Yuan from behind, but Jiang intervenes and warns his companion to be careful. The warrior unleashes his power, yet someone blocks the attack with a shield, preventing the advance. The defender laughs and says the shield was prepared specifically for that situation, guaranteeing that as long as the defense is not broken, not even a critical strike will be able to eliminate him. Another adventurer advances and notices there is a medic and a seer in the rear, concluding that neither has direct combat capability and that he can eliminate them first. Yan tells her partner to hide behind her and takes a defensive stance. The seer activates the invincible art of the ice rainbow, and the audience watches in surprise as a hailstorm begins to fall. The adventurer is startled to realize that the seer can create ice and lightning out of nowhere. Yan explains that recently she has been training to create hail with the Xuanbing Jade provided by the captain, using ice and lightning to interrupt enemy attacks with extremely effective results. The system reports that the level B equipment can imbue skills with ice properties, reducing the opponent's agility and causing freezing damage when continuously exposed to freezing magic. The hail is sliced in half when a swordsman appears in front of his companion and launches a counterattack. Nuwon shows concern for Yan. The swordsman remarks that being caught off guard by a fortune teller is not something he intends to tell anyone, since they remain teammates outside the arena. The adventurer declares that enough is enough, states that the fortune teller is his prey, and promises to eliminate that troublesome woman personally. Zhu immediately charges forward and blocks his path, asking where he thinks he is going, declaring that he himself is the true opponent and the greatest god of war in the world. A new massive impact explodes across the arena. The swordsman states that that lunatic is as irritating as a fly, and the adventurer agrees, suggesting they eliminate that guy first. Yuan once again takes an offensive stance, while Ruin continues advancing uncontrollably, trying to kiss his own opponent. The bald opponent, clearly frightened, asks if he is begging to be eliminated, questions who his wife would be, and mocks that he does not even seem to know who he is. He observes that the shield in that pervert's hands has extremely high defense, and concludes that he must attack the unprotected points. The bald man jumps from behind and tries to strike, but someone blocks the blow. He realizes that the one stopping him is the captain of the opposing group, the protagonist himself. The bald man comments that he has already used 8 throwing knives. At that moment, Huang advances and releases his power through a supermagnetic crystal, which emits an intense light. Yan notices the phenomenon and questions why his compass stops responding. Nuwon realizes that her dagger also begins to be pulled away. Yuan feels his sword trying to escape from his hand, and Jiang's weapon is also torn away. He realizes that his tracking blades simply disappear. Huang continues activating the crystal and pulls in several weapons, asking if they really believed he would come unprepared. He explains that the supermagnetic crystal, extracted from the core of an extremely powerful supermagnet, was created specifically to neutralize throwing knives. He provokes them, saying that now there is only one knife left, and questioning what chance the protagonist still has. Kai merely smiles and replies that perhaps he is celebrating too soon. Huang observes the last knife and wonders why it is not affected by the crystal, but concludes that it will make no difference, as he believes his opponent is already defeated. Huang Da raises his shield, asks whether the protagonist can see him, and declares that on that day he will learn the true meaning of despair. In an observation room, Liu analyzes the battle and states that Jiang will probably lose, explaining that that equipment is the Titan Shield, originally belonging to an extraordinary being. Even with its attributes reduced by the match rules, its defense remains terrifying, reaching 72 points. He explains that on Ghost Star, higher-level weapons normally require high-level users, but it is possible to downgrade these weapons to allow weaker explorers to use them. This process causes irreversible damage and reduces part of the attributes, yet the destructive power still far surpasses that of ordinary equipment. The instructor comments that she did not expect the Xuanwu Guild to resort to downgrading weapons that once belonged to extraordinary beings. Liu adds that it is not only the shield, the supermagnetic crystal, and the equipment previously used by one of the hunters are also higher-level weapons, although of inferior quality. He concludes that all these resources are being used specifically to face Jiang. Lan watches with concern and asks whether that means he is doomed. In the arena, Huang Da orders the instant elimination squad to follow his instructions and prepare to eliminate all members of the Volcano squad slowly so they can feel the consequences of challenging the wrong family. A warrior steps forward and states that while the martial artist's weapon remains trapped by magnetism, they should attack and defeat the 3 most vulnerable members first. The bald man charges again, shouting for his opponent to lose his life. In the stands, a man comments that the equipment difference is absurd and that there is no hope for the Volcano squad. The blonde woman beside him sighs and says that although Ju managed to overcome his cowardice, he will probably have no further chance to prove it. A young man declares that Kai will finally lose, and Hong concludes that perhaps he is not as strong as they said. Huang Da states that all members of Instant Kill wear the Black Rhinoceros inner armor, ensuring that the equipment they carry is not affected by magnetism. He claims that no matter how much the protagonist struggles, it is nothing more than agony before death. Huang Da uses the crystal to pull the girl's weapons away and declares that he wants to see Kai finished. He promises that everything Kai did against his family will be repaid 100-fold, saying he wants to see him acknowledge his own insignificance and beg for mercy on his knees. The protagonist then summons his weapon and declares that he will never accept a destiny imposed by others. Huang Da laughs and tells him to stop resisting, asking if he truly believes those throwing knives can defeat him. At that moment, the weapon releases a surreal aura and transforms, summoning a card. Huang Da shows indignation, and the audience also reacts in shock, asking what just happened. Lan watches in surprise and questions why Kai's 9 Tribulations deadly pursuit technique suddenly turns into a card. Liu analyzes the emitted energy and states that it seems to be an extremely condensed intent, questioning whether the weapon possesses its own consciousness. Jiang immediately understands and thinks that it is not a simple tracking weapon, but rather the exclusive weapon of a gambler, the God's card. The system then informs that Ghost Star equipment is normally classified between F and S ranks, but there are superior classifications above S rank, and also states that the God King's card belongs to the SSS category. The protagonist shows surprise and questions the meaning of a weapon of such a class. The system notifies that the God King card also possesses a unique deck special effect. The God King deck special effect determines that for each additional God King card in the user's possession, all cards from the same deck receive a 10% bonus to their base attributes and 50% weapon penetration. The system also reveals the second special effect of the deck, Devour and Transform, which allows it to devour other throwing weapons and inherit all their attributes and effects without altering the original attributes of the God King card. Jiang explains that before the match, the finisher card had already disguised itself as a life-tracking dart through the Devour and Transform effect. Since it does not have strong magnets embedded, it suffers no influence from the supermagnetic crystal. He states that next, the one who may end up kneeling and begging for mercy will be Huang Da, but the plea will not be to be spared and rather to be eliminated. Huang Da wonders what the boy intends to do. Kai activates the Wrath of the Gods, releasing a surreal energy. Huang Da trusts in the Titan Shield, believing that even as an inferior version of an extraordinary being's weapon, it is still superior to a mere card, and he does not understand how that could pose a threat. The attack strikes the shield, completely shattering it and hitting Huang Da, who's thrown far away. The supermagnetic crystal falls to the ground and all the weapons return to their owners. Yuan blocks an attack with his sword while Ruin uses his shield and complains that the opponent is attacking by surprise, saying that it is naughty. The bald opponent watches everything in terror. In the observation room, everyone follows the fight on the big screen, and someone questions whether it is real since a simple card pierced a shield that seemed impenetrable. Doubts arise about how Jiang's attack power can be so terrifying. In the arena, Huang Da refuses to accept what is happening, asking how he can lose to someone he considers insignificant, realizing that he cannot even stand up. His companions call for help, but Yuan and Ruin leap forward, declaring that their opponents are them. Ruin taunts that the more the enemy tries to run, the more excited he becomes. The protagonist stops in front of Huangda holding the card and states that the real spectacle is only beginning and that the moment is still not opportune. Huangda widens his eyes when he is struck by a slash. Lan watches through the big screen and comments in surprise that the movements are so fast she can barely follow them. The protagonist executes multiple consecutive slashes and states that Huangda truly does not regret his actions, but that he is mistaken if he believes that is all. The system notifies the activation of the first special effect of the finisher card. The moment is still not opportune. When using the card in this state, the weapon automatically attacks the target up to 50 times, dealing 50% additional damage while preventing the target from being eliminated during the process. Huangda screams in pain and the sound echoes through the arena, creating a suffocating pressure. Jiang states that eliminating people has almost become second nature to Huangda since he never values the lives of others, and declares that now he is experiencing the true terror of approaching the final blow. Huangda begs for it to stop. The system then notifies the activation of the third special effect of the outer armor of the Finisher Spirit, Finisher's Torment, which inflicts continuous mental attacks on the enemy, forcing him to repeatedly experience the psychological terror of standing at death's door. This effect only manifests when the target is gravely injured and can be maintained as long as the user's mental power allows. Kai stares at Huangda coldly, and the opponent, completely dominated by fear, begs him to stop. The protagonist merely smiles, emanating a terrifying aura, and continues the attacks. Huangda feels unbearable pain without understanding who is striking him. He feels as if something is scraping his insides, slowly corroding him, as though his body were being crushed into pulp. The pain and suffering become intolerable, and he wonders why he has not yet been eliminated, begging for it all to end. Jiang asks if he cannot endure anymore and states that this pain does not even amount to 1/10,000th of the suffering of the innocent people Huangda has already eliminated. The opponent begs once more to be killed. Kai reflects that, as expected of the finisher card, the effect "the moment" is still not opportune. Combined with the outer armor of the Finisher Spirit and Finisher's Torment, perfectly merges physical suffering with psychological torment, producing a devastating result. Huangda continues begging to be eliminated. Watching through the big screen, Lan questions why he is still alive, since the level of damage suffered should have been fatal long ago. Liu replies that he also does not fully understand, but states that Huangda is probably already completely broken, wondering what Kai's true secret weapon is, since even he cannot see through that power. Huangda coughs and swears he will never touch his family again, admits he was wrong, and begs to be eliminated. The protagonist thinks that, having such a good opportunity, there is no reason to let Huangda escape easily. Jiang looks around and imagines that those people will soon lose their patience. Tong watches furiously, not expecting that even with all the preparation, he still cannot eliminate Kai, and calls out to him. The protagonist asks how he can help. Tong says he knows what he wants and promises that if Huangda is eliminated at that moment, he will never trouble his family again. Jiang asks why he should believe that and what will happen to them if the promise is not fulfilled. Tong tells him not to push his luck. Kai says it will be as he wishes. Tong thinks that Wei has already returned to psychological treatment, and that if this continues, Huangda will also be completely ruined. He swears before everyone in the name of the Xuanwu Guild that his family's safety will be guaranteed, and promises to sign an agreement before the military after the fight, if he still doubts it. The protagonist smiles and replies that he has said enough, declaring that after that day, if the Huang family or the Xuanwu Guild dare to touch his family again, he will uproot them all. Soon after, Huangda is decapitated, and Jiang asks if he understood. Tong grits his teeth. A subordinate calls for the master, and Tong orders them to disconnect immediately and seek the best psychologist to evaluate Huangda's condition, thinking that there will still be a reckoning in the future. Kai remains standing, smiling, but feels a strange weakness and realizes he can barely stay on his feet. The continuous use of Devour and Transform, Wrath of the Gods, the moment is still not opportune, and Finisher's Torment has almost completely drained his mental energy. Although Huangda has been eliminated, there are still 4 high-level fighters on the other side, and he knows he cannot fall at that moment. As long as he remains there, the enemies will stay cautious. When they face Ju, they will certainly be distracted. Beside him, Yuan continues fighting and calls the opponents cowards. The aura around Ju intensifies. Yuan dodges an attack, and the enemy adventurer is shocked, asking how his strength increased so many times so suddenly. The girls realize it is the all-round fighter talent, deducing that Ju transferred all attributes to strength at the moment of the attack, enough to pressure even a level 40 fighter, and they tell him to be careful of attacks from both sides. The two adversaries advance simultaneously, but Yuan dodges with extreme speed. They are stunned, and Ju declares that he said long ago that they are trash. A spectator comments that he does not even look like the same Jew, while another observes that he is fierce and incredibly agile, as if he could block any attack. Meanwhile, Ruin runs after his opponent, trying to hug him. A spectator comments that seeing a drunk old man chasing a level 40 fighter across the entire battlefield is impressive. The bald man calls him a pervert and tells him to disappear, thinking that his shield has absurdly high defense and is extremely difficult to damage. He reflects that if Jiang were attacking anyone else, he could focus on the fight, but he realizes the protagonist is not making any move and begins to suspect. Yuan advances again, provoking and asking if that is all they have, calling them a disgrace to the profession of fighter. The adventurer realizes something is wrong. He states that Kai clearly has the strength to eliminate them, and questions why he remains still, concluding that there is no advantage in delaying the fight. Then he perceives a possible issue. Kai's level is not high, and those devastating abilities used earlier probably consumed all his energy. In the observation room, the analyst comments that the numbers continue rising drastically and praises Yuan's impressive performance. Lan questions what kind of miracle exists within the Volcano squad, recalling that a level 20 fighter defeated Huangda, a level 40 fighter, and that even Zhu, who used to be timid in combat, is fighting extraordinarily. Regardless, she says she feels relieved that the Volcano squad will likely win and that Nuan is safe. Liu, however, disagrees. He explains that with Huangda's elimination, the 4 remaining members of Swift Kill, even shaken, now see that battle as a fight to the death and will never surrender, especially out of fear of Jiang, who has remained motionless since Huangda's elimination. He observes that it may look like an intimidation strategy, but considers it more likely that Jiang is completely exhausted. To make matters worse, the 4 remaining members notice this weakness and begin attacking aggressively. In the arena, 2 warriors step forward and say that if Kai keeps standing still watching his teammates fight alone, everything will unfold exactly as they predicted, adding that the Volcano squad should fight with all their strength. The bald man declares that they will risk everything. 2 minutes later, someone slams a sword against the ground. It is Yuan. The adventurer observes that his strength seems to fluctuate, while his partner confirms it and adds that whenever the power of his strikes suddenly increases, his speed decreases. The warrior concludes that Yuan probably has a talent that transfers attributes and that, although he appears extremely powerful, any carelessness will be fatal. The swordsman states that if they find the right moment and prevent the attribute conversion, Yuan will certainly be eliminated, and adds that Jiang has not made any move for a long time, suggesting that his mental energy has truly run dry. With that, they decide not to wait. Yuan charges with his sword, and the swordsman declares that after dealing with him, Jiang will be next. In the stands, a spectator comments that the opponents have changed strategy and that the Volcano squad will probably lose. Zhu moves swiftly and says, "That is nonsense," declaring that no one will defeat the Volcano squad by stepping over him. The pressure builds until a violent explosion erupts. The protagonist leaps, and the opponents fall, unable to believe what has happened. Yuan asks whether that seems surprising. On the night before the guild challenge, Nuan notices that the protagonist seems worried during lunch and asks what he's thinking about. Jiang explains that in the next day's challenge, Huangda hates him deeply and will certainly try to harm them in every possible way. He says he knows the enemy's strategy and believes Huangda will attempt to neutralize his most reliable weapon, Life Pursuit. Nuan asks if he has a plan. Kai recalls the mysterious card he took from the Corpse King's chest and says that with it, he has more than a 90% chance of defeating Huangda alone. However, he remembers that they will not face only Huangda and that using that card has side effects. Without a proper strategy, the chance of eliminating the entire Swift Kill squad could drop to less than 60%. Nuan reveals that the Phoenix Tears are exhausted and explains that she has been researching alternatives during that time, but has found few results. She presents an anti-dormancy capsule, explaining that with his current attributes, the item can temporarily restore 50% of his maximum state after 1 minute. However, there is a price. During that minute, he will be completely paralyzed. In addition, the capsule only works if the user has previously exhausted all mental energy. Nuan emphasizes that 1 minute of paralysis on the battlefield is extremely dangerous, and that voluntarily exhausting mental energy is practically suicidal, promising to try to find another solution. The protagonist praises her ingenuity and says that with that, his confidence in eliminating the entire Swift Kill squad rises to 100%, leaving only the right opportunity to wait for. Back in the present, 1 minute earlier, the adventurer declares that attacking the greatest god of war under heaven is the same as asking to be eliminated. Yuan charges at the enemies while Ruin chases the bald man. Jiang remains motionless, calculating that after defeating Huangda and exhausting almost all his mental energy, he only needs to wait for the necessary time for partial recovery. He thinks the opponents will never realize this. Ruin asks if the opponent is playing hide-and-seek with himself. The bald man realizes too late that he has made a mistake. Yuan appears behind him and strikes him with a devastating blow. The bald man, coughing blood, asks how that is possible. Ju tells him to remember that moment, saying that losing his life to the sword of the greatest god of battle under heaven is an honor. Ruin hugs the fallen enemy and begins to shout dramatically, asking why they eliminated his beloved. Yuan asks if he really needs to ask and reaffirms that he is the greatest god of battle under heaven. Ruin declares that since his beloved is gone, he will take his place and accept his kiss. Suddenly, Ruin stops when he smells something strange and recognizes the scent. The protagonist comments that fortunately his companion prepares wolf-repellent spray for them, reflecting that they need to prepare better, as Ruin's drunken outbursts are becoming even more frightening than before. He asks how Yan and Nuan are, and Yan replies that both of them are fine and ready to continue the fight. After the opponent's defeat, the host declares the match officially over. Yuan immediately interrupts her, taking an offensive stance and asking who is there and whether they have come to challenge his partner. The host looks confused, and even his own teammates are startled. Jiang quickly approaches and tries to calm him down, reminding him that he has already proven himself to be the greatest god of battle and does not need to keep fighting. Yan reinforces that no one there is his enemy. The host clears her throat, regains her composure, and announces that the Volcano squad is the winner, informing them that they must return the next day at 8 in the morning for the second round of the competition. Ju declares that from now on, everyone can count on him. Ruin is carried away on a stretcher while Yuan remains drunk, proclaiming that the god of battle is present and challenging anyone who dares to cause trouble. In the stands, the audience comments in disbelief that the Volcano squad has won. An unknown rookie team has managed to defeat the experienced Swift Kill squad. Some spectators wonder how Yuan, supposedly belonging to a class considered useless, can fight with such ferocity, even chasing down a level 40 combatant. Others question what Kai's class truly is, and what kind of celestial weapon that mysterious black card he uses might be. Hong remarks that she now understands why they were specifically invited to watch the Volcano squad's match. Lan agrees, saying their victory is impressive. Liu states that the outcome was expected, since Kai always leads the Volcano squad with unpredictable strategies, and he believes the commander will be eager to analyze the new evaluation data. Shortly afterward, the results are released. The analyst reports that Ju's rating has risen to SS class, while Nuan did not display any new abilities during the fight, and therefore remains at her original C class rating. Lan is surprised to hear about the SS class and comments that it has been a long time since a player below level 40 reached such a rank. Liu explains that achieving SS class so early greatly increases the probability that upon reaching level 60 or higher, Ju could directly enter the preparatory camp of the Sacred Radiance Battle God Hall. He recalls that in order to confront the rampaging beast gods, nations established national and regional battle god halls, creating preparatory camps designed to select and train talents with the potential to become true battle gods. Liu continues explaining that there are two paths to enter the preparatory camp. The first is to stand out in local evaluations with exceptional combat ability, the route followed by the majority. The second is to be selected by the military and enter directly by meeting professional requirements with a military recommendation, something only a handful of people ever achieve. Lan comments that entering directly into the Sacred Radiance Battle God Hall preparatory camp is so difficult that perhaps not even a single person in the entire Sacred Radiance Kingdom manages it in a year, and she never imagined Yuan had such potential. Liu then asks about Jiang's rating. The professor replies that it was impossible to measure him, leaving both of them surprised. He explains that the data shows serious contradictions. Jiang's attributes are exaggerated for a level 20 player, yet because of his unknown profession, they chose not to investigate further for now. At the same time, those attributes are still below elite level 40 specialists, but the attacks displayed absurd destructive power. In one test, the attack coefficient reached 24,000, something nearly unbelievable. As for the card weapon, there is no corresponding record in any database, which even caused the calculation program to fail. The only clear conclusion is that, despite the impressive victory, Jiang exhausted his energy too early and, as captain, gave his team excessive freedom. If they must assign a grade, it will temporarily be Class D. They state they will report to the commander and thank everyone for their efforts. Later, Lan says that this classification cannot be only D. Liu agrees, but explains that he did not argue because the professor was not wrong. The problem lies in the system itself. He recalls that the evaluation method was built upon countless data points and the efforts of pioneers, but questions, what happens when someone appears whose path has never been walked before? Measuring such a person by the same standard inevitably creates distortions. Like the commander, he also wants to see how far Jiang can go. The next day, Yan points at a pharmacy and suggests buying herbs to prepare a spray. The shopkeeper asks what they need, and Yan requests barrage, psychedelic mushroom, and sour blackberry. He confirms he has everything and invites them to follow him. The protagonist notices his partner has disappeared from sight and finds her examining a shelf. Jiang approaches and asks whether they also sell recipes there, and what those listed are: Green Water Phantom, Eternal Frozen Chill Poison, and Crimson Kiss. Nuwon explains that they are poison recipes and finds it strange that she has never seen Green Water Phantom at auctions. The shopkeeper says it is extremely rare, recently obtained from a chest left behind by a mutant general class water phantom at Water Phantom Lake, near the entrance of Taiping Mountain. Kai asks whether anyone truly goes down to that lake, and the shopkeeper laughs, saying yes, especially ascetics who enjoy isolated and dangerous places. On that occasion, he was lucky to find prey nearly dead. Even so, he warns that Green Water Phantom is powerful but difficult to activate. The preparation itself is risky and may poison the handler, and even once ready, it is hard to use. Nuwon asks what kind of poison it is. The shopkeeper explains that when spread onto an enemy, it passes through armor and adheres to the body, but it only activates if the target is completely submerged in water at that very moment. In other words, it is not enough to apply it successfully. One must also knock the opponent into water for the effect to trigger. Without even commenting on whether the battlefield would have rivers or lakes, the two partners exchange a glance and say it is perfect, deciding to buy the recipe and leaving the shopkeeper completely confused. After some time in Zhongcheng at Xuanwu Private Hospital, in a silent room, someone sits alone. Wei slowly opens the door and observes his son, recalling the doctor's words. The young master's condition is even worse than that of the second young master. His spirit has suffered a devastating impact and is already showing early signs of mental collapse, requiring urgent treatment. The meeting's recommendation was that he should not go to Ghost Star for now, arranging at least 3 months of psychological monitoring. Wei punches the wall in frustration, saying the younger son has not yet recovered, and now the eldest is like this. He is the most brilliant descendant of the Huang family, and all of this happened because of Jiang. He promised not to touch his family, but never said he could not deal with him directly. After all, the guild challenge is not over yet. At that moment, someone approaches, saying he heard Wei was looking for him, and asks whether it concerns the challenge. In the following days, the guild challenge continues intensely. Some teams, after witnessing the brutal method with which Jiang defeated Huang, choose to forfeit before the fight even begins. Others engage in fierce battles but end up defeated by the Volcano squad. In the end, Kai leads Volcano into a successful advance among the top 16. That night, Yan comments that the information for the next day's match has been released, and the system issues a notification. Participation notice for the main God Guild, Volcano Squad. Congratulations on reaching the round of 16. The next opponent is the 4 Falcon Squad of Xuanwu Guild, led by Zhu. Report to the Shengyao West District Arena at 8 in the morning for preparation. Yuan remarks that it is Xuanwu Guild again, and that the name sounds familiar, and Ruan agrees. The protagonist recalls that Shu Fei Xiang of 4 Falcon was the team they encountered when searching for the fallen Corpse King, concluding that the Huang family is growing increasingly impatient. Zhu remembers they are the arrogant ones, and Yan adds that 4 Falcon is considered Xuanwu's supreme elite. Although Swift Kill is strong, in raw power it cannot compare to them. Hu Yan confirms that most of Swift Kill belongs to Xuanwu's administration and major families, possessing superior resources and equipment. Nuwon explains that Shu's team was selected from numerous strong players due to vast experience, impeccable teamwork, and great adaptability, especially Shu himself, whose agility is extremely high and demands maximum caution. The next day, the noisy clash between Xuanwu's Falcons and the main guild's Volcano promises to be electrifying. Everyone knows about the rivalry between Jiang and Xuanwu, making the confrontation heavy with tension. Shu approaches, saying they meet again, and asks whether he remembers what was said, declaring he will personally cut off his arms. Yuan, irritated, tells him to stop talking so much and look at Huangda ahead, whose grave is already tall. The protagonist ends the exchange by saying they will settle it with strength. The host announces that among the 36 guild challenges, the round of 16 enters its countdown, sending the audience into excitement. Lan shows concern for her sister, while Lu wonders whether Jiang can perform another miracle against the Falcons. The blonde tells them to stay firm, as she and the captain have always supported him. The countdown ends, and the match begins. Shu and his team take an offensive stance, and Jiang does the same. Kai advances first. Yan warns that with so many tracking weapons, they will try to catch the captain off guard. Fei Xiang smiles and says he already expected that. His team immediately positions themselves at the front, forming a defensive line. Shu smiles coldly and states he will show what true team combat is. 4 Falcon blocks the initial attack, and Jiang and his companions are surprised. From the stands, the blonde comments on their incredible reaction speed, and a boy confirms that even with the squad focused on offense, they managed to reorganize their formation almost instantly, raising a perfect defense that simultaneously blocked all 6 darts launched by Jiang. Flames spread across the field, and even when a critical hit is activated, the target does not panic, retreating calmly and using the impact to his advantage. The redhead raises her voice, telling them to let her advance. The boy watches closely and realizes it's not just that. Whenever someone on the front line suffers a critical, The members right behind react almost at the same instant, turning defense into counterattack. The redhead spins her weapon and challenges them to prove the power of the flaming whip, and then strikes hard, causing a heavy impact. Lan comments that she had only heard about Squad 4 Falcons, but seeing them up close confirms their reputation as specialists in team combat. Liu agrees, saying that although individually they are not the most extraordinary in Xuanwu, as a unit within a massive guild, they are truly impressive. The protagonist concludes that such synergy is born only from constant battles on the edge between victory and defeat. As opponents, they are far more terrifying than Swift Strike. Shu, wrapped in a dominant aura, asks if they still want to use the pursuit weapons. The audience recognizes the supermagnetic crystal and assumes he will regain control of Volcano's weapons, forcing Jiang to resort to the mysterious card. However, to everyone's surprise, each weapon displays an energy that prevents attraction. Murmurs spread as they realize the supermagnetic crystal has lost its effect. Fei Xiang asks if they modified the weapons. Kai replies that after their losses against Swift Strike, it would have been foolish not to prepare. Before the fight, someone had remembered the remaining ores from the secret palace of the Tritons, and discovered that the special-grade resistant ironstone generates an opposing force to the supermagnetic crystal. Thus, they reinforced all the weapons and eliminated their fear of that resource. The protagonist praises the strategy and then leaps, declaring that in the face of maximum speed, even the most perfect coordination will reveal flaws. Kai advances, unleashing successive attacks. Lan thinks that by keeping Gambler's time active, the 6 pursuit weapons may surprise them. She admits that in just a few days, the team found a solution to neutralize the crystal, something truly impressive. Liu comments that following Kai's team growth is precisely what makes it so interesting. The protagonist warns Ju and Ruin that it's time. Players' time does not last long, and now is the ideal chance to counterattack. A bottle shatters on the ground and the two charge forward. Yuan raises his weapon, proclaiming the power of the greatest god of war in the world. Ju releases colossal energy and an explosion echoes. When the smoke clears, Yuan asks where they are but is struck from behind. Jiang warns about the danger and attacks. Shu mocks him, saying he dares to lose focus while facing her, and that next time she will eliminate him. Ju retorts, asking how she dares to challenge the greatest god of war. Yuan lunges, but a warrior intercepts him with a shield. The redhead states she will handle the situation. The warrior notices that the opponent's reaction is not bad and admits he underestimated him. Yuan insists that if he is so eager, then come at him. Ju moves swiftly using Earthquake Prison. At the same time, 3 adventurers advance against the 2 girls and the drunk. Ruin throws his bottle, declaring he is inferior to no one, blocks with his shield, and tells the girl he is there. The opponent calls him a drunk old man, irritated. The 2 adventurers retreat, saying they will finish that pervert and that the 2 useless girls will be theirs. Yan activates Enhanced Incredible Ice Ray, while Nuan releases her own energy. The attacks slice through the air toward their rivals. On the other side, Zhu fires at the protagonist. Jiang draws his weapon and launches his darts. Fei Xiang smiles, saying he loves this kind of game and that, in terms of speed, he has never lost. Shu easily dodges all the projectiles and comments that he is far too slow, leading Kai to conclude that this opponent is truly troublesome. The cameraman comments that no one has ever managed to dodge Kai's darts at such a short distance, and questions whether that is even real. After all, Shu is known precisely for his agility, and even replaying it in slow motion, he cannot understand how the dodge happened. On the field, Fei Xiang continues avoiding every attack with movements almost impossible to follow. Lan observes that Zhu twists his body to evade the projectiles, and even uses the momentum of the spin to shorten the distance to Kai. Liu says he checked his stats. Shu's base agility exceeds 300,000 and, with equipment, can reach at least 350,000 or more. He concludes that if Kai's main advantage is also agility, then Fei Xiang probably has over 100,000 points above him. In terms of attributes, Shu is practically Jiang's natural nemesis. In the middle of the fight, Fei Xiang declares that turning him into an enemy will be the greatest regret of his life. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widen when Shu unleashes the Whirlwind Strike, a devastating charge. Jiang activates Ghost Eye Focus and realizes that although it looks like just a sword strike, the other hand was clearly gathering energy. That whirlwind is not a simple attack. With the opponent's current agility, focusing only on dodging will not give him enough time to escape the continuous sequence. Kai tries to counterattack, but Shu smiles as he notices he took the bait. Wielding the silver and purple twin blades, Fei Xiang releases a power wrapped in an intimidating aura. The protagonist is shocked to see that the pursuit weapons are once again under control. Shu asks if he thought he was the only one capable of modifying weapons, explaining that his blades were adapted. They may not control long-range weapons like the supermagnetic crystal, but in close combat they are enough to neutralize pursuit weapons. Jiang asks if he had been prepared for a long time and if he provoked him precisely to force him to use more projectiles. Fei Xiang admits he's even impressed that he still has the breath to ask questions at that moment, and tells him to watch carefully. He asks whether the last resort is that final dart or the hidden card disguised as a dart used before, stating that everything unfolded exactly as he predicted. Faced with the protagonist's doubt, Shu explains that the top position of Squad 4 Falcons is not due only to flawless teamwork, but also to the fact that they never underestimate any opponent. Before the match, he reviewed the fight against Swiftkill countless times and concluded that the unexpected victory over Huangda came from that disguised card. After using it, Jiang did not rush to help his teammates. He remained still. He asks why. Was it absolute confidence in his team? By analyzing his expression, he concluded it was not. Thus, he arrived at the hypothesis that the trump card, although capable of eliminating with a single strike, consumes enormous physical or mental energy, preventing immediate reuse. After calculations, the interval is approximately 1 minute. The protagonist grits his teeth. Shu states that if he dares to use that resource there, he will probably defeat him as he did Huangda. But during the minute of vulnerability, his teammates will eliminate the rest of Volcano and then surround him together. Jiang simply stares at him in silence. In another part of the field, Yuan proclaims that the greatest god of war in the world is present and asks why his opponent does not kneel. Zhu attacks, but the opponent dodges. The warrior advances, provoking him and telling him to lose his life. Yuan blocks and retaliates, demanding that he accept his sword. A boy in the audience comments that the Falcon member avoids direct confrontation with Zhu. He retreats when Zhu advances and advances when Zhu retreats, as if he were playing. An older man beside him explains that he knows Zhu possesses a talent for attribute transfer. If they fought head-on, he might not win, so he constantly tests his patience, draining his energy and searching for openings. The blonde questions whether the 4 Falcon squad should not be extremely strong, and remarks that resorting to such tactics seems incompatible with their reputation. The old man beside her replies that this is pure strategy. The Falcon members are not pampered elites concerned with superficial fame. They have vast real combat experience and understand that, in a life-or-death fight, victory is what matters, no matter the cost. He concludes that Yuan needs to hold on. Elsewhere on the field, Ruin provokes his opponent, saying she has a beautiful waist, attractive breasts, and long legs, claiming he likes her very much. The adventurer tells him to shut up and calls him a useless drunk from the worst class. In a swift move, he appears behind him and strikes him cleanly, declaring that he and his companions will always be irredeemable trash. Blood splatters and Ruin's allies grow worried. Nuon asks her partner to endure, promising to find a way to heal him. The redhead, irritated, asks if she truly intends to save someone in front of her and orders her not to even think about it. Yan says she will provide cover and tells her to hurry. The warrior advances using her skill and hits the target. Nuon realizes her companion has been struck and shows concern. The redhead mocks her, calling her a fraudulent healer with no combat ability, asking if 2 useless people like them think they can face the Falcons. The warrior adds that she should not delude herself into thinking the captain will come to save her, since he can barely save himself. Yuan approaches indignantly and asks who dares to speak like that. The warrior intercepts him, saying he is running too fast and reminding him that his opponent is him. Zhu attacks, demanding a direct confrontation. The warrior calls him a fool and explains that if he has the talent to transfer attributes, there is no reason to pit strength against weakness. On the battlefield, the winner lives and the loser dies. Yuan charges with his sword, eyes widen, blows clash, and Zhu feels something strange. The audience grows concerned, and the warrior asks if he has no time to transfer attributes now. Yuan drops to his knees. The warrior humiliates him, saying he is number 1 among useless trash. Shu observes coldly and states that all his companions have already been overwhelmed. The match seems decided, and the first unlucky one is about to fall. If he cannot bear to watch his allies collapse in the next second, there is still one option. Use the ace up his sleeve to save someone. But there is only one, so who will he choose to save? He declares that no matter against whom it is used, the fate of the Volcano squad is already sealed. The protagonist stares at him in silence. At that moment, droplets begin to fall from the sky. Jiang asks if he is serious and says he does not think so. The redhead mocks them, saying that using a skill like that is like praying for rain just to embarrass themselves, pure overestimation, while the warrior declares she will send them straight to hell. Nuon asks who said rainwater cannot eliminate anyone. Potions are thrown and their opponents question what that is, but conclude it does not matter and rush to finish them quickly. A violent strike surges toward them. In the stands, the crowd murmurs, asking what kind of rain that is, what cheap trick the fortune teller is using, and what ridiculous stunt the healer has come up with. They comment that the 2 girls look like lambs before a fighter. Lan shows concern for her sister, but Liu tells her to watch closely. A sword falls to the ground. The warrior feels her arm being corroded and asks what is happening. The redhead notices the potion spread across her body and questions whether it is poison. Nuon and the seer simply stare at her in silence. Furious, the redhead swears to eliminate them, but Yan releases her energy and challenges them to try again, telling them to keep dreaming. The 2 opponents are struck head-on and collapse defeated. The redhead and her partner fall to the ground. Lan, surprised, asks what kind of poison that is, saying its toxicity is terrifying, capable of completely incapacitating a fighter. Liu explains that it is the rare green water ghost venom, whose activation requires the target to be fully submerged in water, a condition so strict that it is almost never seen in combat. No one imagined it would be combined so effectively with a rain summoning ability. The warrior, incredulous, asks how that is possible. The protagonist smiles and says that in battle, a class considered useless and a seemingly useless poison, when properly combined, can produce astonishing results. And if they think the Volcano Squad amounts to only that, they are gravely mistaken. The crowd then points toward the field, saying the drunk has stood up again. Ruin rises, supporting himself with a hand over his wound. The warrior asks if he still intends to struggle before the final defeat, calling him a useless drunk who will never defeat a true fighter, and declares he will start eliminating Volcano on his behalf. Ruin, irritated, states he has never been inferior to anyone and fears no one. The warrior is startled to see that his eyes have completely changed. Nothing like before when he made frivolous remarks. He begins to suspect another trap, like the healers. Ruin says he will make it clear that they must obey him, because there is no alternative. The warrior, enraged, charges to attack him. A boy in the stands comments in disappointment that he thought the drunk had some trump card, but he only seemed disgusting. However, looking more carefully, he admits Ruin's current state is strange because if he were sober, he would not speak that way. Ruin provokes them, saying that if they call him a drunk, then watch closely. He dodges the attack with astonishing speed. Shu asks what just happened, because the pervert's speed, even while injured, seems more than double what it was before. The protagonist asks if he knows the difference between human instinct and human reaction. Face Young says that is absurd. Jiang explains that in conflicts, people react based on experience, emotion, and external factors. Instinct, however, is primitive and direct. The warrior attributes the dodge to luck and says he will rip off his head. Ruin replies that instinct is an ancestral ability and that his opponent's speed is still not enough. The warrior tells him to shut up and die, saying that no matter how much experience or psychological stability someone has, it will not matter. Ruin concludes that before primitive instinct, human reaction always lags behind. Then he dodges once more and appears behind his opponent. The warrior tries to strike him at any cost, but Ruin dodges with lightness and precision. He thinks, confused, that the opponent is clearly injured, so how can he avoid every blow with such accuracy? He seems even more agile than before. Impossible to read. Yan understands what is happening and explains that this is Ruin's new talent, joy and drunkenness, capable of unleashing the body's most primitive instinct. The drunken state stimulates the subconscious, allowing him to shift between being completely drunk and a subtle state between lucidity and delirium. In other words, he becomes unpredictable and unrestrained. The seer throws the sword to him. Ruin catches it and asks if his opponent is already tired, saying he still hopes that red lips will intoxicate him. The warrior charges furiously, vowing to tear him apart. He keeps attacking without pause, but Ruin avoids every strike. The crowd watches in astonishment. Despite his staggering steps, the drunk always slips away at the exact moment. The warrior refuses to accept it, convinced that drunks are the lowest class and cannot defeat him. He attacks again. The impact resounds. Blood splashes onto the ground, but when he tries to approach, Ruin presses the sword against his forehead and tells him to take off his clothes. The provocation enrages him even more. A voice in the stands comments in disbelief that a drunk, despised by sacred radiance, is defeating a higher-level fighter. 3 members of the Falcon have already fallen. Is Volcano about to turn the tide? Shu watches coldly and calls it a waste. The protagonist remains wrapped in lightning and asks if he can no longer wait, since he came specifically to face him. Face Young replies that the mysterious card he holds is still real. Jiang smiles, but Shu warns that it is not time to celebrate, because his people have not yet been completely defeated. Suddenly, Nuon's potion is sliced in half. She looks up in surprise as Face Young calls her an annoying healer, accusing her of trying to trick him with poison. If she wants to die, she will be eliminated first, then the cowardly fighter. Nuon raises her hand to her face and Yuen appears in front of her, taking the blow in her place. Her eyes fill with tears. The adventurer mocks him, asking if that trash wants to play hero, and declares he will make them a pair of defeated lovers. However, something happens. He tries to pull back his weapon, and cannot. Ju asks who said it would end like that. The opponent looks frightened, and Yuen reveals that he transferred his attributes to Constitution. The audience is shocked. In real combat, attack and strength are linked. Reaction and speed depend on agility, and these factors usually decide the battle. But Ju used his own body as bait and shifted his stats directly into endurance. In a sudden motion, the sword still embedded in Yuen is firmly seized by Ju, who releases an absurd aura and says he now wants to see his opponent run. The adventurer's eyes widen, and in an instant, he ends up with his own blade driven through his head. Shu watches in disbelief, saying that is impossible. The protagonist stares at him and states that he never said it would be easy for the Falcons to eliminate his companions. Young wonders why those remaining members of Volcano suddenly became so strong, because according to all prior analysis, it was obvious they had no chance of victory. Jiang says the time for the final confrontation has come, and that he will make him lose convincingly. Shu grits his teeth and tells him not to be so certain. Today his men failed to deal with the trash at his side, but he himself will certainly rip off his head. Kai thinks that in battle the most direct way to gain the upper hand is to strike first and with full force. Young then uses Violent Slash, unleashing an impressive burst of power. Even if the blow does not land directly, the shockwave still causes considerable impact. Jiang realizes that by using an attack at maximum strength, Shu will hardly have enough energy to execute an immediate second strike. He counterattacks. Shu's eyes widen, the smoke clears, and Kai declares that he is lost. The protagonist activates his skill and attacks again. Young retorts, asking who said he lost and how he dares to deceive him. He declares he will eliminate him. Jiang thinks that the more someone lets emotions take over, the more likely they are to make consecutive mistakes. Shu is struck. Kai reflects that the previous 8 tracking attacks were controlled and did not result in a critical hit. After the God of Execution card consumed the 9th tracking attack, it inherited 90% of the critical hit rate in addition to the card's own bonuses. The system notifies that the God of Execution card gained 50 points of penetration, its permanent critical hit rate increased by 15%, and its critical damage rose by 150%. Shu, outraged, asks how that is possible. An explosion erupts, and the protagonist thinks Young is doomed to defeat. Shu lies on the ground. Jiang summons his long-range weapons and says he warned him long ago. He is already lost. People are surprised and thrilled at the same time, saying the Volcano squad has won again. They completely defeated Zhuanhu's elite squad twice in a row, something worthy of being called a miracle. Kai and his team celebrate. Lan asks if it is over, and Liu replies that it is. It was a visually stunning battle. Jiang's performance was brilliant as always. Yuan did not disappoint, and in addition, Nuon's performance drew significant attention. Healers usually use poison more discreetly, but that girl was able to prepare the complex green water phantom and use it directly in combat, demonstrating exceptional talent for poisoning. Lan comments that it is a pity the professor and the others have already finalized the evaluation. Otherwise, she believes Nuon's grade could have been an A. Ruin cries with the warrior in his arms, calling him dear. The seer approaches and sprays something on him, saying that in critical moments he still needs to rely on her. The presenter looks surprised and asks what he is doing now. Yuan tries to strike her and says that if she dares challenge this god of war, she must prepare for total defeat. The protagonist sighs and comments that it is becoming increasingly difficult to manage the team lately. The presenter raises her hand and officially declares that the Volcano squad has won the match. Jiang thinks that this feeling is not bad. Afterward, Kai's team leaves celebrating their victory while someone watches them from afar, saying that squad is interesting. A few days later, at the God Guild, someone calls for the captain. The protagonist asks what happened and why he is so excited. Yan replies that she and Ruin just returned and unexpectedly discovered that the materials for job advancement to drunkards and Feng masters on the exchange not only increased in price but are completely sold out. Ruin comments that ever since the drunkard and Feng master professions were abandoned by the military, the job change materials had been sitting unsold for a long time. The seer asks if that means those professions are no longer considered despicable. Jiang replies that probably yes. In the battle against the Falcon 4 squad, the performance of both was exceptional, especially Ruin's. The entire audience was shocked the moment he eliminated that night. However, he believes that even within the same profession, each individual's talent and fate are different, and that success in the end is difficult to replicate. The two smile. Yuan says, of course, after all, no one in the Volcano squad is an ordinary person. Yan comments that the latest news reports that in the clash between the Cheetah squad and the Wolong squad, Wolong was reduced to a single member, but at the last moment the captain launched a desperate counterattack and eliminated the entire Cheetah team alone. Everyone is confused. Kai recalls that Cheetah belonged to the Zhuanwu guild and was considered strong, so he wonders who this Wolong captain is who can annihilate a whole squad by himself. He concludes he must be someone formidable. He says the Wolong captain cannot be underestimated and that if there is time, they should investigate him so they are not caught off guard. Nuon agrees. The protagonist then shares more news. The matches are becoming increasingly intense and many squads have suffered losses. Their next opponents, lacking enough players, voluntarily withdrew. Thus, Volcano advances straight to the final. Yan says they will enter at full strength. Yuan adds that they are the only squad without any casualties. Nuon says that is due to the captain's excellent leadership. Jiang replies that this competition was only possible because of everyone's cooperation. Without it, no matter how strong he was, he could not have reached the final alone. This honor belongs to the entire team. He suggests they take a day of rest before the final. Kai thinks that since there is time, he should return home. In Jiangzhong, Yingzi asks her older brother to let her help him walk since he has just left the hospital and should not strain himself too much. He replies that he is not that fragile and wants to train so he can help his brother as soon as possible. Yingzi asks if he is alright. The protagonist approaches and jokes that if he catches a cold, he will not be able to help anyone. Yingzi asks why he came back. Jiang looks at the table full of food and thinks it is too much. Yingzi asks why they're not eating and whether she should prepare something else. Kai says it is already enough that he is not a pig. The older brother explains that she is worried because he has lost weight recently. Yingzi asks if he can stay longer this time. The brother agrees, saying he has already sacrificed too much for the family and that now that his health has improved, he does not need to push himself so hard on Ghost Star. The protagonist replies that he cannot stay long because of certain matters, but he took advantage of the break to see if everything is fine. He asks whether the Huang family has caused trouble again. Yingzi says no. The village security is good and her brother always sends people to protect them. Even that constant feeling of being watched has disappeared. Jiang thinks his brother truly keeps his word and that he needs to thank him. The older brother says she can now have a peaceful life at school and must have made many friends. Yingzi confirms. He adds that she is smart, kind, and pleasant. Kai agrees. Yingzi keeps eating and smiling, but the protagonist senses she might be hiding something. The next day, Kai hurriedly returns to Ghost Star. The Volcano squad gathers again and resumes training for the final. A few days later, an elite wild boar charges at them. Yuan beheads it with a single strike and declares that monsters of this level are no longer a challenge for the god of war. Yan says he is not the only one who has evolved. Ruan adds that he has already eliminated at least 3. The protagonist notices that the team's coordination has improved significantly and concludes that the pre-competition training was worthwhile. Nuan announces that the final information has arrived. The system notifies participation notice from the Guild of the Gods. The Volcano squad is officially in the final. The next opponent will be the Azure Dragon Guild. Everyone must report to the arena in the West District of Sacred Radiance City at 8 in the morning the next day. Ju comments that he did not expect the Wolong captain to reach the final alone. Yan agrees that he's frightening. Nuan says she obtained information about him. His name is Dai Song, profession warrior, level 40, wields a silver longsword, and is a newcomer who joined the Azure Dragon Guild this year. After joining the guild, Dai Sung immediately began forming the Wolong squad. Under his leadership, the team grew rapidly and, in less than 6 months, became an unexpected force within the guild. Since he is still considered a newcomer and Wolong does not have the same visibility as Falcon, there is little information available. Even so, they managed to gather recordings of previous battles and discovered that one of his techniques, Ghost Trace Shadowless Slash, is extremely fast, capable of eliminating opponents almost instantly. Yan comments that this Shadowless Slash with Ghost Trace seems to indicate extremely high agility bonuses, similar to Zhu before. Jiang agrees that it may be the case, but points out that someone who reached the final practically alone in just 6 months within a major guild must be even more dangerous than Zhu. Suddenly, Kai notices something. The pressure in the surroundings shifts. He reacts quickly and grabs the arm of someone who appears out of nowhere. The masked young man thinks his reaction was faster than expected. Jiang stares at him. The masked figure steps back and remarks that, as expected from someone who led his team straight to the final, he truly is Jiang, captain of Volcano. Yuan, irritated, asks who that coward in a mask is who showed up out of nowhere. Ruin and Yan agree that if he has the courage, he should fight fairly. Nuan asks them to wait. That physique seems familiar to her. Ju questions why she is stopping them when the man just tried to attack. Kai replies that there was no real intent to kill, only a test, besides the penalty for eliminating someone before the final is severe. Then he asks if he is correct, addressing him as Mr. D. Sang. The masked man removes his mask and confirms he has been recognized. Yuan is surprised to see him and says it really is him. Di Sang looks at Yuan and comments that he still looks like a child. Yuan retorts that he is the captain of Wolong and should not think they are afraid just because he reached the final. If he keeps provoking them, he will receive a lesson right there. Di calmly replies that he has no hostile intentions. In fact, he came to negotiate with Jiang. Kai asks what he wants to negotiate. Dai explains that he watched the matches and was impressed, especially by the trump card Jiang used. He admits he cannot guarantee a certain victory against Volcano. The protagonist asks what exactly he is proposing. Dee smiles and suggests a one-on-one duel between them, whose outcome will decide the final. Jiang may not use his trump card, and in exchange, he will not use weapons capable of neutralizing the darts, nor shields or defensive armor. Yuan becomes indignant and asks if he has gone mad to propose such absurd conditions. He questions why they should accept and tells them to ignore that lunatic. Jiang answers that he is not interested. Dee then reveals that he still has not officially changed class and may not even know what documents are required. He asks whether, if the guild offers the coordinates of a secret realm capable of helping him solve that problem, he would still refuse. The protagonist shows interest and asks about this secret realm. Dai explains that it is a mysterious area rich in essential resources for evolution. Normally, such places are managed by the military, especially in major countries, but some guilds receive limited exploration quotas under official supervision. Each secret realm has a guardian who imposes trials. Upon overcoming them, the adventurer may receive rare resources or valuable answers. The card he carries contains the coordinates of one of these locations recently discovered by the guild. Yuen asks if that is true. Nuon confirms she has heard rumors that members of the Azure Dragon Guild recently found a secret realm within the country's authorized zone. Di adds that he knows the Huang family is still causing trouble and that Jiang likely wishes to continue evolving to become stronger. If he wins the duel, the information will be his. He asks whether that is not an advantageous proposal. Jiang admits the offer is tempting, but states that he still cannot accept it. Di-sung shows surprise. Yuan asks why he won't agree. After all, he has always wanted to change class. Yan agrees and says that if he successfully transfers his role, he will be able to keep leveling up without limitations. Dai asks if he is sure about what he's saying. Jiang replies that everyone worked hard for so long and finally earned their place in the finals. As captain, if he were to put his personal desires above the honor of the Volcano squad, what kind of captain would he be? What kind of friend would he be? And what kind of trustworthy person could he claim to be? Everyone smiles when they hear that. Kai says that if he has nothing else to say, he can leave because they need to continue training. Ju hits him, and the protagonist asks what he is doing. Yuen says he is only saying that because he doesn't trust himself or doesn't trust the team. If he won't sacrifice the team's honor for selfish desires, then should they sacrifice themselves for his selfish desires? Jiang hesitates. Yan says that honestly he can't wait to see the captain defeat that arrogant guy. Ruin says that's right, they're still waiting for him to successfully transfer classes and lead them to level up. Nuwon asks him not to hesitate, just as he has always trusted them and thought about the team. They are also willing to trust and support him unconditionally. That is the meaning of a team. Kai is surprised to hear that and says that if he loses, it won't be their fault. The team grows excited. The protagonist declares that he accepts the terms, but Dai will regret making this bet because he will be eliminated. Sang replies that he will be waiting. In the arena, the host announces that the moment has finally arrived. The final of the level 21 to 40 challenge officially begins that day. In addition, with the unanimous agreement of both parties and the organizing committee, the match has been changed from a team battle to an individual fight. It will be Jiang of the Volcano squad against Disung of the Wolong squad. The audience is surprised to learn that it will be a one-on-one fight. Volcano has given up its numerical advantage to opt for a direct duel. Some say Jiang is arrogant, others claim this makes the fight even more exciting. Yuen comments that suddenly he is more nervous than he would be if he were the one fighting. That guy seems dangerous, and he wonders whether Kai will be at a disadvantage. Ruin says the captain will be able to handle it. Nuon agrees that if it's him, there won't be a problem. Yan sighs and says it feels strange to just watch without fighting by his side. The host calls the two competitors to the stage. They enter the arena and face each other. She reinforces the rules. The only condition for victory is eliminating the opponent. She asks if they understand and both confirm. The fight begins. Without hesitation, Dai rushes forward and asks whether Jiang's darts are formidable or if his sword is superior. He says that will be decided in this single battle. Jiang thinks that although Dai is extremely fast, his own agility is not low either, especially with the attribute bonus granted by pursuing destiny. If he seizes the right opportunity to attack, there will be no problem. The distance closes to 4 meters. He considers it ideal and attacks at the same time. D lunges. Their strikes collide, causing an explosion. Smoke spreads, and as it begins to dissipate, Kai is already moving again. Yuen says that fortunately he reacted quickly. Dai managed to dodge the moment the sword was drawn at close range and even amplified the explosive power of his own attack. Nuwon explains that Ghost Shadow without Trace Slash is dangerous precisely because it allows instant defense and counterattack in the same motion. That's why D considers it his most reliable finishing move. D stands firm. Jiang attacks again. He blocks and counterattacks with even greater speed. Jiang realizes he is faster than in the previous recordings. Di smiles and comments that the winner between them may already be decided. Kai activates Vanish and disappears from in front of him. D is confused, and Jiang appears behind him. The protagonist thinks that he studied the videos of D's previous fights. Comparing them with the speed he's showing now, it is clear he did not reveal everything before. Dai recognizes the Phantom armor and says he escaped again. He states that although he wants to win for the guild, facing an opponent like him is a challenge that excites him. Nuon comments that he is a frightening opponent. In just a few moves, he almost managed to eliminate Kai, which shows how immense the pressure is. Ju says that guy is irritating, but it is impossible to deny that he has exceptional talent. The drunkard and the seer also become worried about the captain, but the protagonist shows that he is fine and says he will repay those words. In the same way, he also awakens his own competitive spirit. The man observes that he has grit, almost making him want to beat him, and then makes a proposal. He promises that even if he loses the match, he can still guarantee him a spot in the Azure Dragon Guild, asking what he thinks. Jiang moves quickly and says that's enough talking because the match isn't over yet. The man takes an attack stance and replies that this is exactly the answer he expected, asking whether he is underestimating his opponent too much or if he has simply become stupid, stating that if he wants to eliminate him, he should at least throw a few more darts. Kai advances wrapped in a terrifying aura, and the man asks if he really intends to eliminate him at close range, commenting that this is very naive. Someone widens their eyes as the two continue exchanging blows. The man releases his own power and the protagonist is struck. His friends become very worried, and someone watching comments that this is exactly what is expected from Di Sesung's final strike. Even though it was only the residual energy of the attack, he was injured like that. If he had been hit directly, he would probably already be defeated. Jiang remains still, trying to understand why that is happening, remembering that when he used Ghost Shadow without Trace Slash for the first time, he intentionally held back part of his strength and even so managed to dodge slightly. However, that strike, even using all his strength to evade, still hit him with the residual energy of the sword. Kai wonders if that happened because the distance was too short to react, or if the Ghost Shadow without Trace Slash became even faster than before. The man asks if he has already managed to get up, and comments that he looks a bit down. The protagonist reflects that he feels as if he let something extremely important slip away. The man then recalls Shu saying that this was a match he had never lost in terms of speed, and states that no matter how fast someone is, the opponent is doomed to lose to himself, because he becomes stronger whenever he faces stronger opponents. Jiang, with his head lowered and his sharp glove, moves quickly and declares that he has not lost yet. The man says that he is brave and that he likes that, but states that he will not go easy because of it. Then he moves and hits him instantly, saying again that at the speed he is at, he cannot even touch the hem of his clothes, advising him to surrender because the next attack will not even give him time to breathe. The protagonist spits blood and his friends become even more worried. Nuon comments that he looks very bad. In the audience, some people say that just looking at it hurts because he is being completely crushed. Others say that the boy has finally learned his lesson. He gave up a team match to accept a bet and fight a one-on-one duel, asking what he intended with that. One of them replies asking what else he could want and states that he only reached the finals by pure luck, calling him arrogant and saying that in his opinion, Kai deserves to lose his life. Yuen hears those words and walks toward the two, asking what they said and telling them to repeat it if they have the courage. Nuon asks him not to act on impulse, while a voice comments that decent people do not fight with dogs, questioning why bother with trash that barks for no reason. One of them smiles and repeats that Kai deserves to lose his life, telling everyone to watch the loyal dog protecting its owner. At that moment, someone arrives asking what that commotion is. It is Lan, who also states that this is the spectator area and that anyone causing trouble will be expelled. Nuon calls out to her sister. Lan explains that she was worried she might be too anxious about the individual fight and unable to stay calm, so she came to check on her. Those two probably belong to the Black Tortoise Guild and are trying to cause trouble out of frustration. After all, the Vermilion Bird team rose with great strength while the Black Tortoise did not even reach the finals this time, suffering a huge humiliation, so they would love to see him lose. Ju comments that they are a bunch of disgusting flies, and Nuon scolds him. Meanwhile, in the arena, the protagonist screams in pain. Dai asks why he insists so much, stating that he will lose anyway and should stop wasting effort. If he is willing to join the Azure Dragon Guild, he will still have a chance to enter the secret realm. Jiang, even gravely injured, replies that he has not lost yet. Dai widens his eyes as he realizes that even in that desperate situation, the boy's gaze shows no fear or panic, only deep calm and almost stubborn determination. Since he refuses to accept his fate, Dai decides he will have to completely destroy his confidence. He uses Shadow without Trace. The seer, worried, asks what is happening because Kai is not even trying to dodge. Nuon closes her eyes as the attack is about to reach the target. The protagonist senses the danger and jumps, preventing the blow from hitting him directly. Dai wonders what is happening because suddenly he feels his body paralyzed and does not understand why. At that moment, he can no longer follow that boy's movements. An attack approaches Dai and hits him directly. Jiang keeps advancing and unleashes several consecutive strikes, releasing a surreal energy that causes a massive impact. Even so, Di remains standing, although gravely injured. Kai points his weapon at him and states that the fight is over and that he has lost. The entire audience is in shock. One of the spectators asks if he is seeing things, if Jiang really managed to come back from the brink of defeat, questioning what just happened and how he managed to do that, saying it is simply unbelievable. Kai's friends are also surprised but extremely excited. Ju even gets emotional and says he knew he would not be defeated so easily. Di asks if he has already discovered the flaw in the technique, and at what moment he realized it. The protagonist replies that in fact, he owes that discovery to his own words. Dai asks what exactly he means. 15 minutes earlier, Jiang was reflecting that he might have let something extremely important slip away. That was when he remembered what Dee had said, that Shu used to comment that in a match he had never lost in terms of speed, and that no matter how fast the opponent was, he would end up losing to himself, because he got stronger when facing stronger opponents. At that moment, Kai began to feel that he was understanding something. Before the match, at the main God Guild, the protagonist had watched his fights in the tournament, and in all of them, he managed to eliminate opponents at the most critical moments with the Ghost Shadow without trace slash. Jiang then wonders what the maximum speed he could actually reach would be, and realizes that until that moment he had only been focusing on maximum attack speed, ignoring the small variations that occurred during the strikes. However, he remembers that Dai is exactly the type of person who would even use information about a secret realm to negotiate advantages and win a match. Someone absolutely determined to come out victorious. A person desperate to win might hold back strength on the first strike to test the opponent, but as soon as they perceive an opportunity for victory, they will eliminate the obstacle decisively and as quickly as possible. However, Dai did not do that. Just like in the previous fight, when facing an extremely agile opponent, the absurd speed of the attack would have been enough to finish everything instantly. Even so, he acted like an experienced hunter who, after capturing the prey, starts playing cat and mouse with it, something that clearly made no sense in that situation. Right after that, Kai understood another crucial point and made a bold assumption. He also noticed that Dai's sword followed him like a shadow, and at that moment he even had the impression that the opponent could predict his movements, questioning whether that was just an illusion. Then he thought that maybe it was not. Instead of passively waiting for defeat, he decided to take the initiative and verify the hypothesis himself. To test his theory, he began conducting controlled experiments during the fight, varying the engagement distance and the speed of his own attacks while facing the opponent under those different conditions. As expected, the results were identical every time. The Ghost Shadow without trace slash could not hit him directly, but at the same time he could never completely avoid the damage from the residual energy. If Dai was really that desperate to win, there would be no reason to keep playing hide-and-seek with him. So, in the present moment, the protagonist states that he has concluded that he possesses a psychic-type ability capable of predicting the opponent's attack movements, and that this is the true supreme ability behind the technique. In addition, he suspects that this psychic ability works by predicting the trajectory of the attack by visually capturing muscle contractions from extremely fast movements, or even the air currents that form around the body during the attack. In this way, he can anticipate the trajectory of the strike and launch his own attack immediately. Once this secret was discovered, it would be enough to use an ability capable of paralyzing the mind and interfering with the opponent's judgment to break that advantage. Dai asks if that is really so, recalling that at that time it was only a deduction, and questions whether he was not afraid of being wrong. Even if he was mistaken, he asks whether he still believed he could defeat him, and whether he is not being too confident. Kai replies that his excessive self-confidence is precisely his downfall. He used the name Ghost Shadow without trace slash to hide the true nature of the psychic ability and deceive his opponents. To increase his elimination rate later, he probably distributed attribute points in other areas besides psychic. Because of that, the psychic power was not so high, and it was exactly this limitation that opened the opportunity to break his advantage. Dai then states that he was just playing. The protagonist replies that it is true, but as everyone can see, the bet was worth it. If he lost, then he lost to the supreme ability he was most proud of, or rather, he lost because of his own invincible arrogance. Dai admits that is indeed the case, and comments that he never imagined he would be the one to be taught a lesson. Then he acknowledges that the victory is his and says he should finish it. Jiang then delivers the final blow, completely defeating him. Dee falls to the ground and Kai states that the fight is over. The host asks if the audience saw that and explains that Jiang, practically with no advantage during the fight, managed to find the opponent's weakness and deliver a fatal blow, saying that it was a textbook comeback, a classic among classics. The audience erupts in cheers, saying that the battle was absolutely explosive and that now Kai is their only god. Ju comments that it was incredible, that the performance was so fantastic that it left him completely stunned. Nuwon says that moments earlier she was so nervous she could barely breathe. The protagonist comments that he ended up making everyone worried. The seer says that he is the brightest star of the show that day and tells him not to forget that she is his #1 fan. The drunkard also agrees and says that Kai is truly amazing. Ju then declares that he has already made a decision. No one is going home before getting completely drunk that night. After Nuwon heals Kai's injuries, they will all celebrate his victory. Jiang asks if there's nothing else to do. Yuan taps his shoulder and tells them to go now, stating that everything will be on him. The seer says they need to have a lot of fun that night, but the host interrupts, reminding that she has not officially announced the match result yet. Then she solemnly declares that the champion of that fight is Jiang Kai from the Vermilion Bird team. The entire arena begins shouting his name. Lan comments that she did not expect Kai to perform another miracle, or perhaps that boy is a miracle himself. The next day at the main God Guild, a voice calls everyone to hurry, saying that the military has just sent people bringing the rewards. Someone holds a small box in their hands. Ruin asks what could fit inside such a small box and questions whether the military is really that stingy. Ju replies that they will find out when they open it. When the box is opened, something quickly comes out and reveals itself as cards that fly outward, one going toward each member of the team. The seer asks if rewards are now distributed in card form. The protagonist observes that and picks up his card. A light is emitted, and the system congratulates him for obtaining the upgraded version of 9 Revolutions Chase of Life. Increases strength by 14 points and penetration by 17, in addition to granting 21 points of agility. The special effect states that each use of Chase of Life increases critical hit rate and critical damage by 15%. After triggering a critical hit, all Chase of Life bonuses are reset. Jiang wonders if that is really an upgraded version of Chase of Life and reflects that some weapons have different advanced forms, like top-tier S-class equipment. He did not expect Chase of Life to have a second-level form, which is truly surprising. The 15% increase in critical hit chance means that a critical is practically guaranteed within up to 7 uses of Chase of Life, making the ability much more stable than before. Combined with the armor weakening effect, the chances of defeating high-defense monsters become even greater. He then asks what else is there. Someone replies that they know what it is and explains that it is called Mother-Child Stone, composed of a Mother Stone and a Child Stone, with an absolute attraction between the corresponding pair. If they are embedded into the gloves and the Chase of Life device respectively, no weapon will be able to interfere with their function. The seer adds that in fact, these are class progression materials, used between levels 41 and 60 of the spiritual medium class. Ruin comments that his item is a drunken immortal gourd, used to store wine. It can enhance the effects of all types of wine by 30%, and also reduce hangover by 50%. The protagonist observes that those rewards seem almost tailor-made for each of them and asks about his partner's rewards. Ju tells him not to worry, explaining that Nuan and he are still part of the military forces, so their rewards were already sent directly to the captain in advance. He adds that he was right in predicting it. This time, the rewards were distributed based on each team member's fighting style and needs, which shows a truly generous gesture. Nuan agrees and says that in fact the stones used to deliver the rewards came from her brother's side, and they also asked her to pass along a message saying that Commander Wei personally requested it. Kai asks if Commander Wei himself requested it. The seer comments that it probably happened because of the captain, since he has a lot of influence. Ruin immediately agrees and asks who else the captain could be, saying that the commander really has refined taste. The protagonist thinks that Commander Wei and Brother Lu have really helped him a lot, and that he needs to thank them personally next time he meets them. Nuan comments that, by the way, he won the finals, so the Azure Dragon Guild must fulfill the bet and hand over the card with the information about the secret realm. Jiang replies not to worry, because within 3 days they will send someone to deliver it. The seer says that he finally won the match and no longer needs to worry about trivial matters or keep that gloomy expression, saying that that worried look breaks her heart. Jiang smiles. In Zhongcheng, the protagonist walks while thinking that when he remembers Yingzi's expression back then, he still feels a slight concern. He always has the feeling that something is bothering her. Today he decided to surprise her and take her home, and maybe afterward he will ask directly what is going on. Some people pass by talking while he continues on his way. In another room, Jiang asks for permission and asks if Ying is there. A girl replies that she is not and that she was called somewhere else. She comments that she thinks she has seen him before and asks if he is her second brother. Kai confirms that is correct but asks about her being called out, questioning whether she was taken to a teacher's room. The girl replies that no. Actually, during this period, a group of older students has been targeting Ying. The protagonist asks who those people are and what exactly is happening. The girl explains that the leader of the group is called Zhao Lei, a delinquent who just transferred to the school. Apparently his father works for Huang Wei, and using those connections, he acts recklessly inside the school, gathering a group of followers, and even the teachers cannot control him. She adds that Ying was called by 2 girls who usually hang out with Zhao. At that moment, a boy runs out, telling them to hurry because there is no time, but someone stops him. It is a bully, accompanied by his team, who says he has a lot of nerve and reminds him that he had ordered him to be found within 3 minutes after the bell rang, and even so he still dared to ignore his words. The girl looks and says, "That is Zhao Lei." The big guy tries to explain the situation, but Zhao shows no interest in listening and moves forward. However, he notices something. The protagonist steps in his path and asks if he knows Huang Wei. Zhao replies asking which blind dog dares to act so arrogantly, even knowing who he is, and states that he looks tired of living. Jiang says his name and asks again about Ying. Zhao asks if he is that one who does not know his place and offended the Huang family, questioning why he should answer his questions. Then he adds that if he kneels, begs for mercy, and barks like a dog, maybe he will consider showing some compassion. Kai replies that he fears he will not be able to handle the consequences of that. Zhao grits his teeth and says he is still arrogant and that he will show him what regret is. The lackeys also advance. Meanwhile, the big guy runs, and some people comment curiously which unlucky person irritated spoiled Zhao this time. The protagonist remains still as they advance and thinks they are too slow. Jiang easily dodges the attacks of two of them, and the enemies become indignant. Kai moves instantly and strikes both at the same time, knocking them to the ground. Zhao says that since they do not know what is good for them, he will show who really rules that school. Meanwhile, elsewhere, attacks are also being launched. Lu is struck by two girls who say they only asked her to pick up the ball and ask why she had to catch it with her face. They say she is being very careless because if people think they are bullying her, it will cause them a lot of trouble. Lu, injured, apologizes. The girls then grab her bag, throw her belongings on the floor, and say it is good that she recognizes she is wrong. They observe the dirty backpack and ask if the books inside it were also ruined, until they find a photo of June with her brothers and ask what that is. Lu reacts quickly and asks them to give it back, thinking that it is the commemorative photo from last year's birthday, when her older brothers made a cake for her for the first time. The girls ask why she is shouting so loudly and say she seems very fierce. Judging by her nervousness, it seems they found something interesting. They add that if she keeps pushing, they cannot guarantee they will not tear the photo by accident. At that moment, the phone rings. The malicious girl says she is busy right now and asks what happened. On the other side, they inform that someone named Zhang went to the classroom looking for Ying and ended up finding Zhao, and the two started fighting, asking if there really is someone that arrogant. When Lu hears that, she wonders if they are talking about her own brother. June then bites the girl holding her and runs away. The girl asks how she dares to bite her and if she's gone crazy. Lu runs up the stairs quickly, thinking she needs to hurry even more, because those guys have a numerical advantage and her brother will be at a disadvantage. When Jun reaches the corridor, two boys are already lying on the ground. The protagonist looks back and realizes that the one who arrived is his sister. Jiang observes her bruised legs and face and clenches his fist. Zhao takes advantage of the moment he is distracted and advances, saying that now it is too late to beg. Lu warns him to be careful. Kai lifts his leg, spins quickly, and strikes the opponent. Zhao spits blood. In the corridor, some staff members carry tables while talking about the third relocation, complaining that the teachers in the office are sitting on massage chairs enjoying the air conditioning, while they are used as human forklifts, saying they really wish a lightning bolt would strike at that moment and turn all those long tables into dust. At that instant, some people run past asking about Ying. One of them says that that damn girl had the nerve to make her bleed and that she should just wait because later she will knock her teeth out. Suddenly, everyone feels an enormous pressure spreading and the tables even begin to break. Zhao is thrown away. The staff look at the broken pieces of the tables they were carrying and comment that they really turned to dust. Now they do not even need to move anymore, and someone asks if they should buy a lottery ticket. The protagonist releases a terrifying pressure. Ying calls for her brother. Zhao, injured, thinks that it hurts too much. He has been training recently at Ghost Star and his physical ability improved a lot, so he does not understand how he still could not block that boy's attack. He also realizes that he is clearly not as weak as the young master and the others said. Zhao remains lying on the ground as Jiang approaches and says they should not have bullied her. Zhao looks frightened and thinks that that guy's aura is extremely powerful. The staff around comment that Ying really has a formidable brother and say that he is the Ghost Star explorer who recently became famous, as well as being subordinate to her brother. Kai grabs the opponent's face and recalls that he just said he was the living rule of that school. Zhao asks what he intends to do. The protagonist starts hitting him repeatedly and says that since he likes to treat domination and violence as rules, today he will make him remember them completely through his own body, because only those who can remain standing are qualified to talk about rules. At that moment, someone grabs his arm. It is Ying, asking him to stop fighting and repeating the request again. Jiang stops hitting and begins to calm down. The malicious girls are lying on the ground along with Zhao and the others. Kai places his jacket over his sister and asks her to wait near the stairs, saying he will be right back. Then he orders the two girls to come closer, stating that he needs to talk to them. Frightened, they say they want to talk. At night, the protagonist takes care of his sister's injuries. Ying grumbles, and Jiang asks if he hurt her. Ying replies that no, that in fact it does not hurt at all, and asks if he is not busy with Ghost Star and why he went to pick her up at school. Kai asks that if he had not gone to pick her up, when she intended to tell about the bullying she was suffering, saying that since they were little she always acted like the older brother, enduring everything alone without saying a word. Ying asks how dangerous Ghost Star is because he also never told. The protagonist hesitates to answer. Ying continues saying that even though he always comes home smiling, not even Commander Wei acted rashly against the influence of the Huang family, so the money he brought home was probably earned by risking his life in Ghost Star. She says she hates not being able to go there and help with anything, and that the only thing she can do is try her best not to worry him and their older brother. She also explains that at first it was just many people spreading some rumors and that the situation only worsened recently. Besides that, she knows he is busy with an important competition, so she could not let him worry. Ying asks why he is not saying anything if he is angry and apologizes. The protagonist says that she grew up without them noticing and that she does not need to apologize, because the ones who were wrong were those who bullied her. He also tells her not to worry, because those scoundrels from Ghost Star cannot defeat him. From now on, he will make a video call every day after work to say he is fine, so she does not need to worry. But if she dares to endure hardship and carry everything alone again, he and their older brother will fight to decide who will use the shovel to demolish the school, because it is natural for a brother to protect his sister. Ying's eyes fill with tears. Jiang hands her the photo of the three of them together and tells her to keep it in a safe place. Ying takes the photo, becomes visibly excited to have it back, says she understands and thanks him. Kai then says they should go home quickly because their older brother will surely be very happy to see them returning together. A few days later at Ghost Star, a voice asks if that is really the location of the secret realm that Dai indicated, and questions whether they were deceived by the Azure Dragon Guild, saying that it looks like just an ordinary wooden cabin. The protagonist replies that yes, and comments that there is no visible mechanism, so it does not seem to be fake. Although the outside of the cabin is deteriorated, the interior is clean and spotless, which makes it clear that it was carefully inspected. In addition, he noticed that the ground in the yard is full of holes, as if it had been dug up and then filled again. That must be a trace of attempts to find the entrance to the secret realm. He adds that someone as proud and arrogant as Dai, even if he lost, would not lower himself to the point of cheating. The seer comments that even if that is true, an organization as large as the Azure Dragon Guild has already turned that place upside down and still did not find the entrance, so she asks how just 3 people could discover it. Ruin agrees and says that if Nuon were there, it would be great because her information-gathering abilities are excellent and she would probably find some clue. The seer replies that there was no other choice, because the two were called back to the team by the military. The protagonist explains that after all, they were only loaned for the guild challenge match, and now that the competition is over, they need to return to training. He suggests that they set up camp nearby that night and observe the area. At night, Ruin sleeps hugging a stone and talks to himself, saying that she's lost weight recently and is no longer as soft to hug, but she is still his beloved wife. Meanwhile, Jiang remains standing, observing the area and thinks that he has already examined everything several times without finding anything unusual, starting to wonder if they were really deceived. At that moment, someone appears behind him. Kai thinks it is his friend and says he is not tired yet, that she can go back to sleep and does not need to switch shifts. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes and the pressure in the air increases. The protagonist quickly turns around and realizes that his friends are still sleeping. A figure approaches again, wrapped in a terrifying aura. Jiang wonders if that is a banshee. Kai moves quickly to attack her, but the strike does not hit. The protagonist is surprised and wonders how Life Pursuit failed to hit her. The banshee then moves quickly toward the cabin. Jiang notices that her speed is impressive and understands that she is heading straight to the wooden cabin, so he decides to follow her. Jiang advances, breaks the cabin window, and jumps inside. The banshee is standing in front of a mirror, looking at herself while combing her hair. Kai attacks again, releasing flames, but still cannot hit her. The protagonist continues launching flames toward her and thinks that he aimed at vital points, yet none of the attacks cause any damage. Time passes until dawn begins to appear. Jiang takes a card and thinks he will try again. Kai releases his power, and just as he is about to land the blow, an extremely strong light is emitted. The card falls to the ground. The protagonist widens his eyes as he realizes the banshee has disappeared. Later, still in that place, the seer asks if he really said that a banshee appeared during the night and entered the wooden cabin. Ruin asks if he is talking about a real banshee. Jiang replies that everything happened so fast that he could not wake them in time and comments that that banshee is extremely strange. After seeing him, she did not attack him. Instead, she ran straight to the cabin and sat in front of the mirror combing her hair. The seer asks if this banshee might have some connection with the secret realm of the cabin. Kai replies that he thought the same, but explains that after chasing her to the cabin the previous night, he tried changing his attacks in several different ways and still could not eliminate her. When dawn came, she simply disappeared on her own. The seer comments that that banshee is really very strange, until someone starts laughing. Everyone looks to the side and sees a young man. He says he did not expect them to have figured it out so quickly. The protagonist asks who he is. The warrior replies that his name is Wu, captain of the Tenglong squad of the Azure Dragon Guild and leader of the vanguard responsible for exploring that secret realm. Someone then asked if that means the Azure Dragon Guild already knew about that strange banshee for a long time and said nothing before, claiming that this seems to indicate ulterior motives. The warrior asks what he meant by that. Wu laughs and says, It does not matter because what she said is not wrong. He admits that their intentions are not entirely pure, but explains that they only wanted to personally confirm the strength of the Fire God Squad without any malicious intent. He also says that Jiang is very good, one of the few people he truly approves of, and believes that perhaps they can try to cooperate. Kai responds that he appreciates the admiration, but states that cooperation is probably unnecessary because he never cooperates with people he does not trust. Then he says they should leave. The other team members ask why that boy is so arrogant and what is so special about him. They comment that they spent 2 months trying to uncover the secret of that realm and that he thinks he is so smart. They also remember that his 2 teammates were sleeping deeply the previous night and did not even notice the Banshee's appearance. Wu comments that he truly admires Jiang's fearless spirit and says that since they do not value it, then they will see what kind of impact he can cause. At night, the Banshee appears again. The protagonist tells them to follow the plan exactly. Meanwhile, Wu and his team observe everything from a cliff. One of them asks if they should not go in and take a look, but Wu replies that there is no need to rush. Since Kai insists on facing everything alone, then they should allow him that opportunity. Ruin runs toward the Banshee, calling her his wife and saying he missed her a lot, but he cannot even get close and ends up being thrown away. The seer asks if he's alright. The Banshee smiles. The seer comments that she already tried using her rain prayer technique, and that now not even Ruin's attacks have any effect. As the captain said before, all those attacks are completely useless against that Banshee. The protagonist replies that this is indeed problematic, and starts wondering where exactly the key to the problem lies. The Banshee seems to notice something. Jiang wonders if something happened too fast for him to perceive. The seer tells Ruin to quickly drink the agent to reduce the fever, and asks the captain what he noticed. Kai asks if they noticed anything strange in the Banshee's eyes reflected in the mirror. The seer replies that she did not notice anything and asks Ruin if he saw anything. Ruin also says no. The seer then asks if he is imagining things. The protagonist thinks that he is not, because his ghost eye focus cannot be wrong. He clearly sees that at that moment, a fearful expression appeared in her eyes. And it is not over yet. While carefully observing the Banshee's eyes, Jiang begins to murmur something. The seer asks what he is saying. Kai mentions the nest of fear. The Banshee smiles, moves slightly, and says that he is qualified to enter the nest of fear. At that very moment, the protagonist widens his eyes and disappears. His friends become alarmed. Meanwhile, the Banshee continues sitting in front of the mirror, combing her hair. The seer calls for the captain. Outside, Wu asks if something happened. They enter the cabin and ask what is going on. The seer and the drunk are attacking the air desperately and ask where they put the captain. Wu orders them to be stopped. The team restrains the two and tells them not to mess with that, because that mirror may be the key to unraveling the secret realm, and they cannot simply destroy it. Wu demands that they immediately explain what just happened and asks where the captain is. He thinks that it is not even dawn yet and wonders why the Banshee disappeared. The seer replies that the captain was sucked into that mirror. Wu is shocked when he hears that. Suddenly, everything around starts to tremble and the pressure increases. In the mirror, an inscription appears saying that the personal secret realm, Nest of Fear, has been activated and that regardless of whether the explorer manages to pass through the secret realm or not, it will permanently disappear afterward. Wu is even more surprised. The Mirror of Revelation then begins to display the explorer's combat progress inside the Nest of Fear. Elsewhere, the protagonist opens his eyes in an empty and dark space and wonders what is happening, questioning whether he was sucked into the mirror. The system congratulates him for entering the personal secret realm called Nest of Fear. Within 30 seconds, he must eliminate all creatures of the Nest of Fear secret realm. Then the Mirror of Revelation will answer his questions and help him overcome the fear of the unknown. For every 10 minutes that exceed the completion time limit, he will lose one chance until none remain. Jiang is still confused and tries to understand what kind of challenge that secret realm is, what the Mirror of Revelation is, what the creatures of that place are, and where they are. He also wonders if the challenge has already begun. Kai releases flames around and questions why everything is still completely dark. New notifications appear informing that the weapon's flame effects are preserved in that secret realm, but any luminescence will be eliminated. The protagonist then realizes that this means he will have to complete the challenge without being able to see the monsters. Suddenly, several red eyes appear in the darkness. Jiang is surprised to see that they have finally appeared. Then Kai advances to attack. The system congratulates him for defeating a creature of the secret realm and informs that he gained experience points. The protagonist continues releasing his flames and defeating several monsters until the first wave ends. Jiang wonders if that is how the challenge should be completed, and thinks that a few dozen monsters do not seem difficult. However, soon after, more monsters begin to appear. Kai realizes that it is not just a few, but countless monsters advancing. Before they can attack, the protagonist advances first and causes a huge explosion. Some monsters are eliminated immediately, but many still remain alive. Jiang wonders how many there are and thinks he needs to act even faster. The system then shows the time spent in combat. Outside, Wu observes the information displayed in the mirror and asks if that number means Jiang eliminated 77 monsters in 44 seconds. The partner beside him comments that the monsters of a secret realm should not be weak, so eliminating 77 in 44 seconds is absurd. He observes that sequence of numbers and concludes that it may mean there are 1,000,000 monsters inside. No wonder the place is called Nest of Fear. It is definitely not a place made for humans. The seer widens her eyes upon hearing that there may be 1,000,000 monsters. She remembers that during the battle against the Merman Lord on Everfrost Island, at least tens of thousands of human players fought together. She wonders how the captain could defeat so many monsters alone now. The seer then says she also wants to enter the secret realm to save Captain Kai. However, she immediately realizes there is no way to enter and asks what that means. Wu explains that it is a personal secret realm and that these realms are different from common secret realms because they only allow one explorer at a time. He adds that the rewards of these realms are usually much more generous, but at the same time the explorer must face unknown challenges completely alone, and the difficulty is much greater. Although it is unfortunate, he believes Jiang may not be able to hold on for much longer. The seer is frightened when she hears that. Meanwhile, inside the challenge, the protagonist continues fighting intensely against the spiders, with fast and powerful strikes. Jiang leaps across the ground while thinking that 20 minutes have already passed. There are so many monsters that even the system cannot keep up with displaying the experience points gained from defeating them. They have low health, almost no intelligence, and can be eliminated instantly, but they keep appearing non-stop. No matter how fast he attacks, he cannot destroy them all. Now the situation worsens even more, as he feels he can hardly continue fighting. The spiders shoot their webs and make him fall to the ground, taking the opportunity to attack. The creatures advance together to attack him. The protagonist thinks that maybe this time he really will not be able to win. The spiders cover almost his entire body. Jiang thinks it would be absurd to be defeated by such low-level creatures. At that moment, the system sends a notification, informing that the explorer has been detected in a critical state. Player's exclusive divine artifact, hidden effect of the Reaper card, Wheel of Fate. An aura begins to circulate around his body, emitting an intense light. Kai activates his focus eye. The system appears again and congratulates him, informing that in that state, the hidden effect of the Reaper card, Wheel of Fate, has been activated. He must spin the Wheel of Fate, which will randomly select a result for him. The protagonist wonders about the Wheel of Fate and realizes that the Reaper card truly has a hidden effect. New notifications appear saying that each result has both reward and punishment effects. By spinning the Wheel of Fate, the user agrees to accept both effects. It is also informed that the effects of the Wheel of Fate are influenced by the player's dual talent, and that within one natural month, refusing to spin the wheel also counts as one use. Jiang reflects that these are ambivalent effects of reward and punishment, possibly a glimpse of hope or eternal condemnation. The system asks if he wishes to spin the Wheel of Fate at that moment. Kai immediately answers yes and orders it to spin. An intense light is emitted. The protagonist's body begins to heal and he feels the pain suddenly disappear. He wonders if that is his mental space and if that structure in front of him is the Wheel of Fate. Jiang observes carefully as the wheel begins to spin. The Wheel of Fate spins rapidly until it finally stops. Kai watches curiously. The system then sends a notification. Rapid recovery, beneficial state. All combat damage will be restored in a short period of time, lasting 60 minutes. Upon activating the dual talent, rapid recovery is enhanced to extreme recovery, allowing any consumption to be quickly replenished and enabling him to return to peak physical condition. However, a negative status also appears, exposed weakness. Upon taking damage, he will become more vulnerable to fatal blows lasting 60 minutes. With the dual talent activated, this effect is enhanced to fragile constitution, causing any damage to have much more severe consequences and making him feel double the pain. An intense light is emitted, raising a gust of wind, and the protagonist realizes his body is enveloped by a strong, warm current, as if his entire being were immersed in a hot spring. And within the challenge, Jiang lies on the ground with several spiders on his body, until his eyes begin to emit an intense light. Immediately, all the spiders move away from him. Kai stands up and begins releasing his power against the creatures. The protagonist activates his card and states that the stakes have already been set, asking what the next move will be, saying that this is a gamble made with his own life. Flames explode against the spiders, destroying several of them. While continuing to attack, Jiang realizes his body has fully recovered, but also understands that under the negative bonus, fragile constitution from the Wheel of Fate, if he takes any significant damage, he may lose his life instantly. In other words, as long as he is not hit, he will remain safe. Kai then releases an overwhelming power that strikes the ground and causes a massive explosion. The protagonist thinks that in just a few seconds after contact with the flames, the creatures are almost completely eliminated, And if he manages a critical strike, the process will be even faster. Another terrifying explosion occurs and Jung thinks he will eliminate even more enemies. Since this is a challenge, it does not matter how many creatures there are. Every challenge has an end. Even if there are 1,000,000 of them, at worst, extreme recovery lasts 60 minutes, enough time to eliminate all of them within that period. Even surrounded by countless spiders, Kai remembers that the gambler's time only lasts 10 seconds and then enters a long cooldown, making this ability unsuitable for the prolonged combat he is facing now. The protagonist decides to wait. After the Reaper card devoured the enhanced version of Life Pursuit, its offensive power seems extremely effective. Jiang holds his card and releases an impressive energy, destroying multiple spiders at once. Kai smiles as several explosions occur around and realizes that, as expected, as long as the Reaper card carries the flames and ignites a wide area, it is enough to wait for a critical strike during the combustion process to trigger a chain reaction, causing more monsters to explode. In the next instant, the protagonist understands that the Reaper card responds directly to his will, which means the attack range is much greater than that of 9 tribulations seeking life. Thus, he can use it to ignite practically the entire battlefield, including distant areas. The smoke begins to dissipate, revealing that all the spiders have been eliminated. Jiang observes the situation and asks why those monsters are moving so slowly, remembering that they are supposedly creatures of a secret realm and should offer more resistance. Then he decides not to think about it anymore and says he will go to them if necessary. On the mirror outside appears the count of eliminated spiders along with the elapsed time. The seer asks if that mirror is broken and why the elimination count suddenly stopped. Wu replies that even if it was only a pause of a little more than 10 seconds, it is still a secret realm where millions of beasts attack a single person. In such a situation, either the explorer dies in seconds or the beasts die in seconds. The partner agrees and says that considering the difficulty of that secret realm, it is perfectly normal that Kai cannot complete it. Instead of worrying too much, he suggests preparing some psychological counseling for when he disconnects, to prevent him from going insane. The seer replies that the one going crazy is him, because the result has not yet been decided, and asks him to stop saying things that bring bad luck and to trust her friend. The warrior asks if the current situation does not already prove something and reminds that they waited patiently at that place for months, only for him to stumble into the secret realm. If Kai truly manages to complete it, he will have nothing to say. However, at least for now, it seems that this opportunity has been wasted. He states that he bets 1,000,000 beasts that Kai is definitely finished. Ruin asks, bet what? The warrior looks at him. Ruin asks again, bet what? The warrior replies that they are really persistent, and then loudly declares that if Kai comes out alive from that secret realm, he himself will immediately kneel and call him father. Otherwise, Ruin will have to kneel and call him father. The warrior asks if he has the courage to accept, and Ruin says he accepts the bet. The seer asks what is going on. The warrior is surprised to see that the elimination number in the mirror has started to increase again. Meanwhile, inside the challenge, new explosions continue to occur. The spiders emit shrill sounds. The protagonist observes and comments that so they were all there, and that they are also creatures of the secret realm. He asks why they are running away and states that he will keep fighting because he cannot stop now. The impacts continue, the spiders are hit, the smoke dissipates, and Jiang holds the card in his hand. The system then sends a notification informing that all creatures of the secret realm have been eliminated. Total elapsed time, 1,447 seconds. He asks if it is over, and comments that there are still more than 30 minutes of the extreme recovery effect remaining, saying it would be a waste not to use that time. A light is emitted, and the guardian of the secret realm, Claire, congratulates him for completing the Terror Den challenge, and states that she will now present the rewards. Kai wonders if that is the guardian of the secret realm that Dai mentioned earlier. The guardian explains that he can now ask 5 questions to the Mirror of Revelation within the limits of his authority. The protagonist thinks that such an opportunity is extremely valuable. It would be a waste to ask only about the ingredients of the player's class change recipe. Perhaps it is possible to extract some truth about the Ghost Star and better prepare for the approaching crisis, although he does not know exactly what the scope of that authority is. He needs to ask the questions quickly because the energy of the Mirror of Revelation will run out in 5 minutes. Jiang realizes there is also a time limit and asks what the relationship is between the Ghost Star and the beast god of the Blue Star. The two stare at each other for a moment. Kai realizes there was no reaction and imagines that the difficulty of the question may have exceeded the allowed authority limit. Claire replies that the first question exceeded the established limits and informs that he still has 4 opportunities remaining. The protagonist thinks this was expected and then asks regarding the materials for the player's class change, what respectively represent the spontaneously igniting flames, the unpredictable metal, the floating earth, and the calm wind. A light begins to move in the mirror. Jiang observes and says the answer has arrived. The pressure increases, and Kai asks what that is, questioning if it is the celestial fire tree. The protagonist observes the mirror as flames appear reflected. Jiang remembers what Nuan said earlier. Those are celestial fire trees about 20 years old, and those that surpass 30 years can evolve into celestial fire tree spirits. When defeated, there is a chance to obtain the fire tree heart, a material that enhances flame effects. In the present, Kai says that is exactly it. Without fuel, it generates flames directly. The fire tree heart is precisely the spontaneously igniting flame, and he realizes he should have thought of that when he was in Blazing Flame Ridge. The light in the mirror moves again. The protagonist then mentions silver iron and says he remembers it is a metal from the ghost star, liquid at room temperature and relatively common. He did not expect that to be the so-called unpredictable metal. Soon after, Jiang observes an image of a desert appearing in the mirror and thinks it does not make sense. Kai looks more closely and says it is not exactly soil but dust. He explains that when dust settles, it becomes earth. Therefore, when it is suspended in the air, it is floating soil. Soon after, the sky appears clear in the mirror. The protagonist asks if that now represents the sky and comments that apparently there is nothing in it, questioning what that has to do with calm wind. Then he asks for a moment and realizes that it is not that there is nothing there is also air. The system then notifies that the Mirror of Revelation has answered all 5 questions. Jiang reflects that the heart of the celestial fire tree, silver iron, dust, and air, 4 of the materials required for the gambler's level 20 class change, are extremely common elements. It seems that the most important thing is to free oneself from conventional thinking and see what others ignore. Following this logic, he begins to deduce that the flowing water from the spring is probably... Kai concludes that it is rainwater, the most common form of water circulating between the sky and the earth. He realizes that all the answers have been revealed and wonders what kind of surprise this new class will bring after the profession change. Claire then announces that she will present the second reward. The protagonist is surprised, and new notifications appear congratulating him for obtaining the SS level weapon called Sacred Radiance Crystal. Jiang picks up the item, and new information appears. Sacred Radiance Crystal, SS grade weapon, controllable by will. When activated, a halo of sacred radiance forms within a radius of half a meter around the target. Upon activating this aura, it is possible to use once the effect Soul Purification, which purifies abnormal mental states to a certain degree and grants random immunity to one type of mental attack. Kai observes that since the effect forms around the target, this sacred radiance crystal can be used not only on himself, but also on others. He also realizes it is extremely easy to use, just like the Reaper card, as it can be controlled directly by will. More importantly, it has a powerful mental purification effect. The protagonist reflects that for a long time, adventurers did not have effective means to deal with mental attacks. Even the fear scream of an elite banshee was enough to drive away countless explorers. Now, combined with the undead armor he previously obtained, he already has 2 tools capable of granting immunity to mental attacks. The system then notifies that during battle, the halo can imprison the target and restrict its actions. This process does not consume the user's energy. Instead, it is the target itself that recharges the Sacred Radiance Crystal. When fully charged, the purification effect can last 10 minutes, while the binding effect can last from 3 to 180 seconds. The exact duration depends on the energy difference between both parties. Jiang observes that this weapon also has the ability to restrict movement, but reflects that although the Sacred Radiance Crystal is a very pleasant surprise, at the moment it seems to have mainly purification and support functions in combat. The protagonist then wonders why the classification of this item is so high. More notifications appear explaining that the Sacred Radiance Crystal is a unique rarity weapon from the Ghost Star, originally obtained as the so-called Tear of God in another personal secret realm, and that this item has upgrade potential. After leveling up, a second activation state can be unlocked. Jiang then comments on the unique quality of the Ghost Star. He remembers that his Reaper card is also a unique rarity weapon, exclusive to the Gambler class. However, although the Sacred Radiance Crystal is not limited to any specific class, there is only a single copy in the entire Ghost Star. He concludes that at a critical moment, this item may become one of his greatest trump cards. The system then displays the completed progress and the total elapsed time of the challenge. Outside, Wu observes the result and asks if Kai really eliminated all 1 million monsters of the secret realm. The partner comments that the mirror must be broken. At that moment, a light is emitted again. The warrior observes carefully, as does the protagonist's companion, until he emerges from the mirror completely intact. Thus, the secret realm is completed, and moments later, the drunk asks the protagonist if he really eliminated 1 million monsters, and Nuan also asks if there were traps in that secret realm, and if the Guardian was difficult. However, the protagonist smiles and says they're asking too many questions and he cannot even think of the answers. At that moment, Wu approaches and says that honestly he did not expect him to accomplish that, and congratulates him for passing that personal secret realm. He also apologizes for being arrogant, stating that he should not have hidden information about the Banshee, and claims that Kai is truly the most fantastic young explorer he has ever seen. The protagonist then smiles and says he never does anything to impress anyone. He extends his hand to Wu, who is surprised, and says that anyway he appreciates that sincere apology, emphasizing that he is not such a bad guy either. Wu then smiles in relief and they shake hands. Both Wu's companions and the protagonist's companions are happy to see them shaking hands. And at that moment, Nuon asks if they remember any bet they made about the captain coming out alive from that secret realm. Immediately, the guy who made the bet is shocked, and the protagonist asks what she's talking about. However, before he could understand, the former bully kneels in front of Ruin and calls him my daddy. A few days later, the seer asks why the captain is taking so long to complete the class change, and comments that the process is taking even longer than when it happened with Nuon. Ruin replies that after all, the captain's profession is a completely new class, so it is normal that it takes longer, suggesting that everyone wait a little more. Meanwhile, an intense light envelops the protagonist's body, which slowly begins to float in the air. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.